I'm assuming it's a she. I can't really tell. This is an avatar name, but it's a female kind of looking avatar name. I don't know this person, but they contacted me, wanted to stay anonymous, and they'll get back to me as to how they'll get that to you. She understands all the circumstances, and if she needs to overnight or whatever, she has all the hotel information and whatnot. And
Excellent.
as soon as that's firm, I'll let you know.
All right. Thank you, and I'll be sure to make sure things all get lined up in the hotel. And James, the link is in the sidebar text chat if you want to hop over.
All right, I'm going over.
Oh, and if you too, of course, Michael.
I'm already here, Nadia.
Oh, I meant James Great. I realized you had made it a bit earlier. Yeah, there's James Paul and James Great. Or at least James Great will be on his way shortly.
And the day is long, and the night. You have to remember, sometimes everybody hurts. Remember that. Everybody hurts. You know?
Oh, is it REM?
Yeah, you got it. You got it. I'm hurting right now, you know, hearing my aunt. I know she's ready to go home, but still hurts me. I know that she's going home, but
Actually, with the number of Christians here, James Great here is actually a very good person to talk to. You see, are you an undergraduate or graduate student in philosophy? Either way, he does know a great deal of philosophy, and especially relating to theistic belief and so on. So, yeah, great resource for or just debating, also for enlightening other believers. I was saying to Revelation, Deidre, and Christian Anarchist here, as well as James Paul is a kind of Christo-pagan that you're relatively informed about philosophy as a philosophy student, so, and also involved in theologically related philosophy, so he'd be a good resource for them to draw on for solidifying their kinds of positions. Well, it's a good question, Christian Anarchist. I don't have a complete answer myself, and I'm not sure, beyond being an adherent, how much of the sort of theory of that James Paul really has to really say about it. But anyway,
it's real simple. It's really, really simple. I believe, and there are many pagans like me that agree with me. Pardon me. Pasta's gassy. Anyway, there are many of us, and a growing number of us pagans, that believe that Jesus is the greatest of ascended masters, that he fulfilled all of the law, just like he said he did, all of the law going all the way back into perpetuity, all the way back to the beginning of mankind. He fulfilled Confucius, Buddha, Krishna, Set, and all these other ascended masters that have gone before, and he fulfilled each and every one of them. And ironically, it's an atheist YouTube video called Zeitgeist that confirms this, where they actually did the research and found that Jesus Christ had done all of the things that all the other ascended masters had done. Okay, so when I use the term Christo-pagan, I'm acknowledging the fact that the Christ is the greatest of ascended masters. Okay, you get it? It's really quite simple. It's not really complex at all.
in maybe a more general sense, maybe just try and like phrase it in my own words and see if you agree, or if I have it right. Once I try and say it in my own words, that you have it's kind of a paganistic, polytheistic, general belief system, but even while you have that, you're also a follower of Christ.
Well, yeah, and no, sort of, kind of. I mean, I don't fully embrace Christianity because I believe there's some problems with that, and I've experienced some personal problems with that myself. However, I think JC's okay. And it's like that song by the Doobie Brothers. Jesus is just all right with me. Jesus is just all right. Oh yeah. Jesus is just all right with me. Jesus is just all right. But JC's okay. I have some problems with Christianity. They're my problems. But as far as JC is concerned, I believe he's real. I'm very careful not to give him deity status because I'm squeamish about giving anybody that was here on the earth deity status, but that's just my hang-up.
We'll definitely disagree on that, Vaughn, but I hear you, brother.
We can disagree, but I want to be safe, right? And but as far as him being Messiah, as far as him being a doorway, as far as him being at the right hand of the gods, hey man, I'm cool with all that shit because I believe he fulfilled all that. But I'm just very careful about not giving him deity status. I'm very careful about some of the other aspects of Christianity. And JC isn't the only thing in my walk. I mean, I've got other things. I've got Freya, I've got Hecate, I've got Thor and Odin and some of the other gods that are out there. And I basically pick what works and what's worked for me in the past, and I keep what works and basically discard the rest. That's how I roll, man. And I've been doing okay so far. Been doing all right so far.
Eclectic pagan, Christ-centered pagan, and I like that. Christo-pagan, that's cool. Maybe James, the other James, might want to talk to Von Helton and see if we can get some stuff going on here. Also, Christian Anarchist, if you want to chime in too. Okay, he'll be right back. All right, James, if you want to talk to Von Helton, go for it.
Which one is Von Helton?
That would be me over here.
Okay. That's interesting. You said you're skeptical to give him deity status, but you're willing. What was the things you were willing to say about him sitting on the right hand? Like all that said, okay with you?
Yeah, it's perfectly fine with me. He fulfilled that through his death on the cross. I don't have a problem with that at all. If you'll recall, Krishna died on a cross as well.
Well, I disagree.
You disagree?
Yeah, like...
So Jesus didn't die on the cross?
No, I believe Jesus died on the cross.
Well, then you're saying Krishna didn't die on the cross.
No, I disagree. I think they're two different people.
Well,
I don't think Krishna existed.
They're two different people, you're right. But, I believe they both existed. And I believe that Krishna's death on the cross was a foreshadowing of what Jesus would come along and do later on.
Yeah, that's interesting.
The Bible says that Jesus fulfilled all the law. It didn't say he fulfilled the Jewish Torah. It didn't say he fulfilled the Jewish law. It said he fulfilled all the law. Okay,
I'm sympathetic.
All the law going back to mankind. All the previous ascended masters, Buddha, Confucius, Seth, Krishna, all of them that went in the past, he did it all. He fulfilled every one of them. Now, I know somebody lampooned the Zeitgeist movie as being a fraud. I don't believe it was a fraud. I believe they were wrong in the fact that they tried to say that Jesus was born on December 25th. I disagree with that. But as far as their comparison between other ascended masters and what they did and then comparing it to what Christ did is spot on. Absolutely spot on.
Let me say that first off, I'm sympathetic to the idea that if these other I guess mythologies or whatever about Krishna and Horus and all these other ones, if they are if they have very similar claims to Christianity, like Zeitgeist claims, I'm sympathetic to the idea that it was foreshadowing. In fact, C.S. Lewis in his book Miracles talks about that, and it's very interesting. But anyways, I'm sympathetic to that idea if that's the case, but I don't think it's the case that these other religions do actually have the claimed similarities to Christianity. And my beef with Zeitgeist, and the beef to pretty much any historian that I can think of about Zeitgeist, is literally they just made stuff up about history that has no historical like proof to it. They're like, Horus had 12 disciples and he was born of a virgin, and like all this stuff, which is absolutely false. Like that is not accurate Egyptian mythology at all. And that's the main complaint with them, is that, and that's not to refute your view. That's just I'm saying that I don't think Zeitgeist can be used as a source.
I will agree with you that Zeitgeist took liberties in some areas. I agree with you on that. You know, and I used to be a big antagonist against the Zeitgeist movie, but yeah, I agree with you that Zeitgeist took great liberties, but still the basic.
Von, one problem with it. One problem with it. It was all about.
I know. But I mean, the thing of it is that, I have to chuckle because here you've got an atheist video on YouTube that actually supports my case, and I just, I get a chuckle from that. What can I say?
Yeah, and that's interesting because, like I said, C.S. Lewis said the same thing. He said, okay, like all of these, religions or myths beforehand. There's this argument you're saying that because they're similar, Christianity is, therefore fraud or whatever, and he put the same case basically that you did, like it's foreshadowing. And if you're interested in that line of thought, I would recommend his book Miracles to you. It sounds like something you'd be interested in. I was interested in it. A fun fact, I giggle when Fundy quote Lewis. I love Lewis. I like C.S. Lewis. I like the way he writes.
Yeah, I don't know if you're fundamental, but I noticed that some extreme fundamentals quote him, and they have no idea that he's not very fundamental in a lot of ways.
Yeah, he's not.
Well, what is a fundamental Christian here? I mean, what is a fundy Christian? It's the life, death, and resurrection of Christ, right? I hope that's what.
I would say that's
what
a
I'd say.
Christian.
That's what I would say, but
Right.
but then there are some that go to the letter of the law of the Old Testament, or the letter of the law. It's crazy.
It's wrong. They're misguided.
Usually, the word fundy Christian or fundamentalist Christian is usually used as almost a derogatory term to Christians who are super literalist, 6,000-day or 6,000-year-old Earth, 6-day creation. Like the ones, I guess you could say, the stereotyped pie in the sky Christian. Like that's usually what people, in my opinion, say fundy to refer to. What you said as a fundy Christian, I would say, is what C.S. Lewis called a mere Christian. The bare basics of Christianity, like what makes one a Christian, is the death and resurrection of Jesus. All of that. I don't even remember what the other thing I was going to say was. All right, there you go.
You said it right, James.
Oh yeah, I remember. Von. I'm just gonna call you James because I have trouble remembering your other name. What was I gonna say? So what is, since one of your hang-ups is you're reluctant to say that that Jesus, you're reluctant to give any person on earth deity status. What would be the reasoning for that? Like, do you view there to be a contradiction there somehow, or like what's the thought process on that?
That's just basically I'm covering my ass. I don't want to get shit wrong. Basically,
but couldn't you just as equally get it wrong by denying deity status as you could get it wrong by affirming deity status?
No. Listen, my study of the history of religion in this world, I found personally in my studies that no matter who it was, back in those days, and even further back than that, they were very loose with the term God and Goddess, okay? And a lot of times they would attribute God's status to something that wasn't a God. So, for example, Sekhmet. All right, Sekhmet, they called Sekhmet a goddess, okay, because she had the power of the gods within her. And that's true, she did. But she was not a goddess. She was a female vampire. All right, but they called her goddess because she had the power of the gods within her. You follow me? Okay, just because someone or something has the power of God within it does not necessarily make it a god or a goddess.
I agree.
Okay.
Like, for
And
instance,
I'm very, very careful about attributing deity status to anyone or anything.
well, I would,
Unless we have
yeah,
overwhelming evidence
yeah.
that's the case.
So, I mean, I agree that, there have been a lot of cases of people claiming to be God or goddess or whatever, but I think the claims that Christianity makes about Jesus, or at least Jesus makes about himself, are fundamentally different, because Jesus isn't claiming just to be like another God or, have the power of God. He's saying, before Abraham was, I am, like what you identify as the Alpha and the Omega, Yahweh. Like, he's talking to the Jews. He
Well,
uses
now wait a minute.
terminology they would understand, and he says, I'm claiming to be Yahweh.
All right, now careful, because everybody in this room is Alpha and Omega.
I
Everybody in this
disagree
room
about
is.
that.
Everybody in this room. No. Remember what God said to Elizabeth? He told Elizabeth that before this child was conceived, I knew who it was. All right, God knows who we are before we began. So therefore, I must assume, and I know what the word assume means, but I must assume that God knows us because we pre-existed, that we've always been. Even if it's just in the mind of God himself, we have always been. We have always been Alpha. And we will always be Omega, because this body that we live in is just a shell. Our real spiritual body cannot be destroyed. So we do have an Omega.
I mean, if I
Right.
was around, like if I have been all around all the time, what was I doing during the dinosaur period? I don't really have much recollection of that. Like, was I intoxicated at that point? That's a joke. But I mean, like, in reference to your idea there, like, I would agree that God, when we say God has known us from the beginning of, like from beginning of time or whatever, I think it's important that we understand like what the proposition, like what the content of that proposition is. We're saying that God had the propositional, in my opinion, I think this is the best way to interpret it. We're saying God had the propositional knowledge that, like, okay, James would exist. James would, he would be like this. He knew he was going to act like this. He would believe this. Because I don't think when it says God knew us, like, that's not in the case of, like, I know him. Because, like, obviously I didn't know him before I was born. Like, I didn't have any communication with him. So I think it's best when we talk about I knew you before you were born. I think it's best to take that as him knowing propositions about us. I can't hear you.
There we go. Sorry
There you
about that. So anyway, that's not my read of the scripture. So, I mean, and in fact, it said that the child leapt with joy inside her womb. I think that we pre-existed. I believe there's circumstantial evidence to suggest that we pre-existed. All references to reincarnation was removed out of the Bible by the Catholic Church. There's actual documentation to support that, because they just didn't want you flat out knowing.
So
that evidence.
what?
And I personally believe that we've always existed. We have always been around in one way or another. And we keep trying and progressing and getting better until we achieve whatever goal it is we're supposed to achieve.
I guess I'm a little bit tripped up by your argument on why we always existed. Like, let's not even talk about us for a second. Like, let's say I'm sitting here and I'm thinking about a painting, and like in my mind I'm thinking like, okay, in this painting I want to have a tree here. I want to have a tree there. I want there to be this river. I want it to be there, a girl sitting near the tree. Like, let's say I just really think about it, and I sit down, I'm like, okay, I'm going to make this painting. And then I make the painting out. Like, at least in our usual, like, vernacular, we wouldn't say that painting, like, existed before I put it down. Like, we wouldn't say, well, you thought about it, therefore existed as a thought. Like, my thought existed, and my thought had propositional knowledge about, the picture, but the picture itself did not exist until I actualized it. And I think it would be the same case in the nature of God. Like, I don't think it's accurate to say we existed in the mind of God. Like, somehow, like, God's mind is, I don't know, like a container, and like I was in there and now I'm out here. When we say we existed, like, I guess, quote, in the mind of God, I would say that to mean like God had a thought. Like, God has a thought, the thought existed, and the thought had propositional content about us.
Yeah, but that painting did exist. It existed in your mind.
But did the like the oils and the canvas, like all of that wasn't there then.
No, but you can manifest. The Bible says you can manifest things. Jesus said you could speak to the mountain, be thou removed and cast into the sea, and it shall be done for you. Okay, so you can manifest things by the speaking of your mouth, by the speaking of words out of your mouth. You can manifest these things. Why? Because sound is vibration. Those words you're speaking are vibrations. And those vibrations, if they're at the right frequency, can actually do things. Did you know that if you set a sound machine at the proper volume, you can actually destroy everything in my room right here? You can destroy it. It'll fall to pieces if you set the sound vibration at the right frequency. Okay, so Jesus was speaking very similar to that. He said, you can speak to that mountain, be thou removed and cast into the sea, and it shall be done for you.
Well, he didn't say you can say this to the mountain, move, and it will. He said if you have, he put a conditional on this statement. He said if you have the faith the size of a mustard seed, then you can say to this, get up and move. And I would say it's by virtue of the faith, not from the the vibrations of your voice, but it's by virtue of you having faith that the mountain got up and moved.
Well, it's probably a combination of the two, but I'd say the vibrations coming out of your mouth have a lot to do with it.
But then the comment of faith shouldn't be needed.
Sure would.
Like, has anyone ever been able to say, like, I don't think anyone's ever, we don't have any documented cases of someone saying, like, I don't think it's physically possible for a human to, like, articulate, even if, like, I agree, sound has effects on the physical world.
Have you ever watched the movie Dune? Have you ever watched the movie Dune?
Doom?
Dune. D-U-N-E.
No, I have not, no.
D-U-N-E. D-U-N-E. It's a movie. It's a science fiction movie. You ought to watch it sometimes. It's very enlightening.
You said it was fiction or non-fiction?
It's a fictional movie, but it's very enlightening. I believe there's nuggets of truth within that movie that are very, very enlightening. But anyway, here's the thing. Okay, I'm of the opinion that if you are going to attribute deity status to Jesus Christ, and Jesus Christ said, and this you can find this in the Bible, he said that when he comes back, he's going to make us like him. All right, well, if he's going to make us like him and he is a deity, then wouldn't that make us deities? Yes.
No, because when
he's going to make us like him.
Because he talks about making us like him in two senses. One in the sense of that, like, we're going to have new bodies. The New Testament talks about this present body. It's a tint that's failing away. It's deteriorating, and then we're going to have a perfect body. And so we're gonna be like him in the sense that we're gonna have a perfect body. We're gonna be like him in the sense that we are resurrected from the dead, and it's gonna be like him in the sense that, in many senses, in the sense that we are present with him before God. We're like him in the sense of we're no longer.
Okay, now let me ask you: if I get my glorified body and I go to the Middle East right now and I appear in front of a bunch of Bedouins with my glorified body and there's big powerful angel wings behind me, what do you think them Bedouins are going to think about me? What do you think they're going to call me?
But they're not going to be there. Like,
they're either going to call me an angel or they're going to call me a deity, because they're going to see something very, very powerful standing in front of them. Yes? Yeah, of course.
In this scenario, sure, but I don't think, like, after the resurrection of the dead, you're not going to have, it's not going to be like segregated, like you have people over here. Like, that's the point where I guess you could say it's done. Like, okay, dead or resurrected, we've got new bodies. Human, like, round 2 is starting. Like, humanity 2.0 has begun. It's not going to be, there's not going to be going to this tribe here who doesn't know about you and being like, oh, look at me, and they're like, oh, we don't know what this is. You must be an alien. Like, that's not going to be the case. Everyone is going to be of one accord at this process.
Actually, the book of Revelations does say, in fact, that that's exactly how it's going to be. The people in New Jerusalem are going to be the glorified people. They're going to be people set apart, and humanity will continue on the face of the earth. They will continue.
No, I disagree. The New Jerusalem, that is everyone, either people who are saved, either they're going to be the ones who are living in New Jerusalem, they're going to be the people who are inhabiting that, or the people who weren't saved, who the Bible says is going to be cast into the lake of fire. Either way, you have the, I guess you could say, residents of New Jerusalem, and I mean, I think they'll probably be able to venture out from it. At least I imagine, like, when I think of the new earth, it's going to be the city, and you can leave and go and do other things. but it's not going to be, there's not going to be like a discord. There's not going to be, I don't think there's going to be any disagreement of any philosophical or theological nature. Like everyone's going to have the truth. Like everyone's going to know. There's not going to be any more division.
Hmm. Well, I don't know about that. That sounds almost dangerously like brainwashing, but, I'm willing to concede that, we might be enlightened to a great degree, but I just don't want to be brainwashed in the process.
What's the difference between brainwashing and education?
The brainwashing is done by force. Education is done because I chose to do it. I chose to learn those things.
So if that's the case, then my entire middle school was brainwashing. I was not in any way by force.
It's called programming, is it not? When you turn on the TV, what do they call it? They call it programming, don't they? Isn't that what they call it? Isn't that what they call it? They call it a program. When you turn on the TV set and you watch something on the TV set and they call it programming? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
I think it's
okay. Well, they're programming you. They are essentially brainwashing you into a certain ideology or way of thinking. Are they not? Yeah.
I would say that quote brain. Well, first off, I'm skeptical of taking the word usage of programming on a TV and equivocating that to brainwashing. But setting that aside, brainwashing. Like if you said you don't want to be brainwashed, but it seems to me the difference between brainwashing and education is I'm not sure if I would classify, like if I was made to know every true proposition, like if I was made to know like nothing false, I wouldn't call that brainwashing. I would call that education. And I think, like if we get to heaven, some have postulated we'll get to heaven and we're gonna know a lot more things. Maybe not everything, but we're gonna know a lot more. That's not brainwashing. That's acquiring truth. And I don't know of any situation where I would associate brainwashing with truth. Brainwashing has a connotation to it of deceiving people into believing something that's false.
Yeah, but how do we know that truth is genuine? If that truth is forced upon us, how do we know that truth is genuine? How do we know we're not becoming mindless robots that just do the bidding of whoever? I would much rather learn that truth on my own. I would much rather grow spiritually and mentally and physically and learn my own way. I'd rather seek my own path than to have it thrusted upon me, because it seems like there would be an agenda there. If somebody's trying to force me into a situation, I would think that would be, somebody trying to push an agenda.
But I
would much rather learn it on my own and grow self. And what do we go to? Okay, let's go with your scenario. Let's say that when we get our glorified body, wham, a bolt of lightning hits us, and now we have all truth. Okay, so what are we going to do all in eternity?
We're going to bask in the presence of God.
Sit there and play a harp all fucking day? What are we going to do?
Bask in the presence of God.
Our learning and growing is shot to hell because now we got it all. Now we know it all. How are we going to learn and grow anymore? We're not.
But James, the purpose of knowledge is to acquire truth. To try to avoid truth, to sustain the process of knowing. That's like to disregard water so you can sustain the feeling of thirst. Like you're getting the cart before the horse. The entire purpose of knowledge, the reason that we find it, that's not knowledge, the purpose of learning, like the reason we find that valuable is because through it we acquire truth. And then if we set aside and we say we don't want truth because we want to be able to learn still, that's useless. That's to me, I think that's incoherent and irrational, because you're neglecting the desire for what you're supposed to be desiring for.
Wait a minute. How are we going to have any desires if we have all knowledge and all truth?
How does knowing all things negate the proposition that there are still desires? I see no contradiction in those two things.
I do, because the brain functions that way. Our brains function by learning things. Our brains literally live by interacting with our environment. If you take somebody and put them in a solid black box, what happens to them? They go mad. Why? Because the brain requires interacting with our environment. If you don't interact with your environment, your brain will literally start to shut down.
Yes, it is also it's also the case that if I take a pin and prick myself, my body will feel pain. However, that's with this body. The view among Christians is, and I think the Bible teaches, is that we're going to get perfect bodies and we're going to be living in the presence of God, and there will be no more pain, there will be no more suffering. And the Bible talks about the lion the lion and the lamb laying down next to each other. We're going to have completely. I mean, it's interesting to think about the nature of our new bodies, but I think it's logical to postulate that either there's going to be nothing to cause pain, or neurologically we're just not going to be able to feel it, or whatever. But I don't see.
I don't know about you, but I'm sorry. I think I would be bored out of my fucking skull, because I'm going to have all knowledge. I'm going to have an uncorruptible body. What in the hell am I going to do for an eternity?
But
what am I going to do for all eternity? Am I going to play the harp? What am I going to do for all eternity? I've already got all knowledge. I've got an uncorruptible body. I can't die. I can't suffer. I can't feel pain. I can't no sadness or sorrow, because it says it'll wipe all of our tears away. What in the hell am I going to do for an entire eternity? Eternity is a very long time, bro.
Eternity is
what
a
am I
very
going to be doing all that time?
The things such as knowledge, the reason you value that is because it brings you some type of joy. To learn things, you find some type of joy in that. But the thing is you're going to be the one who is himself the source of joy. You won't need learning. One, because if my idea, which I'm not even saying I hold to that, but if you know all these things, you won't need learning either as a source of knowledge or as a source of pleasure, because you are literally going to be with the source of pleasure. Now, I don't know about you, but to me, being with God, literally the one who is the source of happiness and joy, just being in his presence and being overwhelmed with joy for all eternity, that sounds fantastic to me. Like, I'm down for that. Sign me up.
Dude, I'm okay with that, but what I'm asking you is, what am I going to do for all eternity? Eternity is a very, very long time.
Be in the presence of God. That's my answer.
Be in the presence of God. Okay, well.
No, but like, you have to recognize, like, you're underestimating what that means.
Yeah.
Like, you're making it sound like, like you'll get bored of a game or something like that. Like, you play like Nintendo, you'll eventually get bored of Nintendo. But the idea is that God is not like Nintendo, where it's like level 1, level 2, and it just ends. Like, it's not like that.
Yeah.
Really? Tell that to Lucifer.
Okay.
What did Lucifer do? What did Lucifer do?
Rebelled against God.
Lucifer rebelled, didn't he? Why did he rebel? He said
because he was prideful.
He said and how did he become prideful? Because he was bored out of his fucking skull. He'd become prideful. He'd become haughty. He said, I'm going to ascend my throne above the throne of God. I'm going to go to the highest of highest. I think he got bored.
You know what?
I don't see
he got bored.
I think our culture makes heaven look boring. And this is why. I'm going to use an example. So you remember the first Fantasia? Did anyone watch that? The first Fantasia original
many
cartoon?
moons ago.
Okay. So they show the demons, man, and I don't remember the main demon name. It starts with an M, but like he is awesome. And there's like dead people rising from the ground, and he's making fire happen, and it's just like Wagner music's going on. I mean, there's so much action, and you're like, yeah, wow, like he's a badass, he's pretty cool. There's action going on, and then it goes to heaven, and it shows like these glowing, faint, like you can tell they're figures of people, but like they did a really lousy job. And there's like this circle of a head that's just kind of glowing, and they're going up this like Jacob's ladder, and it's playing like some like soft music. And we picture heaven as this really boring place where we're sitting on a cloud playing a harp, or maybe we're just like monks like whacking ourselves in the head like Monty Python. I don't know what we're doing, but I don't think heaven would be boring. I think we would have jobs to do. I think we'd have positions to play or something. I don't think it would be boring.
Now, the Book of Revelations does say that we help assemble, or those that have already passed on, help assemble the New Jerusalem. Okay, that's great. They got something to do. They're busy working on New Jerusalem. And New Jerusalem descends right over top of Old Jerusalem, which, by the way, wouldn't that be kind of painful? But anyway, New Jerusalem descends over top of Old Jerusalem. It lands, whatever, displaces the Old Jerusalem, whatever happens. And, okay, so that job is done. All right, so again, my question is a simple one. What do we do for all eternity?
I answered you.
Yeah, we do. We just
like
bask in the presence of God. Okay. All right.
Yes, and that is, and like, if I think that is that's the only answer I'd want to be true. Like, as long as that proposition, me being in presence of God, as long as that's true, I'm down for heaven. Like, even if I'm literally sitting, like, even if heaven is a big parking lot and we're all sitting crisscross Indian like style, and there's God and we're just sitting there looking at him, like, as long as like me and God, like, presence, as long as they're overlapping, I'm okay with that.
Oh, I'm
Huh?
certain there'd be some action going on, but
Yeah, I
the,
agree.
the truth is, the Bible. I mean, the Bible is really vague about heaven. I mean,
It is.
overall, there's mansions. I have a mansion prepared for you. Maybe like the golden streets idea. People, angels going, holy, holy, holy is the Lord God Almighty, who was and is forevermore. Like that. These imageries though are kind of vague. You're like, what am
Yeah.
I gonna do? I mean, it is a fair question. I'd also say on the flip side, the imagery of hell is a little vague too. Um, and so for me, I mean, I just kind of am trusting that God has a hope and a purpose for my life, and that like afterlife is awesome, but I guess for some, hell is a fear-driven thing for some people, and heaven is a carrot on a stick. But I think God wants more from us than that.
Yeah, Deirdre, I'm with you on that
Yeah, I
completely.
agree.
Actually, there's one thing like I mean this is a different tradition, but it's similar in that it's Abrahamic. Is that in heaven like people will be enjoying like whatever they're enjoying and they're doing whatever they're doing, and then after some time God will call them like everyone like literally everyone from heaven will come together and they'll be there and then he'll say like he'll basically reveal himself to them for the first time and like they'll be blown away by it.
Amen.
Yeah, like can you imagine seeing God? That's crazy.
Well, my father liked to cut the grass. So, I mean, is he up there cutting grass?
I mean, somebody's got to mow the lawn in heaven. Like, that's all I'm saying. I mean, like,
I'm
if
like,
heaven has grass, like, that's got to be done.
he loved to, I mean, I've never, he's the only human being I've ever seen that actually liked to cut grass. He loved it. I don't know why, but he did. That was his favorite thing of all time, was to get on the ride lawnmower and cut the grass. In fact, he would cut it so much that it would actually start to turn brown because he cut it too small. And it would actually start to turn brown, and I'd have to tell him, I said, Dad, the grass is dying. You can stop cutting it now,
When I get to heaven,
yeah, that's how he was. He loved to cut the grass. So
I'll make sure to tell him that he can come over anytime and cut my lawn in heaven. I'll hit him up.
You'll be there with bells on, dude. He loves cutting grass. He'll be there with bells on.
There was a person who asked our prophet, "What can I do in heaven? Can I?" He liked to farm. He was a farmer. He said, "Can I farm in heaven?" And people started laughing at him, and he said, "Yes." Basically, the answer was, "Yes, you can."
Well, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. All right.
One thing I would like to do is I would like to, if I make it to heaven, I don't know if I will or not, but if I do, I would like to talk to like my ancestors. I would be like a bazillion generations ago, because like I said, I'm kind of disconnected from my family, like history, and I would like to just like have a conversation with them and just see what they're all about. That'd be awesome.
Now that's something I hadn't considered, because that would take up quite a bit of time, going back through all your ancestry.
I've actually constructed a family tree, and it's got maybe like 160 people, or I think like 200. I forgot how many. It's got many generations, and it actually goes up to 1776. I actually bought a computer program to actually organize this all, and I want to know like who these people were, and I have no way of knowing it. Unless I travel to India. There's really no way I can actually figure this stuff out. So one thing I would like to know is like sit there and like talk to people. I mean, if I make it to heaven, if they make it to heaven.
Well, those of us that are sincere and don't falter, at least according to the book of Revelations, if we're sincere, we don't falter, and we keep at it, we will make it.
Sincere and accuracy.
So I've been pretty sick like yesterday, like really sick actually. I don't know what happened, but I started like throwing up randomly, and I threw up like 4 times. I don't know what caused it, but yesterday, so I was in bed and I was just kind of like sitting there and like in between vomiting sessions, if you will. I like to read a lot, and so I was reading the book of Matthew, and I've been meaning to read it for a long time now. And honestly, I really liked it a lot. Like I'm not even saying that like to be like facetious or anything. I was really enjoying it. There were parts where it was talking about like miracle after miracle, and I was like, okay, let me skip over some of them. But overall, actually, I really enjoyed it. I kind of drew some parallels when I talked about the Pharisees being excessively legalistic. And then, yeah, I mean, then there's some stuff about like if a sheep falls in, are you going to not rescue? Was that the book of Matthew? I forgot. I don't remember. But anyways, overall, I really liked it so far. I have not gotten to the end of it yet. I'm only at the part where it talks about all the different miracles and going to different peoples and what have you. But after that, I guess I'll go to Mark. I think Mark, yeah, Mark. I don't know what translation it was. I have no idea.
Well, that's good, Farhan. I'm glad you're reading the Bible. I think the Christians in the room would agree.
Yeah.
You know, the more you broaden your horizons, the better, man. I mean, there's nothing wrong with.
So you said this is like your first time ever reading it, Farhan?
I've read parts of the Bible. I've never read it like straight through like this.
I got you.
I've never read it straight through. I tried to read like the first 4 books to be completely honest and not to be a jerk. I got a little bit bored with it.
Oh yeah, I feel you.
I'm kind of curious who John the Baptist is now. I mean, I know who he is in Islamic tradition. He's mentioned Surah Maryam, but I don't know who he is in Christian tradition. And let me tell you let me figure out what translation this is. But no, I'm not saying this to like be a jerk. Also, like I really did enjoy reading it.
Yeah, I did like read from the Bible like to start to finish once just because like okay I need to do this. But then like honestly there was some parts of it that was so boring I knew like I'm probably never going to come back and read this. Like the parts that I know I'm going to enjoy like I'll read them. But like certain parts of Numbers, like okay, I get it. Like on the 8th day of sacrifices, he had 12 lumps of wheat. Like I got all that. Like I don't think I'm ever going back here.
The only part that I really thought was boring was the begats. You know, so and so begat so and so who begat so and so who begat so and so.
For that though.
That's the only part I really.
There's a reason why. I thought it was in Matthew 1, I think.
Yeah, it's showing the lineage of David's what it's doing. Yeah. But I just, you know, that seemed to kind of be a little much. you know, but really the rest of the Bible wasn't too bad. It was just, I got to the beginning.
The reason for that, Vaughn, was to prove the genealogy of Christ. You know.
Well, yeah. Absolutely.
Fun fact: there's a prostitute in the genealogy of Christ.
What?
Yes, there is.
The one that helps Joshua and Caleb. I can't remember her name offhand for some reason. It just blank.
Tamar, I think. Something like that.
I'll be back in just a minute. I need to go clean myself up. I haven't done this since yesterday.
I need to clean up the vomit.
Well, I didn't, not on me. I changed my clothes. I haven't showered or anything. It might be what's called the norovirus. It's like this thing where like you suddenly get really, really sick and you don't know what the heck caused it, and then you start.
Did you get the shakes, and did you get cold, and did you get cold in your bones?
No, I had a thing where my hands and my feet and my stomach were like extremely numb and tingly, and then it was like sudden. Like it was, I honestly thought I just had I was in a place where there was smoke, and I thought I had maybe breathed in some of the smoke, and that was causing me to feel dizzy. And then I thought maybe I'm dehydrated, so I had some water, and then I went to my car and I was like laying down for a bit, and then, and then I went home and did the same thing. So.
Well, yeah. mine was heavy diarrhea. I tried to vomit, but I didn't because all I did was dry heave. All come out the other end, thank the gods. I had diarrhea, severe diarrhea, so I had to increase my fluid intake to keep me hydrated. And but now the next day is when I started shaking and getting the chills, and the cold went through my skin, through my muscles, and right into the joints of my body, to where every joint in my body ached. It was like somebody had put me in a vice and was just squeezing me with that vice. My whole body felt like that. It was horrible. And,
all right, Vaughn.
Yeah.
Brother, can I ask? All right, Commando's here. I have to ask him a question. Best case, if you could give it to us, brother. Yahweh is evil. Can you please give that to us?
I don't want to sort of interrupt what Vaughn was going on about. Like, I'd rather let Vaughn finish his stuff, and then I don't want to disrespect what he was. Just yeah.
Well, I just to summarize, and I just wanted to say that maybe Farhan is in the opening salvos, the opening stages of what I had, and that he has plenty yet to experience, unfortunately. Because, like I said, I had the diarrhea and attempted vomiting in that first day. And then the second day was when the chills hit me, the cold. It felt like I was in an ice box, and then the cold penetrated my body and went right to my joints, and it felt literally like I was in a vice. I mean, and all I could do was literally lay. I couldn't move. I couldn't move because I ached so bad and I was shaking so bad. I couldn't hold nothing. I tried to hold a can. There's no way. I just couldn't. I was shaking too bad. And all I could do was lay in the bed and put a comforter over me to try and warm myself up. And I was like that for 3 days. So, you know, you have a little bit more to look forward to, I think, Farhan. If you've got what I had, you have a little bit more to look forward to. Okay, now you all can go on.
All right, Commando. Best case scenario for you, Yahweh is evil. If you want to try to explain it to us, I would love to hear it.
What would you want me to explain? Like,
how is Yahweh evil? Just lay it out.
Well, I mean, I've already done that previously, but I mean, I suppose all I can say to you at this point is, you know, read the Nag Hammadi Apocrypha. I can't really sort of expand on it a bit more. Like, there's no real point, is there?
So, I have a question. Maybe I don't tangentially relate to that. I don't know. Like when we say Yahweh is evil, like evil in reference to what standard?
Well, all right, fair enough. Take the two pillars away from it. You know, take good and evil away from it. It's obviously got an intent that's contrary to the original state of being.
So you're saying Yahweh has
if we take morality out of the equation, it's still sort of detrimental to what the original sort of intent for the atomic design was for, if that makes sense.
I guess I would need a little bit more elaboration. Like, I'm not prepared to accept or deny that outright, because I find the concept a little bit vague. Like, when you say the initial, like, plan, like, what do you mean? Well,
it's very hard to sort of explain to someone who sort of who isn't on the same sort of level of understanding.
Don't pull that shit, Commando.
I mean, I'm not.
If you'd let me finish, I don't mean that in a hierarchical context either. Not saying that I've got some sort of, you know, profound depth that no one else can.
Yeah, you do. You say that all the time, bro.
You've just called me an accuser.
You say that you have a special revelation. So give it to us.
I mean, really, what sort of question is that, though? Like,
you say it constantly that you have special revelation.
I mean, I need some sort of context and structure to what I'm going to say, don't I? I can't just pull this shit out of thin air.
No, I am asking you. You say that you have a special revelation from whatever God you believe in.
Right.
You have to tell us, right?
No, I never said I have to tell you. I just said I'm here to solve.
Okay, so you don't want to tell us. It's secret.
No, I said I don't have to.
The gospel isn't enough. The gospel is not enough. There's something else to it, right?
Have you basically just baited me into this hangout just to kick off again? Because that's the vibe.
Baiting you into this hangout? Are you kidding me?
Well, not into that.
Did I invite you here?
So, that aside.
Yeah, James, you take over, bro. I'm done.
I'm curious. Like, I'm not really emotionally attached to much. Commando, like, if I grant, like, Yahweh does some actions which are, I guess, in conflict with the, like, original purpose or, like, whatever, what conclusions do we draw from that?
Well, it depends what you mean by conclusions. Like, what?
Like, let's say I grant that premise.
I'm not taking a piss. Like, don't think I'm trying to just.
No, it's okay. Like, I don't care. You've seemed like very rational in all my dealings with you. I have no problems with you. That's fine. I'm not offended anyway. Like, I'm genuinely like I'm just curious. Like, you're not going to insult me. I don't know. Like, at face value, like, I'm not sure if I understand the concept enough to like fully agree to it. But like assuming I did, like assuming like I analyzed it, I understood it. I'm like, okay, I don't see any problem with that. And like I granted that. Like, what is the conclusion, like, from there? Like, is there a significance to that, or is it like a characteristic? Like, I don't know.
I mean, are you saying, like, what... are you basically asking, like, sort of what I believe, like, just to keep it simple, or are you just...
Well, I mean, like, I was like, you know, when you say God's evil, as, you know, like, in regard to what standard, and you said, okay, you know, like, to avoid the issues of, like, morality or whatever, I'm just gonna say like what I mean. I'm assuming what you mean is like what I mean by that is like it went against the original like intent. And
Yeah, basically, and that's sort of what I was getting at when Rev was posting all that stuff in regards to scripture in the side chat, and I said John 1:1 wasn't talking about the same thing as Genesis, and that's what I was sort of getting at.
Okay.
But yeah,
So
it is sort of contrary to the original intent of what physicality was supposed to be, and this ties into what which I've pointed these people to many times, which is it's all backed up there in in the Apocrypha.
So saying that Yahweh has done some things which are contrary to the original intent, is it fair to say that you view that as synonymous or entailing? Let's say synonymous. That's synonymous to when you say you believe God is evil or
Yeah,
Yahweh is
basically.
evil.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, basically. Yeah, but I just wanted to sort of explain that without sort of alluding to the morality-based thing. Because when people say evil, they obviously think of like killing and murder and all that stuff. But like if you sort of take away the moral aspect of it, then it's contrary to the intent of what. Yeah, you get what I'm saying.
Yeah. So that's interesting. Yeah. I mean, like I don't like at face value, like that's using evil in a sense that certainly is very different than what it's usually meant in. And
yeah, it's just it's just an oversimplification, really. Like I mean, me using the word evil just oversimplifies it. Like, if I was to sort of go into depth, it's like I said, it's contrary to the original intent. But it's just easy to say evil to save time and to just put into perspective, what it is.
So,
I'm getting
like,
at.
what was one of those examples of God doing something that was contrary to the original purpose or original intent, whatever we're calling it?
I suppose I'll have to point you to astrology and understand how that sort of takes.
Okay.
It's
So
the
it's
whole
like,
sort of life-death duality paradigm. I suppose that's the sort of contrary aspect to what was originally intended.
okay, so the nature of or the existence or presence of dying, like, is that, or death, is that a?
I suppose like death and time as a concept, yeah. It's used as a decaying agent to perpetuate, the astrological sort of.
Yeah. So is it?
I'm sick of going into that as well because, like, I've been over it like 1,000 times in Hangouts. I don't want to sound as though I'm repeating
No,
myself.
it's fine. Like, I don't. Yeah, I got you. I don't know much about Gnostic belief, so like you'll have to forgive my ignorance. And by any means,
Forgive my sort of like really bad representation of it as well because like I know I'm not great at it.
It's fine. Like I genuinely like I'm just curious. Like I'm not very familiar at all with Gnosticism. So I had a question. What was it going to be? Okay, yeah. So I'm not sure. Like, would you say like is it accurate to say that you have the conception that like God has created or may actualize this like this duality life death this life death duality is in contrary to the original intent, therefore God has actualized something that is like opposite to the original intent? Is that like
basically,
an accurate way? I guess in that sense I would agree that death is the presence of death is not the original intent. Like death was
it's not just death in time though, it's sort of the whole. I mean, there's other things that come with that, but I get what you're saying. Like, but.
I guess my thing is like I guess I would reject the proposition that God actualized death or whatever. And I don't mean this in like an insulting sense. Like I don't like if you point me to like a source on something that like in some like I don't know like Gnostic gospel or something like that. Like I primarily when it comes to like making claims about like what like God's plans were or whatever, I'm generally going to take the Bible. So within the context,
come to the same conclusions just from reading the Bible. Though that's what I'm sort of getting at. You got to sort of look at it from a, I don't know, like an outside of the box sort of perspective instead of just looking at it and sticking to the sort of dogmatic, thing that comes with chronology structure in the Bible. You've got to look at it from outside of that, and you can even see the discrepancies and the contradictions within the Bible to back up what I'm saying. So like if you, it's like I said, you can still come to this conclusion whilst it's still in Scripture. So you don't necessarily need the Apocrypha. It's just, you do obviously, but if you just sort of, if you just want to, I don't know, get a basic understanding, then you don't necessarily need to leave the Bible.
Okay. I come from, I guess the stereotypical Christian position of, like, I believe God created, I guess the original status quo, like Garden of Eden, whatever. and then it was through man's actions that was the introduction of either the death-life duality or whatever. And so I wouldn't phrase it in the sense that God. I would say God allowed this duality to be actualized. Like God allowed that to become the case. And I don't like intrinsically. I don't see like I'm not bothered by saying that God allowed this to happen, even though that is in contrast to the original like intent. Like that doesn't bother me. I'm not sure if it's supposed to. Maybe it's the case that I agree with Gnostics, but we just use different terminology. Like I don't know. Like that just I don't have much there that intrinsically bothers me.
I suppose it comes down to sort of understanding what your perception of God is. I mean, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, I didn't sort of come in here to sort of bring up my sort of topic. I just
Yeah, that's fine. I don't know.
I didn't mean to derail or anything.
No,
I just came in to listen, but obviously, you know, I get
Yeah,
asked,
I see
who
you
is Jesus? It's just like told you a million times, but you know.
Yeah. I saw you guys talking over there, and I wasn't paying much attention while I was talking to James, and then things started to escalate in volume, and I was like,
Yeah.
"Oh, what's going on?" Yeah. That's about. I don't know if I have any more questions. I don't have any like counterpoints. That did help me understand. Yeah, your viewpoint a little bit more.
Yeah. I was gonna say, like, fair enough. Just you know, move on with another subject, man. Like, I just came to listen. I didn't come to fucking, you know.
In reference to what Nadia is saying, if I'm not mistaken, like the word in the Old Testament that's used like Almighty, like that, the word Almighty, it has something to do with like it means like God of the mountain or something like that. Like I don't know if that's what you're referring to. And then like the word Almighty and Mighty, like they mean like two different things. Like if I'm not mistaken, Almighty has something to do with like God of the mountain, and then Mighty has something to do with like the great, like God of battle, or like the champion, or like something like that. Like this is off the top of my head. I'll have to look it up. But I think that's what you're referring to, Nadia. Like the God of like there's some like a huge like great God of the mountain, like great impending force or something like that. Like, I'm gonna look it up.
Because Shaddai by itself can mean destroyer too, but if you put the L, it changes it.
I'm gonna look that up real quick so I'm accurate.
The article seems to reference some usage as a toponym, for mountain. Yeah, it makes sense that mountainous and mightiness and so on go together.
So my question to Commando is Elohim and El Shaddai and Yahweh, are they all different gods? Adonai?
Well, Elohim is plural, isn't it? So it's talking about more than one. Yahweh is the name of the main one, if you will.
The Ugaritic etymology is the children of El.
Well, it did say, let us make man in our image, after our likeness.
Pretty sure I've had this discussion about Elohim with like some of you before. I'm reluctant to go back into it. I'm not gonna lie.
You guys think that? I mean, we can take Trinity doctrine from some of these ideas too.
Yeah, like I would.
But my understanding is that Trinity didn't come along until many, many, many years later.
Oh, I mean, I know I myself like the idea of the Trinity isn't like I guess popularized or like really. I mean, I don't know. I don't know a lot about what the early Hebrews believed in the essence of the Trinity. Maybe they did, maybe they didn't. I don't know. But I think it's possible, as other people have argued, that we can look in the Old Testament and find support for the Trinity. And then like Genesis 1, like I think that's interesting because it says God says, let us make man in our image. And there are other verses that indicate that God was alone during the creation of man, or like in general, the heavens and the earth. And so that right there, like that's interesting. And I don't think Elohim implies plurality. God, I can't talk. Because, and it's been a while since I researched this area, so don't take me verbatim of this. But there's Elohim, like it does have a plural like usage, like there is a plurality to it. But there's also something about it that implies like a singularity, like a single like being. And I don't know the specifics of that. I know that's very vague. And as someone,
in a sense, it's like sort of the same thing. Like, sorry to interject quickly, but like, yeah, it's the same thing. It's like sort of the one God, and then it's sort of plural at the same time.
Which like, I would argue based on like, I mean, I could like, I don't really care to argue from the Trinity from that verse because you have to go really deep into the Hebrew or whatever. But like, you could, I guess, be like, oh look, 1 and 3, waha.
The Hebrew etymology is deriving from Eloah, and then Ugaritic etymology deriving from Ohim as a suffix for children. And from there, I think the defense centers more around this magic kind of affair where meaning of it would have changed as Judaism developed.
All I know is that that God of the Bible that we see from a traditional Christian standpoint, from just the traditional church, is multidimensional. And so we believe that this is one God who is capable. This is God, remember, the creator of all things in the universe, has multiple dimensions. So he can destroy, he can build up, he can love, and he can hate. He has multiple dimensions. He isn't just Jesus meek and mild. He's a God of justice, and he is a God of grace. So for us, when we see the different names of God like Elohim, Adonai, we don't really see a conflict like some other people do. Now I know that a lot of historians want to say these are different gods. And I'm pretty sure Gnostics think these are different gods. I'm not sure. And pagans, well, you believe in different gods. So, but to us, this is one God with different sides to him. He's the same God, but he's capable of all of the above.
Mm-hmm.
And welcome both, sir.
Yeah, but those sides to him are sort of referenced in Judaism as being 6 accompanying archons, and that is what the Elohim is. That's where the plural aspect of it comes from. The singularity aspect of it comes from the one true God, which is sort of the leader, if you will, of this company of beings, and then the other 6 are sort of the plural aspect.
I'm going to take Elohim and the plurality to mean like the one being of God, and then the 3 persons within it. Like, I think I can rationally hold to that interpretation of the word. Like if we were going to take no other look at the Bible and just say, okay, let's look at this. Like that seems which okay, I'm going to back up. Well, you can't look at just one verse. You need to look at the Bible as a whole and see what it teaches. But I guess what my point is saying, I'm confident in my rationality of taking the Elohim to not be in conflict with the nature of the Trinity. I don't think there's an issue there.
I agree, but obviously, we're not gonna slam dunk you, Commando. I understand that you're a Gnostic and you're pretty solid in that state, but I'm just.
I don't even like the term Gnostic anymore. It's just it's just a label, isn't it? Sort of, there's more to it than that, I suppose. But yeah,
I'm not gonna lie. My only really care, and I don't know, maybe this sounds bad. I think other Christians give me crap for this. I honestly really don't care that much, as long as you've got the essentials down. As long as you got the nature of salvation down, that's what I'm concerned about.
I am a seeker of truth. All right.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, so am I.
And if that truth leads me to Christianity, or if that truth leads me to a particular pagan religion, then so be it. But I'm going to seek the truth first and foremost. Okay, and I personally, this is me talking, I personally believe that there are nuggets of truth in pretty much everything out there if you're willing to dig to find them. And then you take those nuggets of truth, you put them on the table, and you discard the rest, okay, which eliminates dogma, which eliminates, as the Bible would say, doing things to be seen of men, because I hate that myself. And so you take your nuggets of truth, you put them all together, and you say, can I work with all these? And you rearrange everything and set everything up to where that you can incorporate it into your walk. And then you go on until you find something else. And hey, this here works. I'll use this. This doesn't work, so I'm going to throw that out.
I think I agree with the the nuggets of truth and everything, because I think there are some nuggets of truth in most of the ancient myths. But my approach, I don't think it should be take everything on the table and let's find a way to work this out. Whether I think we should put everything on the table and then address everything from an evidential standpoint. If we have 5 competing religious views, let's say Christianity Islam or some other pagans, like whatever, like conflicting views, like our question shouldn't be like, okay, how can we fit these like so they're all in like the puzzle or like whatever. Like we shouldn't try to make them all work together. We should say like which one of these has like support for its claims. And that's why like I don't like I'm in an instance it's very interesting. Like I don't think I adopt any pagan views, but like I'm sympathetic to a lot of like pagan ideas. Like I'm very similar to C.S. Lewis in that sense that I'm drawn towards certain ideas. Like I'm sympathetic to it in a sense, but like I don't think there's support for like the pagan mythologies like Horus or Thor. Like I don't like the whatever pagan mythology like you present, like over Krishna. Like I don't think there's any support to that historically. Where I do think there is support to Christianity historically, and like that's how I think the approach should be to be finding the truth. Because like let's say hypothetical situation, like let's say Christianity is true, like trying to put all these other false beliefs on the table and then trying to like mesh them together, like all you're going to be doing is deteriorating the truth. Like if Christianity is true, like trying to fit it together with all the false beliefs is just going to deteriorate the truth, not get you to it. And that's the case if any of the other beliefs are true. Like if whatever you believe about Horus, if that's true and Christianity is false, like trying to fit Christianity in with it and like get it all in the same picture, that's going to deteriorate the truth of that. So like trying to fit everything together, some of them are false, some of them are true, and trying to force them together is only going to deteriorate the truth, not sustain it.
Okay, so when the ancient Sumerians wrote the Epic of Gilgamesh, that deteriorates from the Noah flood, or that augments the Noah's flood?
I think it adds on. Like, I mean, I'm going to argue, like, my position is the Epic of Gilgamesh has much more mythological elements to it. Like, if you look at the flood of Noah, it's pretty basic. Like, dude got on a boat, he was there for 40 days, he got off. Like, okay, obviously that's an oversimplification. There's a whole dove thing. But for the most part, it was, like, very simple. And then you go to the Epic of Gilgamesh, and you see, and most societies have some myth or story about a flood. And so you go to the Epic of Gilgamesh, and you see, like, it's, I guess you would say, I don't know what the proper term is, mythologized or whatever. I don't know. That's don't quote me on that. But like it has all these like seemingly mythological elements like added onto it about all these conflicting gods and battles and stuff like that. Like just on the source of like which one is more likely to have been made or whatever. Like I'm gonna say it looks like Epic of Gilgamesh has been added on. Because like if you take a historical event, usually what happens, like if it's a simple historical event, like let's look at the resurrection of Jesus. Like in the beginning, resurrection of Jesus, like in the early Gospels and like book of Gospels and Epistles of Paul, God, I can't talk today. Like it's very simple. Like Jesus was like, he was dead, he got up, like he rolled away the stone, he walked out, and then you like look, like if you look forward in time, you have these like mytholizations of it where like Jesus was like 600 feet tall and he was standing and like all this like really like added on stuff. So like the Epic of Gilgamesh doesn't trouble me. Like that doesn't bother me.
It bothers most of the sort of fundamentalist Christians, though, doesn't it? Because
Yes,
like anything that isn't outside of the Bible, has to be from Satan and can't fucking compute with, anything that's in there. That's what pisses me off. Like I mean, open-minded people are the right people to sort of, ask about that sort of stuff.
But
Whereas if it's just,
wait till they have to use magic to push these entities back.
They won't. That's the point, Von. That's the point. They won't. They're all fucked when it comes to that.
That's gonna be on my shoulders? Holy fuck! I don't want to defend the entire fucking planet by myself. Fuck that. Fuck that. I'm not Doctor Strange yet. I'm getting there, but I ain't Doctor Strange yet. I mean, I'm willing to take on a few of these motherfuckers, but I'm gonna need some help, man. I can't do the whole damn planet by myself.
I was just going to point out that a lot of theologians, who I know a couple, but I mean a lot of them that I've read, even modern day theologians, they do look at the outside text.
Exactly, you're supposed to. Like anyone with an open mind.
Just as a cultural greference. Now, granted, they'll be probably hardcore, Christian dogma and stuff, but they will look at Babylonian law. They will look at stuff about Samaria, and a lot of it will give some cultural context. And I don't think that's necessarily bad. They just don't take it as inerrant truth.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it depends where you come from. Like,
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Commando. I walked on you. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I was almost finished anyway. I was just going to say, like, if you're sort of weighed down with the dogma of the sort of stuff you believe, then obviously you're not going to see it as truth, and you're just going to see it as something to back up what you already believe in. So.
Or even worse, you'll just dismiss it out of hand and throw it in the trash,
Exactly.
like the early Catholic Church did. The early Catholic Church saw a bunch of things that they didn't like, such as reincarnation, such as angels and demons and how they interact and operate, and they said, oh, you don't need to know that, and they tossed it in the trash.
Exactly.
Well,
I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's fair to me. I don't think that's fair to anyone in the room. We were denied critical, need-to-know information. And I believe that we should have been given the whole book, and then we make a determination, a moral, ethical, spiritual determination once we have all the information presented to us. But we were denied all of the information. The book of Malachi, if you read the book of Malachi, it intimates that the Bible is this humongous collection of volume of books, just massive collection of books. Okay, where are they? Why were we denied? Why were we not given that information? I want to be able to make an informed decision myself via the Holy Spirit, if you will, or via the spirits, if you will, and then make a determination on myself after reading the whole thing. But we weren't given the whole thing. We were given a small fraction. According to the book of Malachi, we were given a very small fraction of what's really out there. We were given 66 books. And if you read the book of Malachi, it intimates that there's probably thousands of books out there.
Well,
we weren't given to them. I was denied. I was cheated. You were cheated. Everybody in this room was cheated.
I'm skeptical of that claim for two reasons. And one, like, if there's a verse you think substantiates that for Malachi, I'm genuinely interested. Please post it in the chat. But in regard to like saying the Catholic Church like disregarded certain books of the Bible, like I'm really skeptical of that. Because like the modern day canon, it was like that was solidified pretty early on. Like it wasn't like a really late thing. And along with that, like the bibliographies we have today, like the Bible I have sitting next to me, like I know like based on textual analysis, like that is very, very similar to the early text. Like that is we take the text, we take the early text, we compare them all together, and like what I have sitting next to me, like that's a very accurate depiction of what the early church believes. And like if you're saying the Catholic Church like disregarded certain things, like are you saying like they threw away certain documents? Are you saying they changed the early text? Like anytime someone claims like the early the books of the Bible were altered, like I'm like, what do you mean? Like we have really early text. Are you saying like there's some mystical text that's not there that we should have? Like I'm genuinely like I don't understand this objection.
Yeah, I'm saying there's a whole shitload of books that were left out. And,
like,
here's what I believe. I believe that some of those books, not all, but some, might actually be stored away. We know there's people that have come forward, whistleblowers that have come forward, suggesting that the Vatican has a huge underground vault where a lot of that knowledge is stored, and you don't have access to it, neither do I. But they've got it stored away for whatever reason. And, only they would know why they've decided to withhold that information. For example, one of the things, well, let me give an example. One of the things that I've heard through my various studies and various readings is that what the Catholic Church did is whenever they come to any reference of reincarnation, they ripped it right out, threw it in the trash. They didn't want you to know that reincarnation was
At what point did they do that?
Well, like I said, I don't have all the answers.
Because like that doesn't seem right to me. Like let's say you did, like I don't know, like I need a time period, but like literally we have texts that go back like very early to like I don't know the exact, within like 100 or 200 years or something like that, less than 200 years, around 100 or something like that. I don't know. We have very early texts, and like we can examine those. And so like if you tell me like the Catholics ripped out stuff at like 600 like AD, I don't know, I just made up a number, I'm gonna be like, no, the canon was established long before that. Like the modern day canon that I have sitting next to me was established long before that. Like I'm really skeptical of that entire scenario because I don't think it's cohesive.
Well, and like I said, in my research, I found that the Catholics, when they canonized the Bible, they left out a considerable amount. Some even claim up to 3/4. I say it's even larger than that. If the book of Malachi is to be believed, it would be even larger than 3/4 were left out. But let's go with 3/4, since a lot of the research seems to indicate that. All right, I believe that, like I said, discussion about reincarnation, discussion about angels, discussion about demons, possibly even the missing 30 years of Christ, or 25.
That's a very interesting subject. I mean, sorry to interrupt, Von, but that's a very, very interesting. I mean, if you read into
Absolutely.
when he went to England and studied with the Druids, that's some
Yes.
interesting shit.
And
Which
when he went to the Far East and studied with Buddha,
exactly.
which is even more interesting.
Very skeptical.
There's a reason why he did that, though. There's a reason why he sort of visited these places and sort of came to understand the, sort of knowledge and religion and whatnot. There's a reason he had to do that, and that's what the crucifixion was about.
Right. Certainly,
But obviously that's another topic. But yeah, I get what you're saying.
Absolutely, and I would like to have that information made available to me so that I can critique it, I can learn from it, I can grow from it spiritually, maybe even morally and ethically. You never know. But I mean, we're missing 25 to 30 years of Jesus' life. Now, we know that when he was 5 years old, he was in the temple preaching, and people were awestruck by what he knew at a young age of 5. But he's in the temple preaching and teaching these wise men, these elders. He was teaching them about Scripture and teaching them about the knowledge of the supernatural and the knowledge of God and the knowledge of things. And they were marveling at what this 5-year-old boy knew. Okay, so what happened from the time he was preaching and teaching in the temple until the time he started his ministry at 30? Well, we'll never know because the Catholics ripped it out.
But this is not a valid argument. Like, this sounds almost like an argument from silence. Like, we don't have record of this time period, therefore a record of this time period exists, and the Catholics destroyed it. Like, that's a completely that's a completely unsupported claim. Like, just because we don't have...
I mean, the physical evidence to back that up is sort of, hard to pinpoint and fragmented. I'd agree with that. But on a higher level...
maybe there is, maybe someone out there recorded certain facts about, Jesus' the 30 years or whatever, but you can't conclude, oh, there's a gap of time here, therefore the Catholics ripped this out to deceive us because they didn't like what it said. That doesn't follow logically.
So, I'm interested into what part of Malachi you're referencing. What part, chapter?
That's what I'm trying to find it right now. I think it's in the latter part of Malachi. The latter part of Malachi seems to intimate that the Bible is just this humongous collection of books, thousands of books. Nadia, you had your hand up. Go ahead.
I'd briefly point out that ascribing it to Roman Catholicism or Roman Catholic Church has a little bit of trickiness to it because the Great Schism made it distinct from the Eastern Orthodox, etc. Churches. It wasn't until year 1053 or 54. So you want to ascribe it to a different source. Go ahead.
You don't even need books and scriptures to, sort of come to this realization, really. It's just sort of, anyone who's sort of, discerning and wants to really know how things work, you'll just come to understand this on a higher level. You don't need books written by other men to tell you this, And this is the whole thing to do with sort of ancestral thought forms and reincarnation and stuff like that. You don't need... yeah, it's helpful to have books to sort of get an idea of what happened in the past, but eventually, it's not,
I have a question for you, though. Okay, so a whole bunch of people in the whole world are trying to get to know things on a higher level, and obviously us Christians have to kind of reconcile with that. How do you reconcile with it? Do you think that you have a higher knowledge or an equal knowledge? Just curious.
Well, it depends what you mean by reconcile. I'm not great with words, and I'm quite tired.
Most of us Christians will profess that God is the only God. The God of the New Testament and Jesus, and Jesus said, "I and my Father are one." So when we stand and say God, we're trying to say that this whole God from the Old Testament through the New Testament is the same God who was and is and will ever be. So it sounds exclusive, but actually I think this particular God is pretty inclusive, particularly in the New Testament. However, I was curious to know how how do you ever think like a religion is wrong, or they just have a different set of truth? I'm not really sure how it works for you.
Yeah, they just focus on different aspects of the truth. I mean, that's it. I mean, that's why it's
Do
sort
you
of.
think people would be held accountable for that, or no?
What do you mean? I mean, what do you mean by that? I mean, you're
Well,
saying that as if to say there's going to be some sort of event in which people are going to be held accountable for.
Well, I mean, most Christians, most standard Christian dogma will say that there's going to be some sort of accountability. That
Right.
if you don't choose God, you're going to have to answer for Him, and if you don't follow His ways, um, we most of us Protestants focus on the fact, that Jesus has paid for our sins and that the debt has been paid and the law has been fulfilled. So we take peace in that. But my question is, I guess for a Gnostic or even a pagan, can someone be so wrong that they get in trouble? Is there a consequence, or there's not a consequence? I'm not trying to like say that there should be. I'm trying to get in your heads and figure out what you guys
Well,
think.
according to me, like if you don't, I mean, this is going to sound sort of whatever, but I mean, like if you don't sort of come to understand, what reality you're in by sort of, I don't know, analyzing your surroundings, looking at all religions, it's like Von said, taking nuggets of truth out of everything. I mean, if you don't do that, then you're not going to know. I mean, do you get what I mean by that? You're not exactly going to, get out of. I mean, because coming from my perspective, I believe or know that you're in some sort of trap, so you're not going to get out of that trap if you don't acquire said knowledge. So, but I mean, there's other aspects to it as well. There's the whole, I don't know where I'm going with that.
Were there a lot of Gnostics historically, or just a few?
What was that? Sorry if I'm on your mic. Sorry.
Were there historically? Is my mic messed up, by the way?
Yeah, your mic sort of.
Charlie Brown, right?
Your mic is overmodulating. You're either too close or it's turned up too high.
Okay, I gotta fix this. I'll be back.
It was all right then.
Teacher, womp 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 womp.
Okay.
Yeah, peanuts, man. Wow, 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 wow.
I was gonna ask.
Our classroom.
Was Gnosticism historically like the majority of?
It's not a thing. It's just a label that people have sort of put on it because it's sort of different to what most people subscribe to within this astrological reality. It's just a label. Like, I mean, if I was to describe myself properly with using sort of words, it'd probably something be like, I don't know, like transcendental solipsist. Like, I don't really like the term Gnosticism anymore because it's just like, oh, you're this, thus you believe that, and it's not about that. It's bigger than that.
I think the Tom Hanks movie kind of did a hack job on it. Like, people are thinking Illuminati and all sorts of weird stuff now, like, tied to it. It's
yeah,
weird.
basically. That's why it's not good to sort of have a label, because it's like, oh, you believe this, thus this, and it's just, no. So, yeah. I mean, fair enough if you want to keep it simple and refer to me as that, but, I mean, personally, it'd probably be something, like I said, like a transcendental solipsist, because it's just, I don't know.
Does it make you uncomfortable knowing that you would be in a minority religion?
It's not a religion.
Is it a philosophy?
It's a thing in its own right. So I suppose it is a philosophy in a sense, but it's a thing in its own right. It's like science is science, astrology is astrology, Gnosticism is Gnosticism, religion's religion.
Does it affect your life choices?
I'll keep it simple, yeah. I believe in life choices, really, but yeah.
Hey Vaughn, did you take a look at 316? I don't know if different translations will. I don't know what translation you were using, but it may be what you're talking about. I'm not sure.
What 316? What are you talking about? What 316? Malachi 316? Hang on, I'll check. All right, Malachi 3:16 says, This is New International Version, NIV. It says, Then those who feared the Lord talked with each other, and the Lord listened and heard. A scroll of remembrance was written in his presence concerning those who feared the Lord and honored his name. No, that's not what I'm referring to. Maybe it isn't Malachi. Maybe it's another Old Testament book. But there is a book of the Bible that seems to intimate that the Bible is comprised of just this humongous volume of books, thousands even. And it's just, it's just a huge, huge, huge collection of books. I thought it was Malachi, but, I've been sitting here trying my damnedest to find it. I cannot find it.
There's a reason they took all the books
It
out.
might not
Do you
Please?
do you remember the phrase, the catchphrase?
No,
Because a
not
lot
right
of times I can
offhand.
find a verse just by googling it, to be honest.
Yeah, I've tried my level best, and I just cannot seem to find it for the life of me. And but I know it's in there because I remember reading it, and it indicates or intimates that the Bible is just this humongous collection of books, thousands of books. And I thought it was Malachi, but maybe it ain't. Maybe it's something else. I don't know, but I've tried putting it in there. That was interesting. Large collection of books. I try that maybe. Bible is comprised of a large volume.
We have a hunt and pecker in the house.
Yeah, I henpeck, but I can do pretty good for myself. Even though I henpeck.
I type around like 125 words a minute. That means not around, rather. That's when I go as fast as I can, which is very, very fast.
Farhan, what was... I thought you were going to ask something, Farhan. Or...
Biblical
yeah,
books, not the only religious writings. Pesher and Targum are likely sources of other things called Scripture. To what does this refer again? Does it refer to Scripture?
Yeah, whatever it was, I can't remember which book it's in, but it seemed to indicate that the Bible was a massive collection of books, thousands even, just a huge collection. And I remember reading it in the Bible several times, but I can't remember what book. I thought it was the book of Malachi, but maybe it ain't. I'm having trouble trying to find it.
Well, you know about like Cedar Olam and all that stuff, right? The various cedar.
Well, the Gnostic Gospels would be part of that. The Gnostic Gospels would be part of it. The Book of Enoch would be part of it. There's a few other books that would be part of it.
There were such books, but there were many other Judaic writings, right? Midrash and Pesher and Targum and all that, right? I mean, what is Talmud? Right?
I mean, you guys are talking about what the Catholics took out, but I have to also add that there are some books that us Protestants don't have. We don't have Maccabees and Baruch. We don't have those.
It wasn't the Catholics, it was the original church. They were the original church. Like, the word Catholicism, is sort of, like a modern sort of word to describe what that, church turned into. It was the original church that did it. It wasn't the Catholic Church, it was the church.
Yeah. I know, and Gnostics were actually talked about as being heretical, I think, in one of Paul's.
There's a reason for that. But it's like I said, the word Gnostic itself doesn't really do what I am justice, so,
Yeah.
All the apostolic churches claim to be Catholic on the basis of their universality. In Greek, essentially means universality, right? The being open to all.
Kind of, sort of, but I mean, obviously we know that Catholicism kind of changed. So, like, once Constantine came into
Catholicism
action,
is the change.
It was kind of a big deal. Like, it kind of, yeah.
Well, Catholicism didn't exist at the time of Constantine. Roman Catholicism didn't schism from the Orthodox Church until 1053 or 1054, right? Until then, what was it? The Orthodox Church, right? Of
Well,
I don't know where. There,
we just
there's
usually
Orthodox
just call it the
Church.
early church, but I guess you could call them. We usually just call them the early church, but actually Syriac's really old, Antioch's really old. Those are really old churches too, and they're still around.
Yeah, the Assyrian Church of the East schismed, I think, before Constantine or whatever. But the Nestorians as well, and they're still floating around. I think China. What is it? There's another schism that's about that old tune. But even so, right? The the apostolic churches and such are, I think, one based around one of the Alexandrias. Here's another one. Well, I think it's floating around Istanbul, but I can't remember what city they named themselves after. And then the Eastern Orthodox affairs have various national splits. So claim apostolic derivation, but I mean, they're not entirely grounded in the city they're founding. I think most of the others are.
Anyway, it sounds like whatever Commando believes, it sounds really complicated. You can't really put him on the spot and be like, here, give us a 10-minute presentation. So
Yeah, exactly.
if you
Like,
wanted
thank you
to
for
make a
sort of
video or
clarifying that.
something,
Because
yeah.
like, thank you for clarifying that. Because like every time I get put on the spot by people like Rev, for example, it's very difficult to just sort of immediately provide a context as to what I believe. So thank you for at least acknowledging that. You know what I'm saying? Like if someone says, "Oh, what do you believe?" I can't just literally go, "Well, this is," it's
Well,
it's
most of
just
us Christians, I mean, if you've been in the church for a long time, or especially if you worked in the church like I did, like you get kind of drilled to answer the questions in a specific way
yeah,
over and
exactly.
over and over again. So it's a little easier for us to be put on the spot and kind of go, well, what do you believe? And most of us who are really old school church, we've been in there for a long time, or you call it brainwashing. I don't call it brainwashing. I just say that we've learned to be concise because we're supposed to be bearers of the good news, right? Christians are, we're supposed to give an answer for someone's question. Um, so for us, we want to probably have a concise answer. Though I think some people overcomplicate it.
All right, I was able to find a link to some of the books that were left out. They're called deuterocanonical books. And it says deuterocanonical books is a term used since the 16th century in the Catholic Church and Eastern Christianity to describe certain books and passages of the Christian Old Testament that are not part of the current Hebrew Bible. The term is used to contrast to the proto-canonical books, which are contained in the Hebrew Bible. This distinction had previously contributed to a debate in the early church about whether they should be classified as canonical text. The term is used as a matter of convenience by Ethiopian Orthodox Tewahedo Church and other churches to refer to books of their Old Testament which are not part of the Masoretic text. The Deuterocanonical books are considered canonical by Catholics, Eastern Orthodox, Oriental Orthodox, and the Church of the East, but are considered non-canonical by most Protestants.
Vaughn, you can get Maccabees and Judith and Tobit. You can read those.
Mm-hmm.
Those are available. I don't know about the Dragon. I mean, I don't have a Catholic Bible currently. It's been a while since I've looked at a Catholic Bible, but I recognize some of these.
Right. But my point is that, whether it be the Catholics that did it or the Protestants that did it, there was a lot of books that were left out of the Bible that I feel were denied to the people. I believe the people should have a right to read the whole book and then make a judgment based upon the whole book.
The Bible was never sort of for people, though. I mean, if you look through history, it was supposed to be for sort of, the elite and kings who were supposed to understand what. Yeah. So.
The elite people and leaders, both political and religious leaders.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah,
I mean,
it was.
that's why the Bible is what it is. That's why they removed all the books, because it's basically a commentary on the transition of an astrological age. So that's why it was given to the elite, so that they could sort of, fulfill all the prophecies as prophesied.
Right.
Like, stick to the plan and whatnot. But,
Yeah, stick to the plan. You said a mouthful there, because that's exactly what you're doing.
Exactly. So. Doesn't the Catholic Bible include First, Second Maccabees and all those other sort of apocryphal books?
I
I
know
thought it
it
was the
does.
Protestants that took them out in the
Yeah,
Reformation.
it's us that took it out, and I can't remember the reasoning, but I'm sure there's reasoning. But
Well, there you go. There's alarm bells already there, isn't there? But no one will question that. He's obviously a Protestant.
I mean, we can pick up a Bible and read it. I know that some of the early stories of Jesus are kind of questionable because Jesus sounds like somebody that might hurt or harm something just so that he can do it and raise it up just for funsies.
Are the Apocrypha, were they taken out, or were they put, or did the Catholics put them in? Like, what came first? Were they originally in, or were they?
I think they were. I mean, I'm not sure. Don't quote me on it, but I think they were originally in, and then due to the Reformation, it was considered apocrypha. I don't know. Like, you'll probably have. I don't know. But yeah, I've not really researched that, but it should be there. Basically, like that's what we can sort of gather. Like, it should be in there, but many different denominations consider them not canon. So.
Well, the removal of the Apocrypha happens when the King James Bible was written. All you hardcore King James Bible people. And there's probably some reasoning behind it, and I'm kind of trying to look into the reasoning.
It was King James, an elite sun worshipper. Of course, he's going to sort of mess with the text, but I never understood that. I don't understand why Christians sort of cling to the King James translation as though it's some sort of godsend. I mean, it's not. I mean, that's probably the version that's been fucked with the most.
Okay, so the Council of Trent in 1546, the Roman Catholic institution pronounced the following Apocrypha books sacred. So it wasn't until 1546 that they actually included these books. That's interesting. So all those books that you listed, all the ones that you listed are the ones. So they didn't include it until the 1500s. So the Roman Catholics, for some reason, didn't include it until then. That's interesting.
Right, and these books include First and Second Maccabees, the Book of Judith, Book of Tobias, and about 10 other books. Wow. So about, 15 books? 1, 2, 3, 4, 14 books. 14 books that were, that I as a, Christian didn't even have access to. Didn't even know exist.
Okay, so Maccabees was taken out, and one thing that is kind of interesting about Maccabees is that's where you're going to find the doctrine of purgatory. So when you ever wonder where the Catholic Church got the idea of purgatory, they're pulling it out of Maccabees.
Exactly.
Yeah, but didn't Jesus go into purgatory and get all those people out of there? I mean, that's what I read. That's what it sounded like to me. Jesus
went into purgatory because that was what. I mean, that goes into the sort of crucifixion again, but I mean, yeah, basically.
Abraham's bosom, whatever you want to call it. He went down in there and he got all them people. Said, "Okay, let's go. Let's get out of here."
Basically.
Ecclesiasticus, which is also in the Apocrypha, not Ecclesiastes, Ecclesiasticus, if I can say that right. Blah, blah.
Easy for you to say.
Right? Protestants are stuck on, for instance, there's a suggestion in Ecclesiasticus 3:30 that there's works involved for the atonement of sin.
This is what I'm saying. I don't understand why they attack, the Catholics when all the stuff they're getting is out of the sort of, original canon. Like, I just don't get that. It's like, oh, they're not Christians. It's just like, yeah, but they believe the same thing as you.
Oh, I'm not one of those people that say Catholics aren't
back
Christian. What I'm saying is, like, I mean, there were actual reasons. I mean, besides, and we know Henry VIII was a, just making an excuse basically to do whatever he wanted to. But I mean, beyond that, I mean, actual Lutherans, I mean, there was reasons why they wanted to get away from the Catholic Church, like the selling of indulgences and things like that. I mean, there's actual abuse of, religious power going on. But I mean, obviously,
But yeah, fair enough. You can sort of understand that. But in regards to sort of the spiritual, destination, if you will, it's the same thing. And I don't know why they sort of, try and make out as though it's not.
oh, people are dumb. Some of it is the idea. Okay, so Catholics tend to be more work-based, so they go, they lean on the James kind of, you gotta have
Well, I
something to
agree, but
show. And then we tend to be really grace heavy, and there's always been that kind of rift amongst other things. There's a lot of other reasons, but like,
well, they have the scripture to back up the work stuff, though, don't they? So, I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's
yeah,
like you
there's
said. It's
scripture to the back
I
up.
mean, what is it? Like, what
I mean,
Maccabees that backs that up? But yeah, sorry to interrupt. By the way,
Now, my read of this, where I'm at here now, it says the reasons why Luther sought to erase certain doctrines from the Bible is because he believed that certain apostolic traditions, such as the ancient traditions deciding which book should go into the Bible and which book should be left out, as well as the holy traditions teaching that salvation does not come by faith alone, actually came from false human traditions. Luther did this because he was aware that certain Catholic abuses of the faith had come from non-biblical traditions, so he sought to purify Christianity from those errors. However, Luther sometimes confused Catholic traditions with apostolic traditions, thanks to the system of Catholic education, which taught people to believe that Catholic traditions are the same as apostolic traditions. So the Apocrypha was a victim of the theological confusion prevalent in his time and place. Ironically, what the Catholics did to the faith is precisely what Martin Luther did by rejecting the Apocrypha and other scriptures. He decided to fuse his own traditions with apostolic traditions and declared them both to be apostolic traditions from the Holy Spirit. From then on, all the other Protestant reformers and churches, like Christians, accepted both the Catholics and Protestants, have innocently, though not always innocently, made up their own traditions and Bible interpretations, and then convinced their followers to believe that these were all apostolic traditions.
I mean, this sounds like a Catholic kind of version of it, but
It sounds like a lot of confusion was going on, is what it sounds like.
oh yeah, well, and the other thing too. I mean, like I said, I'm a Protestant. I can't get to this point where I think Mary's going to intercede for me, stuff like that. But I'll say like, the I don't know. It's tough because when I look at the Vatican, I kind of see a corruption. But when I look at Protestant Christianity and I see someone like Joel Osteen, I see corruption. So I mean, you have to, be careful, who's leading you through this. And while I am a Christian through and through, I do read about church history. And
Joel Osteen.
Was that?
I thought you were done. What do you not like about Joel Osteen?
Like, like for instance, okay, St. Augustine, most Protestants that I'm talking to that are actually, like Roy was walking through people through the, in the beginning God, and then he was talking about original sin doctrine. Original sin doctrine can be traced back to St. Augustine. A lot of your average Protestants don't know that. And hello, Catholic, like we share a lot of the same roots, and a lot of the same fundamentals. And so I've never been somebody to say that just because you're a Catholic, you're not Christian. But I'd say not everything that the Catholic does is God endorsed. I'm sorry, not the average Catholic. I'm talking about the Pope and the Vatican. But I think that about everybody. I honestly don't worship Franklin Graham either, like some Protestants do. I'm sorry, I don't take him completely at his word. He is just a man. Which, by the way, if you touch the Graham family with most Protestants, it's like sacrilege. It's like bashing the Pope to a Catholic.
I wasn't even aware that people took religion that seriously in America, to be honest. I mean, obviously they do, but like over here, it's dead. There is no religion.
Hey, Commando.
Yo,
They
They should.
do, but some of them are really strange about it.
no,
Like,
they don't. Like, I mean, I live here. Like, there's no one that adheres to any sort of religion and takes it seriously. Like, even Anglican churches are they're empty. No one cares. It's just, you know, there's no religious sort of spiritual atmosphere at all. It's
What
dead.
about masjids? What about masjids?
Well, what about
Am I taken really seriously in the UK?
your mic sort of like echoing a bit again, phone?
What about Muslims? Don't they take it really seriously in the UK? Religion?
Oh, Muslims, did you say?
Yeah.
All right, well, yeah, you've obviously got Muslims who do, but I'm talking about sort of, like in regards to Christianity and stuff like that. Like, no one really takes it seriously. Right?
Muslims haven't been watered down enough yet in the secular society.
But yeah, like in regards to sort of the, Anglicanism and Church of England, and like, no, it's just dead. There's no.
I mean, that's fine that people that were in your state stand up, take it seriously. But do they take it seriously to the point where they are sort of like a Javert from Les Miserables, the cop that just is constantly looking at the sinner, and focused on other people instead of himself, and is completely bound by the law, like it has never been fulfilled. That to me is a problem in U.S. Christianity. And the other swinging pendulum is I can do whatever I want. Grace is cheap. So there's these two extremes depending on where you go in America. It's very strange.
It's funny you say that because I was reading the Bible today, like I said, and I actually got that impression that again, from what minimal I've read, there seems to be an emphasis on works to some degree, and also it seems to be focused on yourself and not focused on other people. And this is like very cursory reading. I'm not like an expert by any means, but it pretty much said that like focus on yourself. How can you, if like, what was it like it was talking about like if you have a log in your eye, how can you take a thorn out of someone else's eye? I need to find the exact chapter.
Exactly. So when someone called me a heretic on one of these boards recently, because it was probably right after I gave a spiel about how I felt like we shouldn't make our religious laws, and I mean, there's basic laws I think we could mostly agree on about theft and things like that, but when it's specifically a religious law, like for instance gay marriage or something like that, the reason why I take a different stance when I put my hat on and go, well, what would it be like to be a secular person? Or what would it be like to be a Muslim? What if I make a law that's different than the Muslim law, as a Christian, and I make it a law in the United States? I try to make it, I mean, we are a melting pot, right? So when I look at laws and standards, it's not that I want to take a razor blade and cut it out, because I believe the Holy Spirit convicts us of things. It's that the Holy Spirit convicts me of things. The Holy Spirit doesn't convict me of Vaughn's things. I'm not supposed to be like, Vaughn, this is what you're doing wrong. First of all, you're smoking, and your body's a temple. And I'll go through my list. No. I feel like God and him have a relationship, and, the gospel is center, and Jesus Christ is center for me. I know that a Muslim would disagree, but
Actually, I have to correct you. I'm not smoking. I'm vaping. But go ahead.
We probably wouldn't disagree.
no, I'm just using that as a random example of like how you might get somebody that will just thunk you on the head with the Bible.
Well, one of the things that I hear quite often is where they'll take Paul's letter to the Romans, where he describes to the Romans that they need to continue that the men in Rome should continue having short hair. And some Christian fundamentalists will take that and they'll carpet bomb everybody and say all Christians have to have short hair, or all men have to have short hair. But that's not what Paul was saying. Paul's book was very specific. It was targeted to the Romans. And it was admonishing the Roman men to continue wearing short hair because that was the law of the land, and it was, it was a way to differentiate the men from the women. And, that was something that was, significant to Rome, and that's why he brought it up. But people will take that, and they'll run with it, and they'll say that all men have to have short hair because, by God, Paul said in the New Testament that men had short hair. And that's one that's one of the examples I hear the most of. There's a few others out there, but that's one that really stuck in my mind quite a bit. Is that we all got to have short hair because by God, Paul said it in the New Testament, and he wasn't even speaking to us. Now if somebody goes digging around in the Dead Sea, and they find a scroll that says "Letter to the Americas," okay. Then my ears will perk up, and then I'll say, okay, that letter's written to me because I live in the Americas. Okay, what do you got to say? Then I'll look at it. But as far as I know, no such book by Paul exists. There is no letter to the Americas. Okay. Now, if that ever turns up, then I'll give heed to what he has to say. But as far as I know, no such book exists.
Our religious law. First off, is my mic really loud or is it messed up?
That's fine though.
Okay. Our religious laws is pretty much like there's something called urf, which is like customs of the time, the norms of the time, and so there is like religious law, like at some degree there's a boundary, but for the most part things that are considered acceptable in that culture pretty much go with obviously some limits. So men, for example, are not supposed to dress like women and vice versa. But if you go to parts of West Africa, women wear very drab colored clothing, like brown, black, whatever, and men will wear bright colored clothing. And that's not considered dressing like the opposite gender because it's to their relative to their culture. And obviously the rest of the world is pretty different, where women wear very bright clothing and men wear very dull clothing, or relatively. And so our law is such that there is a degree of acceptance, but at the same time it says don't dress like women, for example. It's called urf, which is customs or norms or that which is known literally.
Anyway, I'm not freaked out by the Catholic stuff, but I know a lot of Protestants are, and I think sometimes they don't realize what they're hating, or even do they know Luther? Martin Luther was not really a great guy. He did some great things. I think the 99 Thesis is worth reading, and his reasons for leaving the Catholic Church are definitely good reasons. But Martin Luther was anti-Semitic, and you can blame some of the killing of the Jews in Europe on him. So he was not a perfect man. He had problems, and so I think all throughout history and all throughout the Bible, we see people who are not perfect men. And so I always want to say, the focus should be, for those of us that are Christ following, on Christ and God, because even looking in our own Bible, David's not a great guy. King David's got some problems. People mess up. Moses murdered somebody. There's some serious issues with people. People mess up.
Well, now wait a minute. Didn't Moses murder that Egyptian because the Egyptian was going to kill his friend? I believe that's the case.
A random slave. It was probably right after Moses realized who he was, and out of emotion, and suddenly because he could relate to those people, he killed. But either way, did that make it right?
Well, yeah, he saved that man's life, though. I mean, come on.
He did, but the guy that was beating him was just doing his job. That's what he was supposed to do.
Well, the Nazis tried that, and it didn't get very far with them either. So
yeah, I know. But Moses, Moses was technically an oppressor before too. So
Moses was Akhenaten. Moses was Akhenaten.
I don't think I'd agree with that, but we're gonna agree to disagree.
You think Moses was Akhenaten, really?
Yep. The chronology's there.
What is Akhenaten?
Egyptian pharaoh.
Egyptian pharaoh. Stereo.
Can you type that into the chat?
Yeah, one sec.
Are we talking about the same Akhenaten that looks like Obama? That Akhenaten?
Think about it. The
I'm
only
not an
pharaoh.
expert on Egyptian archaeology, so I couldn't say, but I'm always a little suspicious when someone's like, da-na-na, and this.
Yeah, but now wait a minute. Didn't the pharaoh wait a minute? Didn't the pharaoh at the time say that Moses would be stricken from every tablet, every scroll, every pillar, every monument, that his name would be stricken from everything in Egypt, if I recall correctly. So if he was Akhenaten, well, we know who Akhenaten is, and there's documentation about Akhenaten. So that's the part that I would kind of be a little confused on.
It's funny. There's a verse in the Quran that says that the body of Pharaoh will be preserved, and a lot of Muslims say that the body. I think it was Ramses say that his body was preserved, and we have it. And they say this was the. I have to find it, but this was the body that. But this was the Pharaoh that, fought with Moses. Let me find his picture. But yeah, they basically said his body was discovered and whatever.
For me, violence doesn't do much for me. It kind of makes me repelled from people, so.
Well, like I said, if you're using violence to save someone's life, then in my humble opinion, you're justified.
So ISIS could be saving our lives, guys.
No. ISIS is out there killing innocent women and children. There's no way that's lawful. Oh, we lost our glorious leader.
We finally went too far.
So, let me ask a question to the Christians in the room. Actually. Let me find the verse first.
Welcome back. Your dreams were your ticket out. Welcome back to that same old place that you laughed about. Well, if you're not hearing us, Nadia, then yeah, you obviously have a problem.
That's no good. Did Farhan? What question was he asking?
I'm trying to find it.
He's trying to find something. Yeah.
Yeah. It basically there was a verse in Matthew that I was reading today or yesterday, one of the two. The days kind of rung together to me because I was pretty unwell, and I have to find it, but it basically says works, like it draws to attention works, and I want to find out where it is. Sorry.
25:35.
Is that what it is?
Possibly.
It's in James. There's a works verse in James. I mean, I understand what it's saying. It's saying if you say that you have all the faith, and you don't have works to show it, well, hello, faith needs to have some sort of action. There's got to be fruit. The fruits of the Spirit are love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, gentleness, and self-control. Against all things there is no law. That stuff is it's a sign of spiritual growth, right? And if you don't have the fruits of the Spirit, you should be concerned. And you know, you can say I love people all you want, and your intentions could be good. Mac was talking a lot about intentions, and I want to say the Protestant church, we love intentions, but intentions are kind of meaningless if the consequences are bad, you know, or you don't have any good consequences from your intentions. Like those things matter. So I'm a little bit of a consequentialist in the sense that we need to have some sort of action backing up the words of our mouth. So maybe that's the Catholic background in my family where I'm a little open to that. But I do believe that the law has been fulfilled through Jesus.
What does that mean? The law's been fulfilled.
Like we on our own cannot earn our way to heaven. This is something that Christ has paid for us. We on our own accord cannot do it ourselves.
Okay, I guess I get that part, but like when people say the law is fulfilled, I think that means like you're doing it all.
He does do it all, but we are required to bear fruit. We're supposed to have a transformed mind. There's this concept in most theology in Protestants and Catholicism where there's sanctification, and it's sort of a process and a journey.
Searching for this. I think I might have found it, but I want to make sure.
Was the verse you were talking about, did it specifically say the word works, or was it just kind of like the resounding theme of that particular verse?
It specifically said works. I think I found it, but let me just double check. Sorry, give me just 1 second. I'm doing like a manual search.
It's, well, for one, the biggie one that a lot of Catholics will show is faith without works is dead. It's in James.
Here we go.
Chapter 2.
Oh, sorry. I'll read that as well.
And if you don't like that version, it just happened to come up with the ESV. You can pick any version.
A little bit of human sacrifice, perchance? I mean, what are we talking about here? Clarify, man.
I'm not certain there's any virgins in this room.
Well, not me. Not me, anyway.
Okay, here it is. So it says, oh my god, did I just lose it again? Hold on. Okay, it says, you are the salt of the earth, but salt has lost its taste. How shall its salted be restored? It is no longer good for anything except to be thrown out and trodden under the feet of men. You are the light of the world. A city set on a hill cannot hide, nor do men light a lamp and put it under a bushel, but on a stand, and it gives light to all the house. Let your light so shine before men that they see your good works and give glory to your Father who is in heaven. Maybe that's not the verse I was talking about. But, yeah, I mean, I guess that does mention works.
Well, what is your bone of contention?
I don't know if that was the verse, but basically, like, it seems to be that like works isn't important, it doesn't matter, just based on that alone, and it's a very trivial view of the Bible. But
well, here's the way I understand it, and this is from Christian as well as pagan. You have faith for a thing, all right? You get faith for a thing, an action or deed or an object or whatever it may be. You have faith, all right? Then when you have the faith for it, then as a result of your faith, things will manifest into the physical that people will see. For example, if you have the love of God within you, people will see your countenance and see that you're changed, that you don't act the way you used to act. You're a nicer person, for example. You do good to others, whereas you might have done good to others before. You have a changed countenance, you have a changed heart, you have a changed mind, you know, and people will see that. And it's not works in the sense of you're doing a thing to be seen of men, because Jesus clearly said that was wrong. But it's a result. The works, quote unquote, are a result of your faith and of the grace of God and of your continued devotion to God. You follow me?
Okay, I can see that. Yeah, I can
Yeah.
certainly see that.
Okay, can I share with what I think you were meaning to say, but you couldn't find it?
I wasn't in James, it was in Matthew. But I read the verse you gave me.
It's a whole chapter.
Oh, well, I actually only read a couple of it then.
Yeah.
By all means.
Well, it says, what good is it? Hang on.
Oh, I need to go lay down or something.
What good is it, my brothers and sisters, if someone claims to have faith but has no deeds? Can such faith save them? Suppose a brother or sister is without clothes and needs daily food. Remember when I said practical love? This is what I'm talking about. Suppose a brother or sister is without clothes and needs daily food. If one says to them, go in peace, be warm and well fed, but does nothing about their physical needs, what good is it? In the same way, faith by itself, if not accompanied by action, is dead. But someone will say, you have faith, I have deeds. Show me your faith without deeds, and I will show you my faith by my deeds. You believe that there is a God? Good. Even the demons believe that and shudder. You foolish person. Sorry, I have a cough still. Do you want evidence that faith without deeds is useless? Was not our father Abraham considered righteous for what he had offered his son Isaac on the altar? You see that faith and his actions were working together, and his faith was made complete by what he did. And the scripture was fulfilled that says, Abraham believed God and was credited to him as righteousness. And he was called God's friend. You see that a person is considered righteous by what they do and not by faith alone. In the same way, was not even Rahab the prostitute considered righteous for what she had for what she did when she gave lodging to the spies, which is Joshua and Caleb, which is actually Rahab, by the way. That's the lineage of Christ's prostitute I was talking about. When they gave lodging to the spies and sent them off to a different direction. Sorry, Scott just came by about something. Consider righteousness for what she did by giving lodging to the spies that sent off in the direction. As the body with the spirit is dead, so is faith without deeds is dead. So, put your money where your mouth is. You know what I mean? Like it is in the Bible.
No, I get it. I get that part. Yeah. So in other words, like you can't, like I guess I get an extreme view, and that makes absolute sense to me. I guess I get an extreme view from a lot of, like Protestant Christians, like American Protestant Christians, where they have this extreme view of like, no, literally, if you drank alcohol and you did, well, I guess you guys don't consider alcohol bad, but if you did like whatever the hell you wanted to do, it doesn't matter as long as you believe in Jesus. That's it, and you're good to go. It's almost like you can do whatever you wanted. You can kill, murder, rape, steal, pillage, whatever, but as long as you believe in Jesus, and that seems to be a little bit problematic to me. Well, but based on what little I've read,
that's not my interpretation of the scripture.
It's not. But I recognize that. I'm just saying that's what I come across sometimes.
Yeah, well, Jesus said, "My people perish for what? A lack of knowledge." Okay, you get people that have a little bit of the Bible and a little bit of knowledge of the various religious books that are out there, be they Christian, Jew, Muslim, pagan, whatever. And they take that little bit of knowledge and they run with it and they stumble and they fall. There's a passage that says the blind leadeth the blind, It takes a lot of study, it takes a lot of perseverance to be able to acknowledge the spiritual realm and what it all entails. And nobody has all the answers. Nobody. Sorry, no one does. We are on a learning experience. This life we are on is a learning experience. I'm going to be 52 this October, and I'm still learning things about the spirit realm that I was not aware of. Okay? It's a growth. It's a learning experience. It's a walk. It's a lifestyle of of how you are and how dedicated you are, and whether you're sincere in seeking the truth. If you're sincere in seeking the truth, nothing will be able to hold you back. Nothing. Including religious dogma.
And I want to say the counter that a lot of us Protestants use is Ephesians 2:8, which says for it's by grace you are saved, which grace is getting a gift that you don't deserve, right? And mercy is not getting what you do deserve. That's the difference. It is grace that you've been saved through faith and not from yourselves, but a gift from God. So we can't kind of, if you think of a scale and you go, well, I'm going to put all my good works in the scale and I'm going to outweigh it, I'm going to be a really good person. That's not how it works. At least in most Christian dogma, that's not how it works.
Same with Islam.
Yeah.
There was a story where there was a man who came. He's considered a Beni Israeli man, I think, and he comes to on the Day of Judgment, and he says he has done all this awesome things his entire life, and he says, "Do you want to go to heaven by your works or by your faith?" And he says, "Well, look at my works; it's amazing, so I'll go to heaven by that." And so God takes the blessing of just his eyesight and puts it on a scale, and puts his other actions on the other side of the scale. And on the Day of Judgment, your actions will take a physical form. And his eyesight just so much that it basically makes all of his good actions just go away. In other words, he didn't pay back what he was given from God. And so he's about to go to hell, and he's like, no, I'll buy my faith. And he says, okay, fine. And he goes to heaven. But yeah, it's similar. In that sense, it's similar. I think this comes up a lot, and I kind of see it as a semantics game. But for us, it's both faith and actions. And I think for Christians, it's faith that leads to actions, at least from what you're telling me. I think for Jews, it's exclusively action, though. It's they're the only people I've seen who have really focused on actions. Am I mistaken?
No.
They're really focused on action. That's even to the point where it doesn't really matter what you believe. It just matters that you're a good person. I hate it when the room gets silent.
Most Jews, even Orthodox Jews, actually hold that not just Jews, but even Gentiles can be saved if they have enough good deeds, if they're righteous enough. So that's the widely held thought.
Yeah.
That would be under the first covenant, and that would be really hard to do.
Yeah, but if our righteousness is as filthy rags, then that ain't going to help us a whole lot now, is it? So obviously there's more to it than that. You know, the book of Revelation says, those who persevere and keep on persevering, those are the ones that make it. The ones that say, okay, I've learned what I need to learn, I'm going to stop now, and I'm just going to go do my own thing. Those people are not going to make it.
Vaughn, you sound like a Calvinist.
Not according to the book of Revelations, they aren't. Hey, I'm just quoting what the book of Revelation says. I don't know. I don't consider myself a Calvinist. But.
It's just the last thing in TULIP is perseverance. I'm kidding.
Yeah. Well, that's what Revelation says. It says the person that perseveres and keeps on persevering. You know. And in fact, I think Jesus was even challenged by the disciples. You know, how many times should we forgive our brother? 7 times, 77 times, 777 times. And Jesus' reply was, you just keep on forgiving. You just keep on forgiving. You don't stop. You just keep doing it over and over and over and over and over again. However long it takes. However long it takes to bring that person to the knowledge of truth. You just keep right on going.
Can I say something about ISIS really quickly? Can you guys see my screen? This picture?
You're over-modulating again.
Oh God, I don't know what the heck is wrong with this, but can you guys see my screen?
Yes, I see your screen.
Okay, there's a guy picture. It looks like a very conservative Muslim guy. Long beard, the whole deal, wearing a hat. Would you guys think he looks like a very religious person?
I have no idea.
Just outwardly. I'm sure he does, right?
You have so much riffraff going on. I don't know what you asked.
Oh my God, I hate this mic. Okay.
Just back up a little bit, maybe.
Okay. Well, that's the thing. I was adjusting my audio settings, and I think that's might have messed it up. I was saying, does this guy in my picture, does he look like a religious person, just outwardly?
I don't
Which
know.
one? The one holding the microphone?
Either one, but yeah, the one holding the microphone, yes.
I mean,
Does he look religious?
Yeah, just outwardly.
his head attire makes me think maybe, but that's about it. Maybe the beard because it's traditional.
Okay, yeah, that's true. But I was gonna say, just outwardly, he does have that look to him. Just, I mean, I don't know his inner soul, but outwardly, he was killed by ISIS. That's not funny, but he was beheaded by ISIS because
Well, I think something to remember is that ISIS is killing Shiites, right?
they killed everyone.
Yeah, they're not just killing Christians.
Christians are the vast minority. They're very, very few Christians they've killed compared to all the other peoples. And that's a good thing, of course.
Yeah, their main victims are Muslims, but that's mainly because most of the people over there are Muslim.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah.
Yeah, my mic is messed up.
On a happier note, a black hole 12 billion times more massive than our sun has been detected by NASA. Isn't that wonderful?
That's old news. They say that challenges the origins of the universe because how can a black hole that large have formed?
Well, I'm reminiscent of Ross Perot's comment where he said that giant sucking sound. Well, we might get to experience it firsthand. You're probably not familiar with Ross Perot, but
I am, of course I am.
oh, you are? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, I was a kid, but yeah.
Yeah, all right.
Hey Scott, do you follow Bassem Musli on Twitter?
What's the name again? You're gonna hate who I follow that's Muslim on Twitter.
Why would I hate that?
Ressa Aslan, because he's so political. And then the
Yeah, I know.
counter. The counter's pretty bad. He's not Muslim. He's secular.
Who's that?
Some people think he's like a genius or something, like politically and like.
Who?
I think
Ressa?
Yeah, I think that he's just like somewhat informed. Like he's more informed than the average Joe. Like I seen him burn a few commentators on Fox News and like.
He destroys Fox.
But either way, I mean, it's not like he never really said anything that like I didn't know, and I'm not even like super educated in it, so it's like.
He does some sleight of hand where he'll go, look at Turkey and how advanced they are, and then you kind of look at some of the things that happen in Turkey, and you're like, if they're advanced, I'm sorry, it's still kind of sketch.
He's kind of highlighting why like certain Muslim countries are. It's not the religion; it's more the country.
Yeah.
He was making there's that famous dialogue. He has that whole thing where like you can't say that it's a religious thing. It's clearly a cultural thing, and he was saying like, oh, like female genital mutilation is an African problem. I think that was what he was talking about.
I think that to some degree that's true, but to some degree it is a religious thing. I'm not like trying to like focus a lot of what?
No, I don't take it anything in a bad way.
Well, I'm not trying to focus a lot of blame, but I would just put it like. Think about. Islam hasn't been around as long as Christianity, and if you'd rewound Christianity back, we weren't as refined as we are now, or moderate as we are now, you know. And I think all religions kind of go through these phases, and I think Islam is like hasn't come to that point yet, where it's like largely been moderated, like where Christianity has. And I think that.
It's like, I keep on interrupting people, and I'm sorry, it's really rude of me. Continue, finish your statement. I don't know why I did that.
Yeah, I just think it's like Christianity had its, past where it was, somewhat less peaceful than it is now. Not like we're like bloodthirsty animals, but there are different interpretations of certain scriptures, and people are willing to do certain things that I don't think now would be such widely accepted. And I think that Islam's going to come to that place eventually. It just, it hasn't fully gotten there yet. So like some of it is the religion, but it's not. I don't think it's anything that's unique to Islam.
But wouldn't you say that that's like a bad thing though? Like if your religion is evolving, the way that it was originally is the way that it should be. And you can say that like it's headed in a certain trajectory. Like most Muslims would say that there's verse in the Quran that address slavery, but slavery was not something that was like ever actually that Muslims wanted. It was something that was a reality of the time, and it was even used in some cases, but it was not like, but it was clearly like the laws are like very much like, oh, if you do this wrong, free a slave, do this, free a slave. So in a sense, it was getting rid of slavery, but at the same time, I can recognize that. But what I have trouble with is if someone says like some practice was like there are certain things like for example, like in the Bible, or even in the Islamic tradition, like wives are supposed to submit to their husbands. If they say something, like there's that general aspect of obedience. And if someone were to say like this is no longer part of the Christian message because we've moderated and we've become enlightened, I would interpret that as like we've moderated and we've become more Western, or maybe like modern 21st century secular thought. I don't know how to phrase it, or whatever it be, humanism, I guess, or.
I think that within the scriptures, there's certain verses that if you take them out of context, that they could be used in a way that I don't think was historically accurate to the very earliest people of that religion. So I think that religion over time has kind of been distorted, and I think the moderation might even be trying to get back to that more roots of a movement where it was more. Cause I think most when you look at the earliest, I think when you look at the earliest like starters of religion would be Jesus and his disciples, or maybe even Muhammad and his followers. I mean, you got to give it Muhammad a little bit different of a look because there was a lot more. There was a lot more battles and wars going on. Within that historical context, so you can't really look at it that way. But I wouldn't think that they're like bloodthirsty killers or anything like that. I think the earliest followers are probably going to be the more peaceful or the more truer to the religion.
I'll be right back. I'm going to restart my audio. I'm not sure exactly what's wrong with it, but I got it. 1 second.
Yeah, I can't shut that stuff down.
Well, now that we had Bible study all afternoon, goodness sakes.
Fingers crossed, like Shima says. All these religions will keep moderating. It's not fast enough to save me.
Hey Nadia, how do you reinstall something with apt-get?
apt-get -f install -- reinstall.
See, but I don't want to. If I uninstall something, I'm trying to reinstall Pulse Audio. I think I might have screwed it up. If I reinstall it, it's going to uninstall like a bazillion of the programs, and I don't want to do that. Is there a way I can just?
It doesn't break dependencies, so all the stuff stays there. And welcome back, Rob.
Say that again. Is there a way to uninstall everything quick, like without just one package? Is that not doable?
Yeah, I said what it was. I said apt-get -f install -- reinstall.
Can you type that up, please?
Well, Nadia, I have to say in your chat, most of the time we're not killing each other. Most of the time. And the only time where I've been seeing a lot of, like, batter up is either atheists versus, like, a couple of theists, or it's all the theists together, apparently. We like to fight. But or Gnostic versus theist. But overall, when we're all kind of mixed up, it's a little calmer, I've noticed.
Yeah, maybe. I think there is more progress when it's calmer. I think
Agreed.
everybody doubles down and battles
You
down.
probably get more viewers when people are all amped up.
That's true. I want to say to you, Deidre, good preaching of the word. Well, not preaching, but explaining the word.
Don't be so
Yeah.
sure. For as calm a session as you're having, you're you got a good clip of viewers right now.
I just try to explain what we're believing as well as I can. And like I said, decisions on God, and your relationship with God is going to be between you and your personal relationship and God. I disagree with Rand. I'm not going to thunk you on the head and drag you to Christ. I don't think it works that way. My ego's not that big. Sorry.
Yeah, you guys broke 40 viewers. Just, national discussion. What do you think of that?
I thought. And I was smiling.
Yeah, I don't think you gotta shy away. I don't think you have to turn it into a professional wrestling match or whatever the silly shouting things are.
Well.
I'm sure he means well, and I think maybe some of it's for show, but I know for me, I kind of find it repellent, but
Rand is a good man. He's gone through a lot of shit in his life, and he's got a good message. But it's gruff, it's rough, but he's talking about Christ.
in my experience in ministry, I feel like those kind of fellows do really well, and this is going to sound weird, but they do very well with gangsters, prison ministry. I know this is kind of strange. It's true, though. Gangsters, prison ministry, and rebellious, like, teenagers that are, like, in really hard circumstances. Sometimes that rough, gruff guy, they dig on it. It's not just that they're scared of him or anything like that. They're like, this is a tough guy. He's speaking my language. So I have to admit that, but it's not my language.
I hear you. Same here, Deidre.
Oh, I was left thinking, what on earth is my language?
One thing about Rand that I don't think a lot of people realize is he watches a lot of these hangouts. Like, he watches a ton of his stuff.
And that's fine. I think that was fair. I don't think it was unfair. You can knock me in the teeth if he has a problem with it, but I think I was being fair, which is like his style is not my style, but it might fit somebody else's needs. Does that make sense? I find it repellent, but it might fit somebody else.
Yeah, it's just like Christian Hillbilly. He comes on here and he says a lot of stuff that's unpopular, but somebody might hear it and,
Well, and without another side to talk to, why are you talking?
True.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's... There are other cases where I can see a definite unproductivity. How it's gotten oppositional.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, some of the political side and such. But at the same time, if it were just an echo chamber, what good would it be? Everybody's on the same page anyway. Like, mother number discussion.
How does my audio sound now?
It's a little bit clipped, but not too bad.
It shouldn't be at all. I reinstalled Pulse Audio.
Yeah, well, it's still pretty good compared to a lot of the other times, so I'd stick with it.
It's definitely my audio settings for sure. I've been mucking with them lately, and I should have created a backup, but I don't know how to do that anymore.
I'm not sure what kind of audio settings you could be having trouble with here. I think
I don't know either.
well, myself and Pulse Audio is just the volume.
You know,
Honestly, I don't.
Plutarch said, I don't need a friend who changes when I change, who nods when I nod. My shadow does that much better.
Oh, excellent.
Splat. Good one, Nadia.
It was a roach, fortunately. Bed bugs are also vulnerable.
Well, you'll be out here soon. It's all good.
Yeah, for all the things the state has to offer, well, come only at a price. Without the Silicon Valley bits, yeah, the entire state's not worth a thing to me. New York would at least be home. Ann Arbor, be a good launch pad.
Sounds good.
Do you know if there is going to be heating in the camper?
Well, given the time of year I'm at, I'm not too worried, but there is propane. So when it comes to it, heating can be arranged.
Well, right now, the time of year, I mean, you might still find it kind of cold. Especially if you're used to California.
Well, it's the Bay Area, right? So
Well, that's true. I forgot about that.
it's like 56 degrees right now.
Okay, yeah. And I think the snow is melted now. They had crazy snow this winter. Michigan was insanely frozen over.
They do get lake effect, yes.
Oh,
She'll
never
get
mind. They had an
by
Easter.
with a little help from her friends. She'll get by with a little help from her friends.
Get high with a little help from our friends? Just kidding.
Yeah, things do look to be on track for at least landing in Ann Arbor and setting up camp. Question after that is getting the income stream.
Okay, it
You have
looks
a
like
bright future, Nadia. Sorry, Deidre. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, there's some tricks to stay warm. Obviously, you know how to layer and stuff like that, but something to keep in mind if you got propane, so hopefully there's a heater. But another thing to do is you can actually boil. This is kind of weird, but you can boil water. And I don't know if you have a Nalgene bottle. You know, they sell those like in outdoor stores or even Walmart. You can boil water, put it in a Nalgene bottle, and you tighten it and make sure you turn it upside down so it's not leaking. And it's like a hot water bottle. I mean, it's really good. There's all sorts of weird tricks you can do to keep warm if need be.
Yeah, I'm not used to the ones where I guess it involve shelters. Well, maybe I guess the ones using your car. I'm not going to be driving again anytime soon. I have too many other large investments to make to divert it into one of those. Is that Darth Vader? There's kind of heavy breathing.
That was Matt.
Yeah, probably actually vaping.
Whoops. Yeah, it's not Darth Vader. It's zombies, World at War zombies to be exact.
Well, that's probably not what the various people posting about that mean by zombie day. Yeah, I can't really get into that too much anyway. Kind of like, yeah, I'm not into spraying graffiti. How'd you spray one on a cathedral? Yeah, moderating, civilizing, and so on influence. I think we already see it happening as somewhat. It's just not total. And just like you point out with Turkey here. Yeah.
Welcome, Christian anarchist.
Oh, good to have you on, Christian anarchist.
Welcome back.
I mean, and to be fair a little bit, you can also see some. Oh, he may not hear us. Yeah, there are various Christian countries where some uncivilized things are happening. No one else is talking. Just very instant.
Yeah, yeah. Can you hear me? Yeah. Someone refute that and go, no, your mom. There.
All right. So, well, ideally, we can bring that moderating, civilizing, and so on influence to the whole world. Christianity, Islam, whatever. Yeah. North Korea too.
I would love to hear everybody's view on anarchy. Could it work?
Can we wait till Anarchy comes back? Because I really want to see what he's going to say.
Well, anarchy. Oh, I should wait till he comes back.
Ah, all right.
Wait, say again, Rev?
Could anarchy work? No government.
Is that your definition of anarchy? Just no government, that's it?
Well, that's my understanding of the definition. Perhaps it's not what I think it is.
Yeah, some people define it differently.
How do you define it, Matt?
No law, no social conventions, no regard for anything whatsoever. No government, no social norms, no rules whatsoever. Physical, mental.
Gotcha.
Whoa, that does not sound good.
Go ahead.
That sounds evil.
Yeah, I would take a different approach to it. Yeah, the anarchist, right? The archist right there is a king, someone who, dominates and has that, power and the force that they exert over people, and basing society on a different principle from that of force and domination and such is what the anarchism is about. It's not even, actually even limiting government per se. And quite a number of ways, various governmental ways of organizing affairs are antithetical to it, but people actually organizing en masse and using collective decision making and such is not in any way antithetical to anarchism.
But
Go ahead.
But the complete absence of a government would not be good. In
That
response to
has
what Rev said.
very little relation to that, the kind of anarchist principle I articulated, right? That not dominating, not having the force and threats and so on, right? So.
Who's Jimmy Stevens?
Sorry?
Who's Jimmy Stevens?
Jimmy Stevens is a Calvinist philosophy student.
And an anarchist.
We should get Jimmy Stevens, Christian anarchist, R1, Jeff. I don't remember his name. Jeff the atheist is what I'm gonna call him. I don't remember, but he's libertarian, but he's got some things that sometimes sound that way. You, all in the same thing, and I want you guys to all duke it out. Go.
Sounds good.
A little bit of trouble. I mean, the notion of anarchism I'm advancing is in many ways almost entirely unrelated to, say, anarcho-capitalism. And welcome, Tommy. I mean, hey, Naughty.
Yep.
In anarcho-capitalism, well, you have, definitely this sort of bias against the state in particular, but also, some element of very limited sense of force, right? Where in the leftist notion of anarchism, quite some number of other indirect notions of force and domination and such are well, furthermore, believed things to be precluded. Things like, starving people for resources, right?
Oh, Nadia, that's right. You said you're an anarcho-communist, right? Explain that to us.
Well, it's definitely out of the leftist tradition of anarchism, and quite very much derived from Marxist notions about the state withering away. Well, state, as it's currently conceived, involves things like the monopoly on force and I guess matters of there's law, but implemented and promulgated and decided upon in ways that are definitely contrary to that sort of anti-domination principle. Right? I mean, especially the law as it exists within, I guess, the quote-unquote capitalist state. It is an instrument to reinforce the power of those already empowered by their hoarding of resources. And for instance, in the United States, all these constitutional clauses and amendments hamstring the government to act against the power of the purse or plutocracy. Right. Yeah. Oh well, the government can't really step in to regulate speech, but oh, you bet your message being heard. And, yeah, right to even say it is all bought and sold and paid for, proportional. How much you've got in your wallet in your bank account. There's your free speech. It's not really, you know, freedom in a general sense. It's very vitiated, free from like governmental interference. So the power of money, plutocracy, and so on, exercise power over it unchecked. Right. And mutatis mutandis for so many other cases where it's only the government that's restricted from well, restricting someone's rights or ancillary, and Joe Blow billionaire can go off and restrict someone arbitrarily. So there you go. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Well,
I never knew that there are like several different types of anarchy. Like, there's a whole list of different types.
yeah. Anarcho-syndicalism, anarcho-communism. Apparently, something that claims to be anarcho-capitalism, which essentially doesn't even use a remotely related sense of the notion of anarchy to the rest, and so on. Yeah, it's not some. I don't know. I don't feel attached to it as attached to it. Yeah, it's kind of a thing to take as true. Kind of making the world revolve around it. It's not really very meaningful, or it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. I mean, yeah, of course, these kinds of indirect forms of force and domination and so on are, not good things to have around. So, well, guess what? There's the rest of the universe to contemplate. Well, anarchy and I guess respects it. It's being equated with chaos is often referred to as the sort of absence of a state, absence of any, I don't know, societal organization or leadership. That's, of course, not what's being promulgated by the leftist straight of thought under that banner.
I think that we could probably all agree that most governments have failed, unfortunately. Human government.
The government of Egypt failed. That empire lasted for how many thousand years?
So,
3,000?
understand why government doesn't work. You have to know what government is there for in the first place.
That's also true.
I'm sure Tommy would have very strong opinions on this topic.
Well, I was just thinking, that's the great thing about being Christian, being Easter. I guess that's all on my mind. But, I believe in a risen Savior who lives. And, all this stuff about governments, it's fun to talk about maybe, but ultimately it's pretty empty. And, whether you believe in communism or if you're a right-wing conservative or whatever, it's ultimately all pretty pointless, you know, in the grand scheme of things. And so I was just going to say, you know, that's the cool thing about being a Christian is it's something that is real and is eternal and is not gonna you know, burn away someday. You know, even you guys on your side would say that the earth will eventually be swallowed up by some star, some huge star, so it's going to burn up one way or the other. But you know, for me, there's just a peace and a love and a joy that's within me about, you know, Christ's resurrection and the truth of that. And you know, all this other stuff is distraction, pretty much, in my personal opinion. I have my own political persuasion, of course, but you know, ultimately, I probably can't sway anybody to accept that. So it's kind of pointless to try. But anyway,
You are our best every day, Tom. God bless you,
Yeah.
brother.
yeah. I just, you know, every day that goes by, I just see and acknowledge my own weaknesses and, you know, his strength, and I'm just, you know, I'm so weak and screwed up, and all this, you know, there's so many people who put their faith in the world, and they put their faith in themselves. You know, they make gods of themselves and gods of this group or that group, or, you know, animal rights or vegetarianism or whatever. And it's just, it's so empty, and it's so simple too, you know. It's just a matter of acknowledging that you need a savior. And if you acknowledge and believe that you need a savior, I believe that if you ask, God will save you. And it's really simple and beautiful as that. And so...
It's like Roy says, brother, in the beginning, God or no God. What's your choice? You got to pick.
Yeah.
What Rand Cam
Exactly
said.
right.
He said something to a very similar effect of you either believe one of two things, that you can help yourself to become better, or something else, you have to be helped. An external force has to help you
That's right, man.
become a better
Exactly.
person.
You got it.
Yeah, it's a matter of basically having faith in yourself, or putting your faith in one who is worthy of that, you know. And I don't think I'm worthy of that. You know, I no longer think that, as I used to, that I was the most important thing, that I'm the most important thing in the universe. There's something bigger and better than me. And you know, I'm just you know, compared to him, just a tiny speck that's totally flawed. And I need his love. I need his grace. And so I would just invite all of you guys, if you haven't done so, turn to Christ and turn away from this world, because this world is full of emptiness, and ultimately it's full of hopelessness. And there's, you guys, I mean, I've lived it myself, and you know, it's easy to get distracted by the fun and cool stuff of the world, and there's lots of neat stuff to be distracted by, but there's only one thing that'll ultimately fill that little, you know, fill that place in your heart that only God can fill, really. And his love is something that can change your life for the better and forever, really. So I would just invite everybody to do that. Find yourself either online or a good church to go to, and put your nose in the Bible and just start reading and praying, you know.
Preach it, Tommy.
Yeah. It's a good day to preach. I love Easter. We were talking about that today with my wife, and I was like, she was taking the position that Christmas was more important than Easter. It was kind of a silly argument, and we weren't arguing. It was just kind of on the way to church, where I was like, no, Easter's more important, because that's the day that Jesus, you know, Jesus lives. He arose from the grave, and so that was the real celebration. But she's like, no, that would never happen if he was never born. So, but I think you know, there's no win in that argument. But
Yeah, I was thinking.
Yeah, if the wife says it, then it's true. But every day is blessed in the Lord, bro. Every day is blessed in the Lord. Go ahead, Matt. I'm sorry I stepped on you.
Yeah, it's not like a paradox. Both have equal significance, but you would initially think that Easter would have more of a significance.
You know, the cool thing for me, what happened when I got saved, and this is something totally unexpected, is that I no longer feared dying or death, which is really weird because before I would always almost have a physical sort of a trembling. You know, when you thought about death, it's like you or I would just dread it and would just push it off somewhere else. But as soon as I got saved, it just sort of fizzled away. You know, the fear of death is, you know, I fear, you know, there's a certain fear of going through physically dying, but the fear of death is totally gone, and it's just, it's one of the most beautiful things that has happened to me as a result of being saved. And so I don't know if anybody else out there thinks about that or thinks about mortality, or I would think an atheist would think about that. I mean, it's,
Well,
to me, well, yeah, go ahead. I was just going to say the thought of eternal death, not being around anymore forever, is daunting. It's almost it's unhealthy, and it's almost unnatural, I think. Yeah, go ahead.
I can't speak for all atheists, but they live in the here and now. Like after you die, there's nothing. Like
Hmm.
like it's just void, like nothing at all. So most of the importance is put on like the here and now, like lifting it up, all that good stuff. But like if you change your worldview, it totally changes your perspective in like every way.
Hmm.
Like what you believe dictates pretty much everything that you think, and your perspective on like everything.
Well, I think that's why so many Christians have just a lot of them, or a lot of us have that internal joy that we find, you know, through Christ, because it's that realization that no, when I die, I'm not just gonna, you know, be dead forever or possibly worse. That I'm actually gonna live forever, and I'm gonna be living forever with the one who created me out of love. And there's a certain peace and a joy that, you know, when you have that assurance of salvation that cannot be matched by anything of this world. You know, you could have money or fame or girls or anything that this world can offer, and none of that will match that assurance of salvation.
Well, theoretically, everyone has an eternal existence, but not eternal life, if you know what I mean.
Well, as an atheist, yeah, like you were saying, I would think someone would say that, well, when you die, you cease to exist.
Well, that's true in both categories. So if you're an atheist, like you don't have any conscious thought. You're just a bunch of collection of bones and atoms and whatnot. And if you're a Christian, you believe that if you die without believing in Jesus Christ, you die in the sense of your soul dying.
Well, I mean, from a Christian standpoint, all you need to know is John 3:16 and 17. Read it, you know?
Yeah.
Accept it.
It's a pretty simple concept, and
That's right.
I like that. It's not all complicated. Like you have to do this, this, and this, this. So you have to do all of this. It's just saying, like, very simple. It lays that out simply for you.
That's right, man. Sorry, Nadia. I think we stepped on you. Go ahead.
If I were so satisfied in myself, what good would I be to others? What good would I be doing? Standing idly by. If I didn't act and I didn't go about doing works, but you know, half others, or to stand as well monuments or expressions, anything like that, I would well, I'd have no character, an absence of character. I'd have That's out of every tree from the world. A definite way that I not have well, the right impact. It's supposed to have beautiful impact and enlightening impact and uplifting impact. Not to.
Well, I've got some uplifting advice. Paul. If God can forgive, if God can forgive Paul of the Bible, God was a murderer and a persecutor of Christians, and if He can forgive Paul, He can forgive you, and He can forgive me. So, I think a lot of times we live our lives and we kind of pigeonhole ourselves, or we sort of internally tell ourselves we're not worthy of, we're not good enough, or whatever. That we're, God wouldn't want to save us because of what we've done. But even people like me, even people like you, that we've lived a life of just a sinful life. And but there's nothing stopping you, just like there was nothing stopping me from turning to Christ and turning away from your old life and going to the new life of hope and of salvation. So, I mean, to me, that's one of the greatest things about Easter is that's a great time to turn your life around, Nadia, is the day that Christ rose again, and demonstrated to the world that He was the Savior, is the Savior.
And Nadia, listen, you've done great on your channel. Listen to me, you've done great on your channel. You have taught Christians tolerance. I want you to know that, hon. Okay? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Well, the banner uplifting I spoke about was, for example, where I took in, well, a man who would have become homeless when I went out to work for, well, I got the first program done in 2000. Moved in with me and stayed for about a year and a half. And because of that, he was able to, well, work his connections and eventually get out of essentially poverty, and that was uplifting. Uplifting. And of course, I fell down the window. Essentially similar to what she was educated as therapist. Oh, Matt, could you stop?
You got some background noise.
Bro, I didn't know it was that severe. Sorry.
Yeah. When we're set up in these couples, we're setting it up so somebody loses, somebody ends up on getting the butt end of the stick of someone dominating them, their competitor, and such. That's pretty hard. It's not the way to go. Being pitted against each other is one of the elements of the domination and competition that, at least leftist anarchism advocates against. But one of the things I myself should also subscribe to, right? I mean, that's what I mean. What am I? Or rather, I go against mocking, I don't know, whatever kinds of oppositional debates and drama and shouting matches. Such, of course, shouting matches happen anyway, but at least try to act as something of a moderating influence. Take the stings out of the tails, so, well. So it's not a fight, but rather a cooperative effort.
You have a beautiful heart, Nadia. And Deidre, if you want to speak on Christ, like I said in side chat, how you see him, you know, I've tried in the past. Tommy has. We all have. Shamos, bless him. You know, we've all tried. So if you would like to say to Nadia how you see Christ, maybe she'll hear it. Go for it if you want to. No pressure.
If I don't go in a coughing fit. I mean, I've always believed in a God as long as I can remember as a kid, so I'm kind of one of those kids that kind of grew up with it. But that being said, I did have to kind of change my view of God a little bit in order to understand him better and stay in relationship with him. I used to view God as a angry God that was difficult to appease, and someone, like, I felt fearful and very little, to the point where I thought that almost like I might not be saved, or, you know, just really scary, like I don't know if I'm going to make it kind of thing. And I'm just going to share how that changed. Scriptures taught me and just studied that through Christ, how he sees me is actually not that at all. I'm not just a piece of trash. I'm made in his image. But through Christ, I'm God's child, and that's in John 1:12. I've been justified. That's in Romans 5:1. I am Christ's friend, John 15:15. I belong to God, 1 Corinthians 6:20. I'm a member of Christ's body, meaning that, Tommy here and Rev and Shamos, like, we're all part of the same body of Christ. I've been established and anointed and sealed by God. Romans talks about how nothing can separate me from him. And there's just a lot of things. There's inclusion in Ephesians, and God actually speaks very well of his followers. And on a personal level, what does that mean? Because Scripture, an application. For me, God's always been my North Star. So when I lose my job, or I grew up with some pretty serious, family things that I don't really want to discuss because it's kind of private. My family's private. He's always been my rock to build on. He's a solid foundation, and he hasn't let me down. So it hasn't been a single time where another human being hasn't let me down. I mean, I love my husband to death, but we fail each other. We mess up. Family's great, but we fail each other. I mean, you know that your family sometimes fails you, personal experience. Governments fail us. Like, everything around this world is possibly could fail us, but the one rock that I can build on is God, and so that's the best I can explain it.
Amen.
Yes.
That was awesome.
That was.
Sorry. You take one of my umpteen times a day shots.
We care and love. We really care, Nadia. Love you in the Lord. We really do. Um, Even somebody like Rand, that comes in here. Nadia, put your hand down. Go to the bathroom, right? He does that in love, though.
You do that well, Rev. You got that down.
Rand is,
I have my own principles. So I'm on. You know,
you have a beautiful heart, Nadia. Beautiful heart.
Thank you.
She really does. You really do, Nadia. I mean, he's not just saying that. I see it too, and that's not all that common actually. And we can both see it in you, and we both see potential in you. So, I personally believe God has a plan for you, and you just you are loved. I mean, if you just know anything, know that you are loved.
Brother, she knows the Bible better than most of us. She can quote scriptures, boom, boom, boom. That's amazing stuff. She'll make a great convert.
Can you imagine? I mean, that would be almost as amazing as Paul's transformation. I mean, if Nadia, I just can imagine the angels in heaven singing. If Nadia, of all people on here, turned to Christ, I mean, how great of a celebration would we have to throw? I mean, it would just be the most wonderful thing ever. And and you know what, Nadia? There's a lot of us out here that are praying for you, and not even just with your salvation, which really ultimately is the most important thing, but your personal situation. You've got your struggles with your housing and all this other stuff that we're actually praying for that as well.
Amen to that. Yep.
For me, I know I come on here and we kind of get into it a little bit on different topics, but don't let disagreement make you doubt that I do love you, because I do. I mean, a lot of this stuff we kind of go back and forth on, but as a person, you are. I honestly, I'm not just saying this. You are a great person, Nadia, and I wouldn't keep coming in here if you weren't, because it's just you're really an inspiration to watch and to listen to, and the way you kind of like what Rev was saying, you can just not only biblical stuff, but just random other stuff that if you're like an encyclopedia. So I couldn't keep up with you in a million years with a lot of this stuff. So anyway, I do think you are an awesome person, but ultimately I do want you to know that I do love you and I do pray for you.
Thank you.
With that though, I've got to run. I'm being called out. So good to see you, Rev, and Deidre. Thanks for that.
Yeah,
that was awesome. Good to see y'all. We'll see you,
God
Rev.
bless you, Tommy, bro.
Yeah, you too. Happy Easter. Happy Resurrection Day.
He's risen.
He is risen.
He's
Y'all take
risen
care.
indeed.
Yeah, Scott says, everyone's being so nice tonight. No heated arguments or anger. And apparently the 34 viewers appreciate it. So, yeah, I don't have to worry about putting on a show.
I mean, I can get really exciting here. Let me think.
I'll bring content and the viewers will watch. It doesn't have to be a professional wrestling match.
Haha, Shamo's comment in the side chat. Yeah, he's got it.
How can people know things and denying all reasoning? Well, there are arguments I'd, not use myself, but as far as I know, it's not one. Or I can't think of an argument that would fit that description that he uses. And welcome, Desert.
Hey, Nadia, good to see you.
Yeah, Nadia, I'm getting called out myself. God bless you. I love you, hon. And, you know, you got my Skype. Whatever you need, I'm here. You know, get me that information when it comes, okay?
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Ron.
No problem. Take care.
Yeah, I've at least taken control of the comments to try and get those cleaned up and all that
Were
sort
they
of
really
thing.
bad today?
Sorry?
Were the comments extra bad today?
No, I think they were getting the idea that they call somebody an idiot or something. I'm gonna just nuke it. Or whatever other name. Yeah, they can criticize the argument, but send it to name calling or other things along those lines. I think it. And welcome. It's supposed to be atheism machine, but it's missing a letter. Oh, Ron. There we go. No worries. You should be able to edit it soon enough. If they have a time limit, how often you can change it. Yeah. Yeah, the here and now and it's life being the only life and all that. Yeah. It shapes the kind of moral mandate we have to interact with each other. The time is not there to stand idly by. Someone's hurting and so on. Oh. So we are bodies that aren't our bodies and whatnot is something we maybe above all else have to bodies. Jezebel? I think she commented on some of my videos recently. But she's not appeared in Hangout in person. And yeah, to the extent we have time to give or extract any benefit or joy. Yeah, this, the time where we can achieve it, and limits to the scale we have to, or we're capable of actually carrying out. You go beyond that limited scale, you have to work with each other. And in various ways, I feel it's necessary information. to guide us to correct actions. But, well, whatever way you get there, as long as you're there, glad to have you there. Welcome back, Commando.
Yo. So I was AFK for quite a while. My bad.
It's alright. The opposite problem, too many talking at once. You're pretty stagnant. Yeah. Yeah. Decongestants would help too. What happened to this, like, Sudafed stuff? They made it weaker somehow. Use some kind of fake version of whatever it was.
Yeah, they did. I think it had to do with the methamphetamine stuff. I can't remember why, but they did actually make it different.
Yeah. Legalize methamphetamine so we can have Sudafed that works.
It's crazy to me. Like, I can go to the drugstore and I had pneumonia a while ago, and so I was trying. I didn't know I had pneumonia at that point, but I thought I had like a really bad cold or something awful. And I was trying to get medicine, and then they were like, "Do you have your ID?" And I didn't have my ID, and I was like, "Oh, I didn't realize I was gonna get carded for this. Holy cow!"
Yeah, it's like, busier worrying about whether somebody might, I guess, quote unquote, enjoy the drug or something, opposed to
Yeah.
whether,
Like,
yeah.
you know how small amount of people Robitussin or whatever that is? Like, this is just a tiny bit of people.
Yeah, I mean, in the meantime, the masses of people who created suffering and whatever with the things are denied our skill. Yeah, it goes back to the whole exacting retribution on, I guess, people have whatever kind of illness addiction is. They're getting into the fight, we all lose. What is there? Benefit is there to putting a felony on somebody's records? They're not able to do anything anymore, get a job anywhere. Is it to, well, have to shell out some inordinate amount of money to, cage them and such when, they could support themselves. Yep, the facepalm there, exactly.
That's that picture. I link it sometimes, and I think it looks a little trolly, but I actually use it for my Twitch picture, so that's why I use it sometimes. I think it's funny. It's just funny. It's not meant for you.
Well, toward what I was talking about. Makes perfect sense. Yeah, the whole war on drugs thing.
Yeah, I'm for legalizing it at this point. I don't think it's doing much good. It's actually bringing up the value of them.
Well, you want the drugs issues to go down, actually treat them instead of, doing these crazy racist profiling, mass imprisonment things, and you know, it's whatever kind of mystique, and the addiction treatment plans would not cost any more in prison. Probably cost even less given their shorter duration.
Agreed. The cost for prisoners is really expensive, and I think if we could, well, the other thing though, if we legalize drugs, we would have to try to fundamentally educate and change our society that not everything that's permissible is good. Kind of, I mean, that's out of the Bible, but it's true. Not everything that's permissible is good. I'm permitted to eat a Big Mac every day, but would it be beneficial for me? And I have the freedom to ruin my body, but is it beneficial? And some Americans think that, and I don't know where it came from, but they think if it's legal, then it must be safe.
Yeah, I think it's closer to being there than a lot of people think. Except we have to do that. We're maybe catching a few, or not even the majority. Or otherwise, only so many people need that message impressed on them. The rest already know it. You want stir in action, decrease drugs, well, sternly up the drug treatment budgets and get health insurance coverage. And people actually get treated and so on.
So when you look at something like alcohol, which is a legal drug, it's a drug, and we see that it does cause damage to your body, but it's legal. And you look at society, I look at young people in general, like my nephews are in their early 20s, and they binge drink, I mean, big time, and kind of get out of control sometimes. And so my question would be, where's the model of moderation? You know what I mean? It doesn't seem like it exists for us in America. It's like binge and gorge yourself, but moderation doesn't exist. Some people blame religion because we forbid it. And when we make something naughty, I don't drink, I don't chew, I don't hang with those that do, then suddenly it becomes like wild on the other end. Some people think it's because it's not modeled at home. I don't know. What do you think about that? Something like alcohol that's widely accepted, widely used, but is binging or abused, self-medication and stuff.
I think there's already plenty of there's a great deal of moderation out there already. Most people don't do that, and a lot of people put the peer pressure on. Somebody goes and makes an ass out of themselves by getting drunk. No, your friends want to be around. So I think it's out there in some, I don't know, proportion that's not going to take over society, but and you have to use a little bit of aikido or subtlety and so on when actually trying to get it cut down. And frankly, a lot of the things that are illegal now are less harmful than the big two that are legal. Alcohol and tobacco, well, for things that sound like hard drugs to a lot of people, various of them do less damage. lot of the way people do hurt themselves is because the things are impure. Just getting poisoned by whatever they're cut with. And in the meantime, of course, plenty of real medicine benefit a great number of people. Ruled out. Oh, why do they play all these games with trying to keep needles out of people's hands? So, it's trying to avoid them or someone stealing from them, like around with IV drugs. Yeah, recommending IV administration is probably not likely to happen because not everyone's a phlebotomist, but still. Yeah, a lot of painkillers for people with really serious injuries and whatever. They busier playing drug warrior than they are try to keep them from suffering. And of course, well, what good does it do Mexico? Got these illegal cartels and whatever, practically some kind of running insurrection. Vacuuming the wind out of their sails by putting them in competition with Big Pharma. Sounds like a pretty good idea for people in Mexico.
Well, it's beyond Mexico, so like it's South America, and Mexico's just a conduit. It goes all the way down.
Fair amount of the way. Not convinced Chile or Argentina.
Oh yeah, yeah.
There's yeah, good. Oh. Coding. Well, yeah. As I understand it, coding is over the counter by some number of countries. And, yeah, why not the U.S. in it? It does so much good in so many other places in the world. Because you're playing drug warriors and actually alleviating people's pains and such. If it does come down to addiction, yeah, say there are some transient things. There are some injuries that heal. Well, maybe a lot of them. Yeah, people know how to treat that, know how to detect it. You make a protocol. Yeah, ramp down, wean off, and so on. Try to compare like whatever kind of, I don't know, nerve sampling or something versus the reports to distinguish them from some addictive compulsion. Which they kind of do now, but they have a nasty approach to it, basically just make the presumption that everyone's BSing. get more drugs. You don't have to make that presumption. You can, act accurately. Oh dear, shattered your ulna? How well are they able to reconstruct it? Blade and screws, so are you getting a full range of motion, or what's going on there? Not sure what kind of shape Scott's in, but that could be pretty serious.
Oh,
Just
that's
hand
running
therapy.
forearms, right? Forearm muscle?
One of the bones.
I mean, bone? Yeah.
Yeah, radius and ulna are the two.
Yeah, shattered's no good. I've broken my arm twice, and they've been like a fracture, basically. Nothing like with pieces or anything.
Yeah.
Was it a crush injury?
It says because everything seizes up, all your muscles and tendons. I guess explaining the hand therapy.
Does not sound pleasant.
Okay, very bad fall. Okay.
And you put your hand out the block, huh? That's how I broke my wrist when I was skating when I was younger.
Yeah, the only bone or whatever injuries I've had were from assaults. I don't seem to be very accident prone.
That's good.
I guess the dental whatever things kind of count as fractures, and there's also the whatever happened to my eye socket, I guess. That was largely untreated. Call them lacrimal bones because by where your tears are. Lacrimal are tears in Greek. Well, has everyone else gone to sleep?
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm eating.
It's alright. Worst case, I can monologue. Maybe I'm a little bit boring.
No, you're fine.
Spending half the time clearing my throat.
Me too, and coughing.
Yeah, when yeah, probably one of the worst I've had was this. Well, apart from assaults, see, back in the 80s, it were my wisdom teeth and I guess the MRSA wounds, especially in 2008. That was a pretty big one. It took 6 months to close up. Yeah, you'll never believe this, but I use maxi pads. Yeah, and it gets better. That wound actually stayed open longer than the one from like the full-on orchiectomy. The MRSA infection wound took 6 months to close up, or the orchiectomy only took maybe a month and a half, 2 months. Use maxi pads from the orchid too. The experience from the MRSA infection guided me in some way, I guess.
Hey, I had army guys tell me that like they use tampons, they keep tampons, and they actually the applicator and all. So if someone gets the hole blown in them, they just pop it in. I guess I don't know. It works, I guess.
Actually, that does make sense for like debridement and such, right?
So all you survivalists out there, keep tampons. Real men use tampons. I'm just kidding. I don't.
For bullet holes, of all things. Oh, a little bit of gauze and padding, shaped, whatnot. Yeah, it makes sense for various situations.
So I heard MRSA doesn't go away. Did it go away for you, or is that changed?
Well, what does going away mean?
Does the wound heal, and does it just stay dormant in your body, or?
The wound healed. Not sure if it truly stays dormant per se, but when I get it, it seems to be in unrelated areas to the ones from 2008. So I'll have like attacks now and then, but they'll be totally different parts of my body.
Now MRSA supposedly stays on metal surfaces, like, right? So, like, what do you do about that? Like, does disinfectant take that off, or?
I think it should, but that's not really been a very big issue or concern.
The reason why I mention it is a guy that I used to game with had MRSA, and he had like an open abscess in his abdomen area, and his grandmother was his main caretaker, and she ended up getting MRSA too, which is unfortunate. And I mean, they're both living with it, but I guess it can stay on. Besides the wound itself, it can get on metal surfaces and it just kind of stay there. According to him, I don't know. And my sister works in the hospital, but she tells me all these scary things, and I don't even know. I'd have to go look it up to confirm it. She like freaks me out.
I've not been advised about that, and I just kind of randomly get other parts of my body later times. We rarely have some kind of like drug-resistant flora.
I mean, staph's no joke either. Everybody gets staph really easy.
Well, staph. I mean, the non-resistant version of MRSA, right? Strap maybe? Strap can eat a few holes in you too. Had real bad case of strep and came down type 1 in 95. My throat had swollen shut, actually. It's like drooling like crazy. I couldn't swallow it. Couldn't talk either. Yeah, not 100% sure what happened, but probably plugged me into IV drip antibiotics and so on. And of course, the other things for type 1 ketoacidosis, comas, and whatnot. Well, comas don't really mean a whole lot.
I hate to say it, but you might have gotten it in the hospital. A lot of people do. It's the guy that I knew didn't have it until he had surgery in a hospital, and then suddenly he had it.
Yeah, but I was almost bulletproof health-wise. I mean, my case of type 1 was stable. Wasn't sick a day of my life. Well, the only thing I noticed deteriorating was my tolerance to temperature extremes. I mean, like back in the 90s or whatever, I could go out in like 10 below weather and jeans and a t-shirt.
Whoa, are you serious?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. That is awesome.
Yeah, and vice versa for 120 degree heat. Now I'm like dying if it's too cold or too hot.
I'm like that. I've always been like that, though. Too hot's not so bad. Too cold, oh, my back muscles tighten up like really bad, and it just like, oh, I ache. I would not survive in Michigan in the winter.
Yeah, I don't know that I see that much coming. I get fingers and other parts really numb, and I'll shiver and so on. Back in the day, I didn't even need to shiver. So much for that. Yeah, if I hadn't been broken down by homelessness and denial of healthcare and so on, it would have been bulletproof. It would have been long-lived. But as hardy a constitution as I started with, well, I was not invulnerable. Alan.
Hello.
Oh, welcome back, Shameless.
Oh my god, I just got done laughing so hard. I I tracked down. I got interested where Rev told me that Art and Simon were talking bad about me. So I tried to locate it in one of your hangouts. Try to scroll over top of it where I could see their pictures a lot and try to find it. And I finally found it. It was right at the end of the broadcast. That shit was hilarious. I died laughing. I had a lot of fun listening to that.
Well, you gotta think it's almost expected, you know.
How did you narrow it down? That's my question.
What did you say?
How did you narrow it down?
Because when you scroll, so it's an 8-hour clip, right? But if you scroll over top of the, where you scroll through the video, it actually shows like a little preview picture. And then
yeah, but your arch nemesis. He goes on endlessly.
Yeah, but there was like a certain point, and it was only near the end of the video where it was like Art Simon, Art Simon, Art Simon, and then I was like, okay, this is probably it. And then I found it. It's right at the end of the video.
Yeah, you just run the little scroll through, and you can actually tell a lot.
Yeah, because I knew it was between Art and Simon. Like, I've seen some places where it's just kind of Art and Fudd, or Art and Fudd, and maybe Simon would chime in here. But when it finally got to like Art and Simon a lot, I found it. It was pretty funny. They were doing impressions. It was pretty classic.
I think I missed that actually. I'll have to go watch it. Were they good?
I was probably out cold.
I know Vaughn keeps asking Art to get rid of the Thor icon, and he's getting ignored.
Yeah. If there were a mythological figure I were going to use, I don't know. I don't know that I could do it. I think. Yeah, it kind of steps on people's toes. And somebody's holy ground, even if they're all long dead. Maybe a personage like Queen Zenobia. She attempted to run off with Palmyra. I wonder if that was one of the breakaway. Well, I guess she wouldn't be. I guess she wouldn't be an emperor. Might have been Septimus Severus. But either way, she attempted to abscond with Palmyra. It's somewhere in the Middle East. Get like some kind of pre-Islamic, I don't know, religious imagery surrounding her. Wasn't actually a mythological figure herself. So.
Does anyone know this Rob dude that's in the comments? He's
Which
a little excitable.
Rob Lane?
Is that his name?
Is it?
Yeah.
If it's Rob Lane, I know who it is.
Hang on, I'm loading it.
Rob Lane.
Rob Lane. He's cracking me up. I'm sorry, he's a little intense there. I don't know if he's your friend, but he's driving me nuts.
Well, he shows up now and then, but he really drinks a lot.
Yeah.
It's all caps. Atheists and heretics, wonderful. God bless you, sister. Today's and then I responded, today's heretics are tomorrow's martyrs and saints, because I just...
Yes, Bob Lane.
That's what I said to him, just because of church history. I mean, like, a lot of people that were burnt at the stake were later considered martyrs for the faith.
Well, he wrote a comment about you. Is that right?
Yeah, caps, wrong sinner. Happy Resurrection Day, go get your ears tickled. And then I said, praise God, and you assume an awful lot, sir. Wrong, today's heretics need to be rebuked. And I said, better get to rebuking. Can you
What
start
does he
with oaths,
disagree with you on?
please? I don't know. I'm just like, when people come in that strong and that heavy, I think there's an ego behind it, so I just start to troll them back a little bit, and that might be kind of naughty of me, but I just think it's ridiculous. People need to calm down. I mean, I am a sinner, so I mean, I can't deny that.
Yeah, there's something. There's a lot to be said for appropriately directed passion.
I just wish if we were this passionate about stuff like this, like, why couldn't we direct this to, I don't know, hunger? You know, something like that. Clean water. You know, I don't know. Why aren't we getting all passionate about that? Why are we more upset about Rob Bell saying there might not be a heaven? And he says some things that I like, some things I don't. But we're more upset about him than, I don't know, a lot of suffering in the world. Like, I don't understand it quite, but whatever.
Yeah, feeding the hungry, housing the homeless, and healing the sick. Yeah, what happened to that? Yeah.
Good question.
ISIS has so many fundamentals. Well, how did they lose those three?
Well, I mean, the world basically has the capability. I mean, like, think about it, like, if they just, all the military budgets were just liquidated, I mean, we could solve a lot of world problems pretty quickly, but it's just, you know, even people know intuitively that that's how things should be. But yeah, we all intuitively know that we shouldn't have war, we should have world peace, and we should put all this money towards, you know, some greater good, but it'll never fucking happen. Why is that? It's like every person that's stood on the face of this earth has had that thought. Like, don't be like, oh, I have this thought about, you know, how I could just single-handedly fix the world or something. It's like everyone's had that thought. That thought's like intrinsic to everyone's like being. It's like it's a non-reality because I think there's so many combinations of things, but people aren't as altruistic as they can be ultimately. There's so many factors. I think one factor is that, you know, what's out of sight is out of mind. Like, for some people, like, you know, if you don't see people suffering or starving every day, you don't really care. You know, if you live in a nice neighborhood in California or something, you know, you don't really, you know, there are starving kids in Africa. You might donate a little money, but, you know, you're not gonna, like, you know, sell your house and live down to the bare means and just donate all of your money, or, you know, and be completely, it's just not like that. And another thing, the people that live in California, you could easily go to a little crappy part of your city and see really, really poor people. But people don't even choose to do that. You know, you just stay in your little area, you know, drive to work every day, just tune it out, and, you know, what's out of sight's out of mind. I mean, obviously, everyone knows that there are people that are suffering. But if you don't have to like watch someone starve to death, it doesn't impact you like that. Like if a person had to like watch somebody starve to death and you had the means to help them, and then you didn't, that would be wicked. Most people wouldn't. Like 99% of people just would not do that. So it's like, but if you don't have to see it, you're not presented with that moral dilemma. So if you alleviate yourself from those moral dilemmas, then wow, you just don't have to deal with it. And then that's why. That's why everyone knows what's the right thing to do, but it will never ever be done. Period.
Apply themselves to it too. Or some do. The whole blame the victim narrative. Oh, they did it to themselves. It's the outcome of meritocracy and therefore just. That, you know, what money and status and so on is merited, is some kind of indicator of moral stature.
Hello.
Hello. Welcome, Gus.
This is my very first hangout ever. I know, I'm sorry. That sounded really stupid. I'm really sorry, but I've been following a lot of the hangouts that you've been having, particularly discussions between people like Christopher Mowdy and Christians and atheists, and some of the running gunfights that have gone on your hangouts, and I'm just really happy to actually be able to talk to you in particular. I remember one particular one I've watched a couple of times on YouTube. You spent the majority of the time while other people were arguing around you holding a can of Stag chili up to the camera. And I remember thinking to myself, I wish to God I could ask Nadia why she's holding a can of Stag chili up to the camera, but there's got to be a good reason. But she can't get a word in crossways because it's like two battleships back and forth just firing, and there's Nadia rowing her kayak with her can of chili in between the two of them holding it up, and I'm just waiting for them to give you a chance to say what the deal is with the chili. And I just, you know, I just pardon me, I hope that wasn't too loud. I have no idea how loud I am or how much you can hear or how stupid I sound, so please forgive me. This is fantastic. It very much is an honor, Nadia. It very much is an honor.
Yes, there is I guess some old running jokes where I gave the food various kinds of humorous names. I haven't gone about reciting the names for a while.
Well, later on in that same hangout, you held up a pint of Haagen-Dazs, and you said, "I'd like to declare the presuppositional truth of Haagen-Dazs," and I just about crapped my pants. I was like, and all the entire conversation stopped for a minute, and then they went, "Okay," and they just went back to it. You just love to watch him fight on your channel, don't you? You really do. You just like, round one, fight, and you just sit back with your can of chili.
I actually do try to calm down a bit.
There are times when there's a lot of really good discussions, and I find, not to be gender biased or anything, I find that it's often when there's a preponderance of women on the channel, like when it's you and Shanna and some other people, like, you know, I don't have to listen to, well, you suck, no, well, you suck, no, well, your God sucks, no, well, you know, there's usually people actually, you know, I think her name is Shanna. Do I have the right? Deist. There we go. Yeah, she's really cool because she's one of the few people that, much like yourself, seems to occupy a middle ground, and so she'll often bring different sets of people on, and she'll be like, "Okay, talk to me about it," and these running gunfights will go on her Hangouts, and I've often seen you there, Nadia, just sort of sitting there watching what's going on. I saw one where it was you, Fiona Wilson, is that her last name? Fiona Robinson. She was the Scottish scientist. I once watched her for an hour and a half, this was pure Sisyphus's lament, by the way. I watched her for an hour and a half try to explain to Nephilim Free how biology worked. And I was trying to figure out what that terrible thumping noise that kept coming through my speakers, and I had to realize what it was poor Fiona banging her head against the table, trying to, and she's got this heavy Scottish brogue, right? And she's just trying to get this guy to extract cranium from anus for 2 minutes.
No. I mean,
what's that?
Well, Nephilim could go about things in some better ways. I guess, conversationally, there's some things most people aren't used to. Not really genuinely false, but a lot of people do kind of scream bloody murder about them. And, on the other hand, there's the sort of general line of maybe false with creationism, but at the same time, it's not the kind of thing I'd go about saying, hidden is or.
Well, you know what? You make a fair point, and I should be more charitable to all concerned. But it was, after a while, you wanted to give Fiona a beer and just say, just maybe try again some other day, Maybe just try again some other day. Here, Fiona, have a beer. And it was a hell of an effort. It was like watching the Alex Botten has a friend who has a PhD in mathematics, but he has a very particular type of speaking cadence because of the way his mouth is shaped. I wish I could remember his name, but he spoke.
It's Matt Hunt, I think.
He's sharp as a tack, that guy, and he was talking to. I can't remember. He was talking to. I can't remember if it was Nephilim Free, or it was G-Man, or somebody, and they just flat out refuted what Matt Hunt said, and Matt Hunt just set it up like it was. Yeah, I'm seeing this comment here. It says maybe Matt Bell. Matt Bell and Jim. What's his face? Jim Gardner. Can't stand each other. Every time they show up, it's like the samurai versus ninja. It's madness. But I think Matt Hunt was trying to explain something to Matthew Bell, and Matthew, and Matt Hunt just, there is a classic episode of those two. Just Jim Gardner just losing all semblance of civility with Matthew Bell. And Matthew Bell sort of going, but you don't understand my premise, and but the thing is though, I've seen Matt Bell talk to Shanna, and he's calm, he's cogent, he asks intelligent questions, he's quiet long enough to hear answers. It's the strangest thing, and yet you see him talking to some of his fellow cogenticians, I guess, over in the UK, and it's like the Battle of the Marne over there. It's crazy to see how some people can get along in a conversation and some people just can't. It's terrible. I'm coughing all night. I feel your pain, Nadia, with the clearing your throat all night. I got a monkey in my throat. I can't get it out.
Yeah, Matthew Bell's not a big fan of me.
Well, that's too bad. That's too bad.
On the discussion I had, Nephilim Free, on the philosophy of mind, advocating materialism, where he's advocating, I guess, it seems sort of Christian dualism. Would have been, it's not hylomorphic dualism like the Catholics, but it seemed more Cartesian. That's actually something of an exemplary case of well, Nephilim Free conducted himself well when someone's there who.
These people aren't stupid. J.D. Kane talks to Nephilim Free like he's a rank idiot, but he's not. Nephilim Free is not stupid. It's just that his thought processes have taken him so far down his own road, and once I guess once you get past a certain point in your life, you've come to believe things so much that in order to change your beliefs, some people just get this impression that if I change my beliefs now, it's like knocking down my house, and it's really too bad, because I wonder what would happen if we could take all of these people who go at each other hammer and tongs on the Hangouts and on YouTube, Alex Botten, and Matt Slick and just all of these Saiten Bruggencate and Eric Hovind, and just remove their memory of who they are spiritually and just stick them in a room, and just get them talking to each other. Imagine the pure brainwaves they'd have if we could just get them to forget how dug in they are. It's a strange experiment in what if, but imagine what could be done. But it really is, to my mind, it really is an illustration of how religion can sometimes get in the way so heavily. It just you get these people, and it's like you sit Nephilim down, and he's not a stupid guy, but you say, listen, millions of scientists around the world are telling you you're wrong. How many of them are you going to say are wrong before a critical mass? And then of course he comes up with argumentum ad populum. And as a guy who's never been formally philosophically trained, my response to argumentum ad populum is argumentum ad populum really always fallacious?
Well, I'll come back at you. How many religious believers are there in the world?
How many?
The argument ad populum is subject to the fallacy, which means that even if something is an argument ad populum, it could still, in theory, be right. It's just not. It's just not a good principle in reasoning. But yeah, so it's not always fallacious.
Because I often find when you're arguing with presuppositionalists and you say, and you attempt to externalize your own senses and reasoning to the senses and reasoning of humanity at large, as much as we can know what they are, and they turn around and say, well, then that means that you're externalizing your senses and reasoning and relying on the senses of reasoning of people whose senses and reasoning could also be flawed. My response to that is they can't all be flawed. And if it's one thing humanity does very, very well, is we find out what works and we keep it. I mean, and if anybody has any doubt of that, I point them to the word fuck. I mean, it's just a lot of logical fallacies that are put forth in these semi-formal debates as logical fallacies. I really have to question on a fundamental level. I mean, it's like when people talk about the tu quoque fallacy. I'm like, well, who cares if I'm pointing out that you're positing the same thing that I'm positing? Maybe we're both wrong. It's like the old parable my dad used to tell me. You get two guys sitting outside one of those little diner trucks in the summertime, and they're both eating big, fat, greasy cheeseburgers with extra swine. And, one of them looks over at the other one, and as he's wiping the burger juice off his face, he says, you shouldn't eat those things. They're bad for you. Of course he's a hypocrite, but he's still right. So, I don't know, like, maybe I should go read a philosophy book or something, but as somebody
right,
with...
It's called the fallacy. It's saying, like, for example, like, I could say, like, a completely fallacious argument that's something that's obviously proven to be true, but just because I argue to a truism in a fallacious manner doesn't invalidate the truism. It's called the fallacy. It means that just because someone uses a fallacious argument doesn't mean the underlying principle isn't true.
More of a conclusion, and less of a truism than a truth. But okay. Even so, well, I hope to keep things at a more elevated level, but a lot of times they just get out of hand.
I could say that like most scientists believe that hydrogen atoms have one proton, right? It's like someone like, oh, that you know, that's an argument ad hominem. It's yeah, it's still right though. So it doesn't. You could come up with any type of fallacious circular reasoning to something that's true, and it doesn't mean it's not true.
Well, I watch the precepts try to put forth the difference between a gracious circle and a fallacious circle, and I watch the atheists go nuts like you're dangling a pork chop in front of a Doberman, and I'm thinking, and my see, I have two parts of my brain. I have the part of my brain that sits there with a little pair of spectacles on behind a book that goes, "Oh, really? Where's that written down?" And then I have another part of my brain that's a little fellow with a whole bunch of bandages that found stuff out the hard way. And the part of my brain that found stuff out the hard way is sitting there going, "Of course! Doesn't everybody know this?" But you try to get the preceptor to acknowledge that part of the brain, and they sort of it's like they have an obstinacy shield. It's like, well, no, and I see Matt Slick do this an awful lot. Matt Slick suddenly forgets 90% of the meaning of the words of the English language, and
persuading people is not a matter of mere reason, right? I would check Maria Konikova's article in the New Yorker. I don't want to be right. And in that, well, shows how people, well, hold on to various false beliefs, no matter what the strength demonstration of falsity is. Right?
Was that the article where she posits that the reason that they do this is because now give me a sec to try to pull it together. The reason that she does this is because some of the beliefs that we hold are related more to our actual identity than what we believe, and by challenging those beliefs, you're challenging the basic identity of the person holding them. Was that article?
That's the one. Yeah.
I think I read that, and that was fascinating. That gave me some fascinating insight. And I thought to myself, if that's really the case, we're screwed. What are we going to do? You know, like, what would you do, Nadia?
What am I doing?
Well, it looks like you're having some soda, some radioactive green soda, of a variety I've never seen before. But I'm Canadian, so we get a lot of stuff up here. You guys, we don't have a lot of stuff up here. You guys have down there.
Aspartame laden variety.
Aspartame. See, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
You know, you know when you play the soda game, you're robbing Peter to pay Paul. You're either drinking the sugar, you're drinking the sort of sugar, you're drinking the pseudo sugar. There's something that's going to end up fossilized by the time you finally close your eyes forever. It's like my dad says, you can't live forever, why drag it out?
So, well, direct persuasion is not going to be, or actually, direct argumentation. Yeah.
I'm sorry, you went silent on me there, Nadia. Could you say that again?
I said that direct argumentation, all the syllogisms and pointing out fallacies, and, leading people through one inference to another, be it Moses-Colonans or Milestolans. That's not going to bring people around. Right.
Yeah, you're right. I watched enough Hangouts with G-Man getting his brain beat in by 6 or 7 atheists to know that some people are just not going to get persuaded by anything. But you know what? If we can get particularly Christianity in North America just to get to a point where they no longer feel like they have to tell people how to live their lives. If we can just get them to say, my life is my life, your life is your life, and as long as I haven't left you with a bloody nose living my life, everything be everything, and relax and smoke a blunt because Genesis 1:12, I've given you all the seed-bearing plants and herbs to use. Boy, do Christians get mad when you say that.
You know, I mean, I kind of have been saying that a few times that like there is religious law that shouldn't necessarily spill into secular, you know, and I kind of get stoned by my fellow people sometimes by that, but I do think that's possible. I wouldn't want to be under another religion's law, for instance.
Here, here.
So, I mean, I try to find a middle ground, a sensible ground. What I find sometimes, though, Gus, I actually am friends with somebody that used to be on Dogma Debate, you know, David Smalley's show.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I'm friends with somebody there, and or she's off of it now. But I spent like almost 10 months now paying attention to the atheist activist community, whether it's Dogma Debate or AOA, and I found that there are some atheists that will not stop until religion is dead, and that's what I get from David Smalley, is that he is Ahab and he wants God dead. And
Yes, you're absolutely right, Deirdre.
And he's a sweet talker. He's actually one of the kinder talkers, but he wants us gone.
Yep. No, you're right. It comes from I think it comes from the Richard Dawkins, Christopher Hitchens school of people who have faith have got something wrong between their ears. And I don't think that one necessarily follows the other. I think that the problem isn't that people believe in a deity. The problem is that people who believe in a deity also believe that, you know, women should not be allowed to control their own reproduction, or that if two boys really, really like each other, they shouldn't be allowed to get married. You know, I think that's the problem. The problem with religion is where it meets the road, and that if within the bounds of your own life, you know, you want to follow the Bible, which if you take all the really wonky stuff out of the Bible, you know, it's not that bad a guide for living your life. I mean, Jesus basically said, guys, chill out, love each other. You know, and you can't really much go wrong with that. But what ends up happening is, you see, people often say, you know, I often talk to people and they say, well, the Bible says this and the Bible says that. And my response is, the problem with the Bible isn't that it's too narrow. The problem with the Bible is that it says everything. I mean, if you really read the Bible says everything. It says don't kill, but you can kill. It says pay your taxes, but don't pay your taxes. Frustrate the kings, but obey the kings. You know, do what God says, except when he tells you not to do what he says, except when he tells you, and you know, you end up just hearing Irish fiddle music in your head after a while. And that's the problem with the Bible. But people, they take it and they want to tell you how to live your life. Up here in Canada, we've been having a lot of trouble with doctor-assisted suicide, and there's people up here they come from a position of faith that say that only the Judeo-Christian God can take life, and that's grand and all, but you know, I don't need to describe to anybody in detail who's been on this earth for more than 10 years what can happen to people when they suffer from certain incurable diseases that only death can bring succor to. And you know, I remember telling a fellow, I said, you know what, you keep your God out of my life. That's your business, not mine. You know what I mean? But yeah, Deirdre, you know, you're absolutely right. There are people out there who will not rest until religion is eradicated from the world. And my response to those people are, you better wait about 5,000 years until our biology evolves to keep up with, you know, with what you want to see in society. That's what I think. I don't know. I mean, am I off base, or I've driven Nadia away?
No, Nadia just gets up and has to do something.
No,
That happens
I'm
a
just
lot.
kidding.
Usually she can hear though and stuff. You know, I like I said, I obviously have some atheist friends. I say really annoying things like we're made in God's image and anything good in you is from God, and that really upsets atheists.
And you just
Especially
you
Art.
see them. You can hear that grinding noise of their back teeth just grinding together.
Yeah, Art and this guy Mark. He's very smart, but he was pulling all the hitch and stops and the fry stops, you know, on me, and You know, there it was Simon, and I like Simon, and I actually like Art too. Mark was kind of on my nerves because I can sense sort of an arrogance. I think he's really smart, but there's definitely a hierarchy there. You know, but it was sort of like, let's kick the theist, and I'm like the can, you know.
Oh.
And you know, that's fine and all, but in the end it sort of comes down to this leap of faith situation. I mean, I can try to attempt reason, but that's not my gig. I'm not an apologist. You know, I can try this Psi 10 kind of trickery, which is really it's just really kind of Lewis based. Some of the things that he says is C.S. Lewis based. You can't have rationality unless it's, you know, how do you know you're rational unless you there's a God, you know?
Am I the only person in the world that thinks it's utterly ridiculous that some of these Christians hang so heavily on not so much G.K. Chesterton, because G.K. Chesterton wasn't a fiction writer, but he was a philosopher. But C.S. Lewis wrote fairy tale books.
Well, C.S. Lewis did write Narnia, and he also wrote some sci-fi books, but he also wrote a lot of theology books. I mean, C.S. Lewis was a bright guy.
I know he wrote the Screw Tape Letters and stuff, and the Screw Tape Letters is a very, very
Mere
clever
Christianity is a real big deal. That's a really good one. He attempts the problem of pain, you know.
Yeah. No, you make a good point. You make a good point.
He's a very smart man. I honestly think he's one of our best arguers. Chesterton is like a Christian humanist. Chesterton's like a softie, sort of, and Kierkegaard kind of goes, I'm a rational person and I can't rationalize this, but I'm going to take this leap of faith, and that's really kind of horrifying to a lot of skeptics. And in the end, I kind of take this Kierkegaard thing. I can try to argue in my rationale, but I figured out, I've tried all the Lewis routes, you know, liar, lunatic, Lord, you know, all that kind of stuff.
Right.
And I think liar, lunatic, Lord is good for people that think Jesus is just a nice guy. I follow some of his commandments, but he's not really God. Liar, lunatic, Lord kind of presses on those people.
Meanwhile, I watch YouTube videos by Richard Carrier, and I don't know if do you know who Richard Carrier is? He's a scholar who basically doubts the very existence, not just the historicity, but the very existence of Jesus.
Oh yeah, I have a friend that just kept me hopping for months over this. Yeah.
Him and a guy named White. I can't remember his first name, but he's a Calvinist. And Calvinists, I never really understood what Calvinism was until I started watching.
It might be Dr. James White.
Yes, Dr. James White.
Okay.
And Richard Carrier went at it hammer and tongs. And is who like Bart Ehrman, buddy? I'm not sure which one you're asking me about. They go at it hammer and tongs, and I mean, so there are people out there who don't even think Jesus actually lived, and I mean,
because the closest that we can get is, I think, I want to say, is it 80 years with Josephus, and then after that's Tacitus. So
Tacitus,
outside the Bible, those are your two people that we can kind of grab, from what I understand. And I had a friend who's extremely smart. He's smarter than me, and he's an atheist, and he kept me going for like months trying to prove Jesus. The closest I could get was Tacitus, I believe.
Tacitus.
Yes, thank you. And Josephus.
I just hopped in here. I'll point out two things. The first being that there may be people who believe that Jesus did not exist. Like, sure, those type of people exist. However, in the realm of academia, they are either non-existent or exceedingly scarce. And secondly, I see no reason why we would have to go outside of a biblical source to show God's existence. We have, not God's existence, sorry, but don't go there. I don't see why we would have to go outside of a biblical source to show Jesus' existence. Like, there's the New Testament is the closest historical documents we have to his life. It's silly to try to go outside.
They call that circular reasoning, and they will immediately discard Paul. I mean, Paul would be great, but they immediately go.
But if they say we have to discard it, then they're just ignorant of historical methodology. Like, the New Testament is a collection of historical documents, whether they be biographies or letters to different churches. Like, they're historical documents, and you can't just say, no, we're not even going to consider these because we don't like what they say. Like, you have to.
Are they truly historical documents? I mean, isn't the Bible the oldest polemic on earth?
No, they are historical. Like, take one of the letters of Paul. Like, if we don't that is him talking about, like, hey, this and stuff happened to me, and you guys should stop doing this, or the Book of Acts. Like, that is a historical document. It's the claims about what went on in the beginning of the early church. Like, these are legitimate historical documents. Like, if you want to deny that, then the word historical document means nothing. It just, there's no use even using the term.
Well, can I ask you about that for a sec, James? Because I'm a novice and I've got like a high school diploma, and so everything I know about everything I learned by reading books that I just happened to be interested in. So how is there a universally accepted within the halls of academe definition of what constitutes a historical document? And can a historical document at all be a polemic?
What's the definition of historical document? I don't think there's much debate on that because it's a generally understood term, a document about history. Like that's not something I think I've ever had anyone like try to have me define. Like, is that your realm of attack, trying to attack that I'm asserting this as a historical document?
I'm sorry, would you say that again? Somebody tried to ring in on me, and I had the bells of St. Clemens in my ears while you were saying that.
It's fine. What was the part that I left you at?
I essentially you were prefacing defining a historical document for me.
Okay, so I guess I don't understand why I'm being asked to define a historical document. Like, that's not something that's genuinely a convoluted notion or unclear. I mean, I guess if I had to get something off the top of my head, a document that makes claims about history, I mean, something along those lines. Like, that's not, I mean, is attacking and making me give a rigorous definition of historical document, like, is that the plane of attack?
Oh, no, please. I'm really sorry, James. If I gave you the impression that I was trying to attack you, nothing could be further from the truth.
Okay, my bad.
I think part of the problem that I have with part of the problem that I have is that, to me, viewing the Bible as a document that can validate itself is problematic to me, because the Bible is a polemic. The Bible contains almost nothing within its covers that criticizes itself. It casts the appropriate lights and shadows on Judaism and Christianity together, and as such, how can it have any degree of objectivity at all?
Well, first thing is you're trying to view the Bible as a whole, and you're referring to it as one document, which is incredibly inaccurate. In no sense is it one document; it's a collection of documents. And I'm a little bit confused in your suggestion that because the Bible doesn't, the collection of documents don't somehow argue against each other, that somehow should give us room to doubt them. If anything, like, if they argued against each other, that would give us trouble. Like, consistency is somehow an argument now. Like, I don't understand.
But here's the thing, though, James. Let's say, James, that you were Emperor of Rome, okay, and you were Emperor of Rome for the last 30 years of your life. And while you were Emperor of Rome, 100 people wrote stuff about you. And 50 things they wrote about you were factually correct. And 50 things that they wrote about you were factually incorrect. Of the 50 things they wrote about you which were factually correct, 25 things were flattering and 25 things were detractory. And then somebody went and they took a book with those 25 things that were flattering, put them together, and then they came to me a jabillion years later and they said, this is the story of Emperor James, and this is his life.
Okay, so my response to this, and I'm assuming you're going to compare this to the New Testament, right? Like, you're going to say that's what's happened with the New Testament, right?
I believe the entire Bible is a polemic.
Okay, so here's my thing against that, right? Okay. Prove to me that that's a fair analogy. Like, basically, you're making the claim that what happened in that little hypothetical scenario, you're saying that happened with the New Testament, and I see that as an unsupported claim. So please show me some evidence that that's what happened.
You know what? You got me. I can't. I guess my only defense, Seamus, if just give me please 1 second. My only defense is that the Bible, theists claim that the Bible was inspired by God. my response is, as a skeptic, is that it may have been inspired by God, but it was written, interpreted, handled, and applied by man. And if it's one thing I'm pretty good at watching is what human beings do, and I know a polemic when I see one. Now maybe that, not again, James, you got me. I've got nothing written on paper that can support that. You totally have me there. You could tell me to walk away in shame, and you'd be right. You'd be right to do it. But I've seen what happens when human beings want to cast the appropriate lights and shadows on something, and the Bible looks, sounds, smells, and tastes like a polemic.
Well, obviously I disagree with that, and I would emphasize the point that I don't, as a theist, I don't suggest, oh, I'm going to argue for this being true because the Bible is the inspired word of God. I suggest that we take the books of the New Testament, the documents, and we examine them the same way we would examine all other documents of antiquity, and then follow the evidence where it lay. Be consistent in our historic endeavors.
I think Seamus wanted to say something, and I steamrolled him. Seamus?
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Is that you don't have to take the Bible as God's word, and therefore it needs to prove God. If we did that, that would be fall victim of circular reasoning, and that might not be the best example to present someone that was secular. But the thing is, if we're just trying to present the New Testament on the grounds of the historicity of Christ, we should be allowed to do this, and there's many reasons to do this, and I'll explain why. For example, most critics that criticize Jesus or the Bible, they don't criticize Jesus for not existing. They criticize it called redaction criticism, that they just embellish certain things about Jesus. That, oh, there's a historical Jesus, but the person of Jesus as presented in the Gospels or whatever is just, it's been exaggerated and embellished over time. Now, the reason why we can look at it as a historical document and really, really confirm or have a really likelihood argument that Jesus was a historical person, well, it is basically through the dating of the epistles, right? So some of the earliest dating of the epistles, you would probably date to around, and this isn't a very literal date, but it would be like 52. Okay, this is like 19 years after the death of Jesus. Okay, well, some people will question that Paul never ever met Jesus during his lifetime, right? He just had a vision of him during the Damascus Road. But we know that Paul met with Peter, right, in Jerusalem. So Peter did know Jesus during his lifetime, and people would, this is 19 years after Jesus' death, people would have still been around to verify that. But no one at that time questioned the historicity of Christ. They didn't say, there were a lot of criticisms of Christ, false Messiah, this, that, and the other, but no one ever, the critics at the time didn't criticize him for not existing. So when you look at I'll wrap it up here, when you look at the New Testament, especially the epistles, the early dating, it's pretty obvious that Jesus at least existed historically. Now, if things were added, that's another different story.
Well, I suppose I should put my cards on the table and state what I believe. I believe there was a man whose name was probably Joshua, and he raised royal hell until the Romans had to go, oh, what is this guy doing? And then even then they were sort of, listen, you Jewish dudes, can you do something about this? Oh, you want us to do it? Oh man, all right, get the 2x4s. But I don't necessarily I think I fall in line with a lot of other atheists, in which they say that, look, there may have been a Jesus, there probably was a Jesus, but he sure as Sam Hill didn't walk across water. I think that's kind of where I come from, and when I talk about the Bible as a polemic, or particularly if we just focus on what's been written about Jesus, excuse me, I think it's a bit dodgy for me, because the Bible is designed specifically as a delivery mechanism for Judeo-Christianity. So of course it's going to say that, Jesus, scaled the walls with his nose and stuff like that. Like, of course it's going to attribute miraculous stuff to him. So, and I'm kind of left scratching my head going, one of the things that drives me crazy is that theists will often say, well, how do we know Caesar existed? How do we know Alexander the Great existed? And my response to that is, well, I'll tell you how we know Alexander the Great existed, because there's 10,000 dead bodies lying on the plains of Gaugamela that will affirm to his existence. There are little cities all over the place that basically start in the Mediterranean and track almost all the way to the other end of India that are named Alexandria, and it's not like they got the flyer or anything. You know what I mean? So
I could make very similar arguments for Christ existing.
That doesn't necessarily.
I would do so for comedy purposes. I would be like, oh, there's a very long line of Christian martyrs. There's this funny thing called Christianity. I mean, I could say things like that too. That's not how I would argue. I'm just saying, like, if you want to go that route, I could.
I actually am running against atheists that are denying martyrdom.
There's no concrete proof in the strictest sense that Alexander the Great existed.
I so disagree with that.
No,
I so disagree with that.
I said in the strictest sense. Which
well, what do you mean by the strictest sense, Seamus?
Well, obviously, in the strictest sense, most people that will hold the historicity of Christ will say, like, look, we don't have the bones, we don't have any DNA evidence, we don't have any actual substantive, conclusive evidence. Now what we do have is we have stories. What we do have battles. A battle taking place doesn't mean Alexander. One of the theories.
We have coins.
Listen, one of the theories for the Alexander the Great was that there was basically like multiple generals that undertook these wars, and it was ascribed later to like one unifying person, and it's like in this epic narrative kind of. And the way that you've seen the writings of the battles were that they were clearly embellished themselves. So it's
that's a really interesting theory, because it's widely believed that the minute that Alexander died, his generals all scattered to the four winds, and that scattering eventually brought down much of the Macedonian Empire. So if what you're saying is that there was never a linchpin that held them together in the first place, then that's extremely interesting.
Maybe the reason they scattered was because one general slept with another general's wife, and they didn't want it to get out. And so that was the thing they said. They're like, oh, yep, quote, Alexander's dead. Like, I mean, you can postulate all types of stuff, and that's a pretty ridiculous thing. Like, I think what I just said, that's ridiculous. Nobody should do that.
The way the ancient Greeks thought about women, I don't know. I don't think anybody would have cared.
That was a joke, but
they
I mean,
have
like,
this theory, it's called the multiple general theory, but they have something in Christianity, the historicity of Christ, sometimes it's called the conglomerate theory, that Jesus is actually not based off of one person, it's based off of a conglomerate of different people within like a 100-year period or a 200-year period.
That's fascinating. I've never heard that theory before.
So some people that question the historicity of Christ will say that it wasn't just one person that was embellished, it was actually multiple people that did these things were not done by one person, they were done by multiple people.
But that must have all been done before the Council of Nicaea, right? Because the Council of Nicaea sat down and sorted.
We're talking way before that. What did the Council of Nicaea do?
They sat down and they sort of sorted out that which shall be orthodox and canon and that which shall not.
Council of Nicaea was to deal with Arianism, which was
they didn't even touch canon.
The canon was before the Council of Nicaea. Council of Nicaea was strictly about Arianism.
So what was the basic idea of the Nicene Creed?
Deity of Christ.
Yeah.
Like that Jesus Christ was God?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Arius was teaching that Jesus was not deity, and maybe my name was wrong here, like Constantine, I think it was, did like all the disorder, and he said, you guys get together, fight it out, and then get along. And then
I'd heard that story. I'd heard that Constantine said, "Hey, enough, let's go, all you Christians, sort out."
Yeah, and then the Christians at the Council of Nicaea had it out with the Arians, and most of them, like I guess you could say, came around, and then they're like, well, we need to settle this once and for all, and they made the council. They made the Nicene Creed to be like, all right, this is it. Like,
funny
most
part-
solidify.
Most of them came around. Yeah, they locked him in a hall.
Yeah.
There was a 12-hour fist fight.
There's no need for it. I mean, the deity of Christ was firmly established within the first century, just in the gospel accounts. So
But yeah,
for them to be even worrying about that 200 years later is just ridiculous.
I want to point out that Guff, I think your leading argument against the New Testament is question begging. You're seeing it as this deceptive, biased like message for Christendom, but that's assuming that it was basically a deceitful document for the purpose of
Can I insert one comment? I don't necessarily see deceptiveness as wrong. I think human beings periodically have to practice deception on a semi-regular basis, particularly with modern society, or we just wouldn't get along. I mean, when you're sitting in an office and your boss puts together a report that blows chunks, and he sort of says, "Hey, what did you think of my report?" You either blow smoke up his kazoo, or you look for a new job. And I think if let me back up a bit and let me organize my thoughts here. If a group of people decided, and a whole bunch of people decided, that Christianity was a great way for humanity to keep from ripping itself apart, and in thinking that, they came to believe that if certain things were left out, or if certain stuff wasn't said, or if certain stuff was never written, and I understand I'm being enormously vague about this, but I'm trying not to leave anything out. If they decided to be a little bit sly about it, if they decided to do a little bit of a two-step, I wouldn't disrespect the Bible for that. But by the same token, I don't want to pretend that didn't happen if it did. Now, the only thing is, I have no proof. I'm sitting here with no proof. You say to me, "Where's your proof, Gus?" And I go, "I got no proof. You got me."
Well, yeah, that is essentially my issues. You can talk about, like, you can say, well, they could be, deceptive. It could be this, and then but to use that in itself as an argument against the New Testament is circular.
Well, when you mean to use it as an argument against the New Testament, what do you mean?
I should have rephrased that. Like when we reference the New Testament, perhaps as a source for certain facts on why we think Christianity is true, or why we think it's reasonable to think that Christ rose from the dead, and then perhaps you attack our source of the New Testament, and you say, well, and you postulate some of the things like it being the things you've talked about, you thinking it being. I would say all that it assumes your position being true. Like, it assumes the falsehood of the Bible. Like, it's circular.
Granted, I think you are a theist, right?
Yes.
I think you as a theist, assuming the existence and primacy of your God, is also kind of circular too.
I don't assume that.
Okay. Fair enough.
I don't assume it. I reason to it deductively and I think rationally, but I don't make it as an axiom.
I thought you couldn't reason to God. I thought God had to be the beginning of everything. I thought you couldn't have rational thought without God.
Oh, I think you can have rational thought without God, but I think we can use rational thought to conclude God. Like, I think we can present a logical argument.
You're not a presupper then.
No, I literally argue against presuppers. Like, I would be the Saul to presuppers if I could. Like, I am vastly against presuppositionalism. A lot of my Christian friends are. We think it's a horrible practice among Christians that's just intellectually bankrupt, and it does more harm than good.
To me it seems that the resurgence of presupposition, and I understand that presupposition has been around for years, but the resurgence of this new trench warfare presuppositionalism, to me it's almost like an allergic response against the admittedly rabid atheists that Deirdre talks about sometimes. It's just like from out of the blue came Richard Dawkins and Christopher Hitchens, and then all of a sudden, almost at the same time, this radical guerrilla paratrooper commando presuppositionalism that essentially lives to shut people's mouths, and its entire tenet seems to be, well, how do you know that's true? Well, how do you know that's true? You know,
I think that presuppositionalism has become so prominent, and like I said, there's a movement against that. I think the reason it's become so prominent is like so many of its advocates, they phrase it in a way that you're fundamentalist, like not meaning this in an insulting way, but like you're fundamentalist, like not philosophically informed Christians. Like it sounds really good to like your layman like Christian. Like the way they phrase things about like God, I don't even remember. It's been so long since I read that trash. It's, you know, like they phrase it in such a way. It sounds really good. It's like, we're putting the authority of the Bible first, and we're not starting with man's reason. We're starting with God's reason. And all the Christians are like, yeah, that sounds good. And then they go into this philosophical trash, and then it's awful. I hate it. Seitan Buggenkate is a very famous... Bugginator. Seitan Bugginator, that's what we'll call him.
You sound like Arnold Schwarzenegger when you talk about Seitan Bugginator. I'll go and take care of him. Bring him to me, little girly presuppositionist.
Yeah. That is, I'll be the Terminator for presuppositionalism. No, sorry. Actually, he's such a famous
Jesus will be back.
Of it. Yeah. He's such a famous proponent of that, and one of I know one of my friends he's in the process of organizing a debate with him, and he's a Christian, simply to shut it down. Like
I don't know. I'm gonna have to stop you guys. I think you're either been exposed to like kind of either like not very well thought out precept, or you're just not very familiar with adequate.
Well, Seamus, you know, Seamus, I got to tell you, man, I haven't been hearing an awful lot of Cornelius Van Til or Greg Bonson out of this new generation of presuppers. I mean, I'm hearing Eric Hovind and Seitan Buggenkate and Matt Slick. Well, Matt Slick's not really a presupper. Matt Slick he's sort of the Dr. No of Calvinists. It's very it's hilarious stuff.
I will make the comment that when I say presuppers, Seamus, I'm not throwing into that group men like Alvin Plantinga or like people who I'd consider like the rational, like, quote, presuppers. Like when I say presuppers, I mean like the people.
No, I'm talking specifically about the presuppositional argument. I don't give a damn about various presuppers. I'm just saying the presuppositional argument. You may have heard a weak form of it, or just someone that was running like a really, really like dumbed down version of it, or was just trying to be overly offensive with it, but. Or maybe you're not very familiar with the argument. If you're that
Seamus,
like what argument specifically?
Seamus, have you heard the stuff from Seitan Buggenkate and Eric Hovind and stuff?
Yeah, I've heard some of it. It's not all that highbrow.
No, it's not. It's presuppositional. It's Van Til and Bonsall presup ripped down to the studs, and it's designed not to. It's Seitan Buggenkate has said openly. He said, "Listen, I'm not here to change minds. Only God can do that. I'm here to close mouths."
Yeah.
And to a guy like me, who how do you know that? Because he said it. How do
you know that?
Yeah. My senses and reasoning. Oh no, strawberry fields forever. My response to that would be, well, if I don't know what's going on, why even talking to me, man? Like there are days like I would love to debate with Seitan Buggenkate. I would just love, because my response would be, well, if you don't think I know anything, what are you doing talking to me? And wouldn't your God be pleased if you had lots of people like me walking away from your message of the gospel because you were too busy making me feel stupid to tell me that Jesus loved me?
It's not that they don't know anything, it's just that they have no appeal to what's known as absolute truth. Like they can appeal to truth, but they can't appeal to truth in the absolute.
But human existence is such a tesseractine paradox when it comes to truth. We have absolute truth, but we do, but we don't, but we do, but we don't, but we do, but we don't. It's like every truth we have has a hole in it, and every falsehood we know has a truth lying in it.
No, philosophically speaking, we don't have absolute truth, and that's all you're going to get from an atheist worldview. It's kind of
sure, but then the problem is the problem is can human beings even comprehend absolutes?
When you say absolute truth, what do you mean by absolute?
I'm going to explain it.
Who are you asking, James?
Both of you. It's often used in varying ways.
Well, let Seamus go first.
I'm speaking philosophically about absolute truth, and affirm that it would depend on how you define truth, right? Like most people are gonna take like a correspondence theory of truth, like truth is what best corresponds to reality, or that which corresponds to reality, or depending on that. But absolute truth is just, it's basically saying to know absolutely that which is. It's not. The problem is the problem philosophically is we have this subjectivity that enters among us, and we can't know what's known as external absolute truths. Internally, we can deduce certain truths internally, but this is dependent upon the problem of hard solipsism philosophically.
Okay, so it sounds.
Hold on 1 second. The problem of hard solipsism philosophically basically says that there's no way to externally verify if other minds exist. And that way, you can't even verify if you are the ontological solipsism says that you can't verify anything outside of yourself actually exists. Okay, and what this does is this limits what's known as absolute truth philosophically, because you can never know anything external to you. That's what the problem of hard solipsism says. And then you can't know that to be absolute truth. Any truths that are external to your being, your consciousness, you can't know absolutely. So since you're a secularist, they mirror that philosophical approach. The secularist has no appeal to absolute truths. So if they say certain things like, there's no way that the God could be true, well, you can't even appeal to that being an absolutely true statement. Because if you tell them, like, well, is that absolutely true, that cannot be absolutely true? The minute that they say that, they've got into a paradox. So they can't say that. So what they admit is the other worldview could be right.
Can I divert? Can I be naughty and divert from the discussion of absolute truth, so that I can since this is my very first time in a hangout ever, can I bring forward my pet theory about God? Would that be okay, or would that just be like not on?
You do you, man.
Well, I mean, I was trying to kind of defend the like heinous allegations y'all said about the presuppositional argument.
Okay, no, Seamus, I don't want you to feel like we've pushed you to one side. I think there's a difference between the quality of a proper presuppositionalist argument, a la Cornelius Van Til and Greg Bahnsen, and some of the jungle stuff that's being done by the trenchers, the Eric Hovens and the Colin Pearsons and the people who just want to ask you how you know that until you rip your eyes out and throw them at them.
Can I just say another thing about the presuppositional argument? So I've just established why secularists can't appeal to absolute truth, but they do appeal to what's known as absolutes. They appeal to what's known as logical absolutes, right?
I think they say they do.
Well, the logical absolutes, which would be like the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, the law of excluded middle. These are absolutes, and they're absolute in nature. They would just be the same thing as an absolute truth. And so what they don't realize is there are such things that in their worldview are absolutely true, except that they can't even verify that. And that right there presents a paradox in their worldview. And what the worst part about it is, when they go to justify absolute truths, the worst thing they say is, well, they'll say not absolute truths, logical absolutes. They'll say the logical absolutes are just human constructions. They use a constructivist model, and which is ridiculous because it's an absolute. There's no way we could make up a construction and then it would absolutely be absolute. So where does
Seamus,
I'm gonna of logical absolutes.
Seamus, I'm gonna really set your hair on fire, and I'm gonna say that absolutes shift over time. Seriously.
Can I butt in real quick? And
you guys are both gonna throw me off a bridge for that. I know, but I will explain it if you give me a chance.
I want to clarify a couple things in our terminology first. Like, in the beginning when I asked about absolute truth, the way you defined it made it seem like you were talking about truth that we know with certainty, like knowing it absolutely seemed to me that you were implying like a type of epistemic certainty.
Certainty
in
has no
regards to the-
bearing on truth.
Well, no, but I mean, when I asked you to define absolute truth, that was the vibe I was getting.
No, absolute truth is that which is.
So it's just the same as truth then. Like truth is what it is.
No, but I just told you why you can only know. You can never say that is absolutely that which is in a secular worldview because of the problem of hard solipsism. The problem of hard solipsism cannot be solved philosophically. Therefore, in the secular worldview, cannot appeal to absolute truths. You can appeal to something being true, but the moment you say, do you know that it cannot be 100% true? You can never say that outside of your own consciousness externally because of the problem of hard solipsism.
When you say 100% true, I don't...
Here's the problem with it. In a secular worldview, the only way to get past the problem of hard solipsism is to adopt an axiom or presupposition that external minds exist, and then from there you have to adopt
seems to work for us.
But I want
sure.
to.
Work.
I don't think, and like I'm a Christian. I'm on the same side as you. I don't think you're being rigorous enough in some of your terminology. For instance, there are no 57% truths. A proposition, either a proposition or its negation is true. It cannot
I disagree.
be 75% true. I know you disagree. We'll get to you. We get to you in a second. We'll get to you. Okay. Like.
I've currently been chained to a wall and promised that the taskmaster is coming for me.
Epistemically, they can't verify.
Yeah, I agree with that. That's what I was commenting.
Yeah, it's an epistemic problem. The problem of hard solipsism is an epistemic problem.
Yeah.
Easy now. Easy.
So truth is truth, okay? That which is that which is, okay? But
yes,
absolute truth, the connotation absolute is an epistemic problem. They can never know that that's absolutely that.
But then
absolute.
When we
absolute. Go ahead, James. Go ahead, James.
I want to point out
wait for my beating.
when we refer to when we refer to logical absolutes, usually we're using that in a sense and meaning that these logical laws are necessary. That is, that it's impossible for their truth value to be false or different. And so I just wanted to clarify the terminology a bit, what we meant when we said, like, I think I'm presenting that correctly. When we say these things are logical absolutes, we're saying that these truths are necessary, that logical laws are not contingent.
Nadia's cocooning. Nadia, are we keeping you up? Or maybe she just shut the volume off.
Right, which means
that's what Nadia does.
Logical absolute, specifically the law of identity, which makes what all of reality comprehensible. All of reality breaks down without these logical absolutes. Okay, and a lot of people say that secularists will say that the logical absolutes, the law of identity or something, are just things that we have come up with and ascribed to kind of describe reality. These are kind of just a constructivist model of what represents reality. That it appears
I think that we've come up with explanations.
If there's an argument they're arguing from an epistemic subjective course. Think about this. If we removed all minds and all epistemic root from the problem of this, that in order for something to exist, it has to abide by the law of identity. So even without subjective minds, the law of identity must hold due to reality. It's not even contingent on mind. So it's not subjective. It's not epistemic. It's ontological. Logical absolutes have an ontological basis. The ontological basis for logical absolutes is God. And for secularists, they say, well, logical absolutes are just a model we've come up with to describe.
Yeah, I think I would, and I think we're slowly going to get over here with this comment to Gus's beating.
You can't wait. You just can't wait.
I'm very much looking forward to it. God, that's so distracted saying that. I agree with that. I would make this sentence. I would make this statement that I think if you concede that, for instance, something like the law of non-contradiction, if you concede that is necessarily true, I don't think you can hold to atheism. I don't think that there can be any. I don't think any like proposition can be necessarily true, and at least a materialistic view can be true. So on to Gus's beating. Gus, are you suggesting, like, for instance, say I make the proposition, either a statement or its negation is true? Are you suggesting that there is a possible world in which that is false?
What I am saying is that many of the things that we call absolute truths, if we look at what we would call an absolute truth, and we look at absolute truths throughout history, we find that many of the things that we called absolute truths in 500 BCE are suddenly not the things we call absolute truth in 2015. And what that says to me is that for a certain branch of what we call truth, it is fluid, but it moves at a glacial pace. So that, for instance, there are certain things within your lifetime, James, that are going to be absolute.
Confusing belief and truth.
Yeah.
But what is the difference between belief and truth when it comes
Philosophically,
to let me finish the question, fellas. What's the difference between belief and truth when it comes to how a human being grasps reality? Because none of this matters. I don't care how trees deal with reality. The only thing I care about is how humans deal with reality.
I'll pass the I think I heard Seamus wanted to say something, but I think
so
fundamentally
you're gonna hand him the stick.
After a second. Yeah, after I take a swing at you first. I would say that fundamentally your objection seems to come with arguing that somehow it's an epistemic issue, that what we can't know, like for all you know, what we consider to be absolute truths could be wrong. And I want to make the point that first off, I don't know if when I say that the logical law is an absolute, I'm saying that it's necessarily true. Like that is what I'm implying. I believe
that there are some things that are absolute. For instance, you talk about something cannot be that which it is and that which it isn't at the same time. I think that's a logical absolute.
Okay.
That's a slam dunk.
Is that statement necessarily true?
I don't understand what you mean by that question.
So when I say the proposition, and we'll refer to this as Proposition P because that sounds sinister.
Absolutely. I feel afraid already.
Yeah, so Proposition P is...
Deirdre, the theists are picking on me.
Yeah.
I could pretend to be an atheist. What do you want me to say?
No, it's okay. It's okay. I just want
on a sliding scale, guys. Everything's on a sliding scale.
I want you to call an ambulance when it's all over because the Jesus people beat me to death.
So when I say that
thou shalt not kill, fellas, thou shalt not kill.
When I say that their proposition is necessarily true, I'm meaning that it is not possible for that statement to be false. That there is no possible world in which that proposition is false. That's what I mean when I say it's necessarily true.
But wouldn't some people say that we cannot, without an external verifier, we cannot possibly know what is reality in all worlds?
But that's not relevant. I'm specifically addressing, this is an a priori issue. We need not refer to our senses or any verificationist process. It's simply an issue of talking about propositions. Either a proposition or its negation is true.
Somebody just sent me a comment of if A, and then see the comment went away. If A is a set of A, but if A is not a set, I just lost my brain. Okay, because somebody threw. I think Seamus keeps throwing these comments at me simultaneously while he's talking to me.
If set A is a set of all sets that do not contain themselves, does set A contain itself?
That single question there has just told me just how little I know about everything. Thank you very much.
That's not even me. That's another person.
Okay, it's just that on my display it's attributed to you, so it might have come from the rather pained-looking older fellow with the glasses.
Yeah,
but,
it did.
Okay, sorry, I totally derailed you, James. I'm a bad turtle.
So I would say generally a proposition is either its truth is either contingent or it's necessary. It's impossible for that statement to be different. Like it's impossible for that proposition to be false. Or it is possible for that proposition to be false. And this is also the case with things that exist. Like things that exist are either contingent or necessary. Like they're either contingent, it's possible that they don't exist, it's possible that, or their existence relies on something, or they could be necessary. That is, that it's impossible for them to exist. So it's one of these two. It's one of these two things. For every proposition I give you, that proposition is either contingent or necessary.
Wait, I want to tell the little fellow with the older fellow with the glasses, because he told me that he was sorry And it's okay, buddy. I just didn't know who you were. That's all. And it's a really good question that you asked. I'm too dumb to figure it out. So I mean, maybe somebody else here would know it, but I haven't got enough brains to rub together on a good day. So that's why James is working me over like a speed bag here. Go ahead, James. Go ahead, man. Lay it on me.
So I was asking the proposition that every proposition is either it or its negation is true. That is generally considered a necessary truth. It's considered what we've been talking about as a logical law, and that it's considered necessarily true. It's not possible. There's no possible description of reality where that statement is false.
It's the law of excluded middle.
Yes. No, that's the law of non-contradiction.
How can you exclude a middle in truth when so much of truth happens to live in the middle?
Give me an example of truth that lives in the middle. Like, I don't understand.
I mean, one of the things that
that's the law of excluded middle. It's either a proposition is either true or false, and there's no in between.
Okay, and understandably, I do admit to sort of misappropriating the middle part of excluded middle and using it for something else. But I think one of the words I keep hearing is worldview, and I hear so many people's worldviews where everything is black and white, and yet so much of humanity lives its life in shades of gray. How can we apply? I mean, for instance, let's look at, in generality, let's look at the Second World War. Okay, the Nazis, who were evil, right? They showed up. They did terrible things. The Allies essentially used violence and near the later stages of the war, made a number of the civilians that were occupied by the Nazis suffer, but yet one side is considered virtuous, the other side is considered evil, when essentially, on both sides, the only thing that separates what both sides did was A, intention, and B, one side was an instigator and the other side was a responder. And there was so much gray involved. There's so much gray involved in every war. So where are the absolutes there? Where are the absolutes, fellas?
But you're trying to use this as an example of gray in regards to truth. And at best, and I wouldn't even grant this, but at best, this would be a gray in the sense of morality. But I would ask you, since you reject and you say that there's an in between, please give me a proposition that can be 75% true. Like I don't think that is possible. I don't see how a statement can be partially true.
Well, part of the problem that I have is that so many of the truths that I've ever encountered in my life are not absolute truths. They're only sufficiently sufficient truths.
Well, I'm not using the term absolute because I think the way we've been using it so far it's a little bit unclear. I'm specifically saying, like, give me an example of a proposition that does not follow the law of excluded middle. Like, give me a proposition that it is either it or its negation is true.
That's a darn good question. I think what you're asking me, and I'm sure you'll take another swing at me if I get it wrong, but I think what you're asking me is, how can a peach only be 75% a peach, for instance? And to that, my response is that's not what I'm talking about. Assuming that's what you're asking me.
No, well, I mean, no, not really, because like I referenced the law of excluded middle, and Seamus was right in correcting me. I was calling it law of non-contradiction. I shouldn't.
Seamus knows his stuff. He knows his stuff. Seamus, he's gonna back you up, boy. See, I got no friends to help me.
Atheists don't have friends. Yeah,
that's right. That's right. Victory has 1,000 fathers and defeat is an orphan. That's it.
So perhaps because I'm trying to, I really want to be specific, and perhaps just to come to some common ground on the nature of necessity when it comes to logical truths. And I mean, I think it could perhaps maybe I shouldn't reference another one. But if the law of excluded middle gives you trouble, let's talk about the law of non-contradiction. That is, a proposition and its negation cannot both be true.
I have no objection to that law.
Okay. Would you concede that that is necessarily true? Like it is not possible. There's no possible world in which that statement is false.
Like someone who is being gazed at through the scope of a sniper, I sense danger, but don't know where it's coming from.
And I mean, I want to say that like this is not some cleverly. I mean, all my statements are cleverly disguised theistic traps. But no, this is not some like
it's necessary due to the comprehensibleness of reality. Reality breaks down.
Yeah, I'm not setting some like if you agree to this, it's not that you're like agreeing to like a secret like trap that theistic set. Like this is generally everyone, whether it be in mathematics or philosophy, atheist or Christian or whatever, pretty much everyone agrees that logical truths are necessarily true. Did I cut you off, Seamus? I'm sorry.
You know what? Even if it's going to string me up, I'll go along with it for now.
Okay, so that's the issue I'm talking about is because you know you made the comment that there was no absolute truth or whatever, and I want to be specific. We do agree that there are some things that are necessary.
Actually, I want to correct you. I didn't say there were no absolute truths. What I said was that it seems in my travels that every time we seem to have an absolute truth, there is almost always a kernel of something in it that isn't quite absolute. And every time we have a falsehood, there seems to always have a tiny kernel, almost always. That's the thing, that's the maddening thing about humanity. We cannot be absolutely anything except alive and needing to breathe. You know?
Yeah, so I accept that, you know, like I misrepresented you there. So we agree that this statement that somebody work on radio.
Somebody. No, I don't work on radio. I'm sorry. No, I don't work on radio. But hey, James, it's good to meet you. And
yeah,
also,
it's great to be on the show, Gus. Thanks for having me on.
I have
Long-time listener, first-time caller.
I also have a 1992 Chevy Bottle Green Nova I'd like to sell you.
Awesome. So here's my question, right? Like this proposition is necessarily true. The proposition that every proposition, or for every proposition, it and its negation can't both be true. It seems to me that proposition, that is a descriptive proposition. That is, it's describing the way reality is. Like it's saying this cannot be any different. Does that seem like?
But James, it does. But I'd like to ask a question by way of clarification. Sure. Is it your belief that that all of the laws of logic are descriptive and not proscriptive? Or did I get that backwards?
It's interesting. I'm not, and this is going to sound very odd, I don't, when talking about the laws of logic, I found that some people get really hung up on calling things laws and talking about whether or not
I know, right? Because if it's one thing I've learned about humans, it's that it's like I've said like 50 times ad nauseum. You know, the only laws we seem to have are the ones we've discovered we can't change, and the ones we make for ourselves.
So I'll say this: these laws are either prescriptive or descriptive. If they're descriptive, a proposition that is descriptive is its truth value is reliant on what it's describing. So if what a proposition is describing is contingent, then that means the proposition is contingent. But the proposition that we were talking about, it is not contingent. What that means, what it's describing cannot be contingent. But yet the material world is contingent, so that means what it's describing cannot be the material world. So if you want to say laws of logic are descriptive, then that means there's something besides the material world, which is the case. But let's say they're prescriptive.
Oh, mommy, help me! I've lost my mind.
But if they're prescriptive...
I feel like Batman. I've just had my back broken. Oh, you discuss philosophy like a younger man. Oh, my back. You got me, man. You totally got me. I have.
Yeah, it's best. I was following you there.
Seamus, I suspect that you have a much better grounding in philosophy than I do, man.
Yeah, but the thing about it is you don't have to use. I could convey exactly what he just said, and just in a way that's not so jargony, and I think it's best to probably do so.
Now listen. Now
could.
before you do that though, I don't disrespect the jargon. The jargon's important, and if I wanted to do the topic justice, it's incumbent upon me to at least invest a bit of time to learn some of the jargon. But having said that, yes, please, if you'd like to explain it to me so that my little kindergarten brain can figure it out.
This is I'm gonna put it in the chat while he explains whatever he wants.
Okay.
I'm gonna put my premises in the chat.
Oh, here we go. If a proposition is descriptive, then the truth value of that proposition is reliant on what it describes. If a descriptive proposition... Oh, it's gone now. That's it. I'm not allowed to look at it anymore.
What? Is it not there?
Because it disappeared on me. It popped up, and then as soon as I started reading it, it went, no soup for you.
You need me to post it again? I'll do it. Why not?
Okay. Well, it's no wonder there's nine tenets here.
I tried to make this as logically sound as I could, and I think
it starts at tenet number 2. What did you do with tenet number? Now
I
put
him in a sack and I took him for a ride. He's
now you're just messing with me now. Yeah.
I'm not. I haven't formulated Proposition 1 as tightly as I would like, so I left it out. It's just a kind of a redundancy anyway.
You're gonna walk down your street tomorrow with a big strut on because you beat the hell out of a guy who doesn't know much about any. He was like, I took this soft atheist for a walk. Wow! Strapped him on and walked around the block with him, and that's it.
So this is basically what I just said. And if Shamos, if you wanted to say something, by all means, cut me off. I don't want to.
Sorry, Seamus. We keep pushing you to one side, Seamus, and that's really not fair.
I'm looking at this syllogism. Give me a minute.
By the way, Seamus, what is you've got your picture has some writing in Arabic on it. What does it say? Do you know?
We're all Christians.
Oh yeah, cool. Beautiful language, Arabic. The only thing is, if you want to read it, though, you've got to learn to read from right to left, and that's a bit of a pain for me.
So Gus, that to me, I think I know that that's a logically valid argument. If the premises are true, the conclusion follows. But that's if the proposition is descriptive, and I want to entertain the possibility that it's prescriptive.
Okay, but what? Here's the thing, though. Here's why presuppers drive me crazy. And I understand that you're not a presupper. I get that. You're an anti-presupper, and go you, and may you live 1,000 years. But may your tribe increase. But the thing that gets me is that, and Matt Slick is very good. He builds this beautiful box. It's not a box. It's like a Rube Goldberg machine without any of the extra fun stuff because he's a Calvinist. And as you go into the Rube Goldberg machine, it becomes like the maze in Greek mythology. You can't find your way out of it because each time you pass through a logic gate, you find like it's an old Aboriginal fish trap where you can get in but you can't get out. And by the time you're finished, you're left standing in the center of the box with a little hat on your head that says, I cannot defeat the logic that claims there's a God. And you can't, because Matt Slick sets it up. He uses logic to essentially say that your logic is faulty, my logic is ironclad, and it often is, because I've tried to get after his logic in my own head and I just can't. But by the time it's all over, but then again I'm sitting there, and I'm thinking to myself, okay, he's beaten me senseless with his logic, but he still hasn't conjured up a god.
But that's the thing, though, and like I don't mean this in like a condescending or like dickish way. But like if I present a proposition, if the argument is logically valid, that is, the conclusion follows from the premises, and the premises are more probable than their negation. I've presented a good argument, and it's your burden to refute that. If he presents like a premised argument, and you don't like the conclusion, if the conclusion is therefore God, like, you're gonna have to show that either his argument is logically invalid or one of his premises is not true.
But what if rather than arguing the existence of a God, instead you accept as a given that God exists, but that he's a dick. And instead of just saying that in a petulant manner with your fist swinging around, you go through and you treat the Bible not as a document of faith or a historical document or a set of rules about how people should live. But which, by the way, if you take all the faith stuff and you just look at the Bible as a set of instructions, it's not really that bad a set of instructions as to how to live your life. I mean, I'll give it that. You know, chances are pretty good if you're nice to Buddy, he'll be nice to you. I mean, you know, you can't argue with that. But if you look at the Bible not in those senses, but you look at the Bible as a series of notes made by a psychologist who's examining a God on a couch, and not to say that you know God has some sort of psychological disorder, but that this psychologist is making a study of God as a progression of his behavior from youth through adolescence into adulthood. Suddenly the Bible's story of the Judeo-Christian God takes on an entirely different cant, an entirely different light. Because
but why approach it with that viewpoint? Like, for instance,
because to me it's the only way I can understand some of what God's done.
But I would suggest, like, don't approach the Bible with the eyeglasses that, okay, this is, you know, like, this is the truth. I'd say if we can conclude, like, okay, God exists, right? Like, let's say we beat our brains against the wall, and it happens to be that either through the process...
Me more than you tonight.
Yeah. Well, let's say we beat our brains against the wall, and either because we've mashed up our neurons so badly that it produces a belief that God exists, or whether or not we reason to it, like, we come to believe God exists. I'd say the next step, like, don't assume either way. Don't assume God's a dick and the Bible says dickery lined out. Don't assume that God is, you know, like, good and, you know, etc. Rather, just approach the Bible and be like, let me examine this, and then be objective and say, okay.
But I did. I have examined the Bible. I've read the Bible a lot because I find the document to be fascinating. And to me, one of the things that I can't help but thinking upon reading the Bible as a whole is that if I was to compare God's behavior going through the Bible chronologically, if I was to compare God's behavior, it screams to me that he had an almost childlike temperament at the beginning of the Bible, an adolescent temperament near the middle to the end of the Old Testament, and suddenly he'd calmed down by the New Testament.
See, I don't get that vibe because you know,
James, can I just walk you through it? Because I understand. I mean, near the beginning of the Bible, I mean, he was I'm gonna smite everybody for everything. He was easily hurt, easily disappointed. Near the middle to the end of the New Testament, I mean, he was just a smiting fella. He was a smite you for this, and he was a smite you for that, and he wiped out the entire population of the world. Now he says that it was because we were wicked. I'm not going to argue with that, but there were any number of what. I mean, he dealt with two totally wicked worlds in two totally different ways, depending on where you look at the Bible. Right? The first time he did it, he wiped everybody out. He said, "To hell with this. I'm gonna start over." Second time he said, let's try a little differently. Let's try being a human being for a while.
But I want to point out that God's actions, you know, like, for instance, let's look at God's actions in regards to the flood, or his, you know, his actions in regard to Sodom and Gomorrah, Canaanites, or whatever. In these instances in which I think you would probably say, look, God's being pretty hasty and destructive here, right? Like, maybe these are things you would reference to, right?
I mean, when he's telling people to, like, keep, you know, dash babies against the rocks, I'm thinking that's pretty drastic, regardless of what I think of the morality of that action.
Okay.
I mean, that's going from 0 to 90 in 10 seconds.
Well, one, I would point out that if I'm thinking of the verse that I think you're thinking of, God isn't commanding people to dash babies against the rock. But anyways, that aside, like, you know, let's look at these things. I don't.
Deirdre, what was that?
I said this is Sparta. I thought it would be relevant.
This is the Mason. Actually, you know what, Deirdre? I've got a fun piece of trivia about Sparta. Did you ever see the movie 300?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you notice how in 300 all of the Spartans had what looked like A's on their shields without the thing on, like, without the
Yeah, look like
those?
Aaron. What
Yeah,
is
but
that?
those weren't A's. They were the Greek letter lambda. So you're asking yourself right about now, well, say, Gus, how come all those Spartans had the Greek letter lambda on their shields? And I will say, well, I shall tell you, because Sparta was not what the Spartans called themselves. And here's where my pronunciation is going to fail me, because the actual name that the Spartans had for Sparta started with an L. It was Lacedaemonia. Lacedaemon. You can look it up when you actually, if you Wikipedia it. But
Encyclopedia.
You Wikipize it.
Wikipize it? What?
That's right. You look it up in Wikipedia, you'll discover that L, that lambda, was Lacedaemonia, or a word that looks very much like that I'm probably butchering. But they didn't call themselves Spartans. Sparta was a name given to them by other city-states around them. Fun fact. La, 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 la. This has been another useless fact.
Oh, I like useless facts. Anyway, continue.
Here we go. So anyhow, yeah. So James, now we're going to go back to James rebuking me thoroughly.
I don't even remember what I was saying.
I
was so entranced by my new knowledge of Sparta not being Sparta that I don't even remember what I was saying before.
Yeah, but no, you were telling me that
yeah, I remember. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't even say anything. You were like, I remember now.
Yeah.
Good job, Gus.
Good job, Gus. You're handy.
I sure am. I like to help.
I need you around when I'm taking a test.
Yeah.
I don't think these are instances in which God is, I guess, hasty to throw a temper. And in all of these scenarios, we see God multiple times warning them and saying, you need to watch out, you need to get your act together, I'm not playing now, don't make me turn this earth around. Alright, that's fine.
Don't make me turn this earth around.
I feel like that's, like, if anything, it's more of like a parent situation. God's like, I'm getting real tired of your nonsense. Do it one more time, you're going to get a spanking.
Can I talk about that for a minute, though? Because there are times when God appears and nobody has any doubt of what he said, and like he shows up to Moses, and he says, dude, or to Abraham, and he's like, hey, I'm talking to you now.
Yeah.
And how come he's able to make them, because these people, if I'm pretty sure if he'd gone to the city father, like if he'd appeared to the city fathers of Sodom and Gomorrah the same way that he had appeared to Moses, they would have went, I gotta tell you, I'm leaning towards no longer being a sodomite. What about you, Bob? I just, but yet he chooses not to. And
but I'm not even sure if that's the case. I mean, the picture that the Bible, presents of Sodom is continually. And not just Sodom, but like in general, like all the prophets, like literally all the prophets, is God is like, listen, go here, do signs. They're gonna be like, oh, you're not from God, and you're gonna be like, yeah, I am. What? Look at this, and they're gonna do a wonder, and then you're gonna give a message. Like he continually does that. Like
not to beat the point to death, James. But again, he acts through intermediaries. It's the same thing with when he appears to Moses. But he tells Moses to go to the Pharaoh and speak on his behalf, and yet he will step in and harden Pharaoh's heart, but he won't actually talk directly to Pharaoh. What is up with that?
I mean, if you're asking me to give the reasoning that God has for each act, I'll tell you, you got me there. I'm not knowledgeable on all his reasons, but I don't find that to be an argument. I don't find that to be troubling.
Here's my problem, okay? My problem isn't that I have an active hostility to God. I know there are Christians and Calvinists out there who would disagree. That's fine. They think they're telepaths. I hope they enjoy themselves. But it's just that so much of the Bible doesn't make sense to me. And then when now you're better, you're a bit better with this than many other Christians or theists, because when I go to them and I say, look, this stuff doesn't make any sense. And I'm not talking about the weird stuff like donkeys talking, okay? You want a donkey to talk, drop a couple of hits of acid, and you can hear the donkey recite the Gettysburg Address. No problem, okay? Like, these people lived out in the desert with nobody to talk to for months on end. You can bet your ass they were floating, they were floating axe heads and talking to donkeys and doing all sorts of stuff because they were slurping on the cactus and Lord knows what all else. You eat a bad hunk of goat cheese, and I'm telling you, you get to talk to God for a long time. But no, but seriously, like, all kidding aside, like and what many of these theists say when you ask them, you say, look, a lot of this stuff doesn't make any sense on a fundamental level, and they say, well, that's just because you don't believe, and therefore the things of God seem foolish to the. I'm butchering scripture here, but the things of God seem foolish to the dingbat who believeth not, or whatever. Like, the unbeliever hath not got it together, or something like. And I hear that, and I'm like, well, thanks for leaving me out in the cold.
Yeah, and if that was the case, I would personally invite you over, hand you a stick, and we could both, in union, beat the crap out of that Christian, because I have just as much trouble with him as you do.
All right,
like,
our very own home crusade kid.
Yes, yes. I'm gonna sell them. I'm gonna go outside, pick up sticks. They're not too big. They're not too small, and I'm gonna sell them as crusading kids.
Rule of thumb, my friend.
I mean, like, if I agree with you. Like, that type of response is completely useless. It's not going to help anybody. It doesn't, if you're sincerely seeking, like, that's not going to help you in any way. It's not it's not illogical. It's not rational. I agree. Like, that's silly. In regards to, like, my responses is, I don't think, I understand that your problem, the reason you don't think it makes sense is because you view God's actions as that of, like, somewhat childish. But I invite you to view them differently, and not so as a child who's not getting what he's want and throwing his temper, rather as a parent who's trying to discipline their young child.
Well, how much discipline? Well, are you a parent, James?
I am not, thankfully.
Okay, I'm not a parent either, but what I like to say about myself is I'm not a father, but many times an uncle. And many of the people who have dubbed their children my nieces and nephews have left them in my care. And one of the things you learn when you're disciplining children is proportionality. And I think you know where I'm going, because there's a passage when a bunch of little kids call the prophet Elijah. They say, go up, thou bald head, go up, thou bald head. And then God says, oh yeah, you think? And he sends she-bears to kill the kids.
I would like the term she-bear for a minute. I'm kidding.
I want to point out that it's been a while since I researched that text, but
isn't that like spanking your kids with a jackhammer?
No, I don't think so, because the implication of that text is that they were getting ready to attack him, like they were getting to rob him.
The kids?
Yeah, like it's been a very long time since I've read that. Don't quote me on that, but my understanding of that text when I did research it.
The kids were standing there sharpening their knives and stuff.
Yeah, and they're like, "Come here, Baldy!" Like, you got a pretty mouth. Like, that's but I mean that's my understanding. Is
Deirdre, what was your problem? Deirdre.
Like when they were vandals playing?
Deirdre, what was your problem with the she-bears thing? I heard that they were she-bears.
I just don't know why they're not just regular bears. I just thought it was funny that they were she-bears. Why does it have to be female?
Actually, from what I know of bears, is that the females of many species of bears are like more nasty in a fight than the males are. That's what I know of many species of bear, particularly the Alaskan brown bear, the grizzly bear, the polar bear. The females, particularly when they have cubs, although in this case, granted, they didn't, but particularly when they have cubs, I mean, you watch out. Like, you use those two little legs and you run fast, or you're going to be a bear fricassee. That's all there is to that.
Yay, Lysandre, Buffy and Xena, go!
Okay. I didn't understand that, but I don't know.
I'm kidding. I don't know.
I've done something wrong again.
Go get a switch, boy. Go find me a switch.
That's right. I got to go cut Dimes' switch. He only hits me when I'm bad. Now I recite all the Titus whilst I paddle your can.
Only proportionally. I'm gonna spank you with a jackhammer.
But the thing is that the thing is that let's now the other thing too is I heard somebody else say that one of the interpretations of that was that these weren't kids, they were adolescents, and that essentially the prophet Elijah was being stepped to by the rough equivalent of a street gang.
Yeah.
Now, if that's the case, sure, but when a street gang attacks people in North America, the police don't pull up with an MRAP, lean out the side with M4 carbines, and launch a hail of gunfire at the street gang.
I mean, if we did, I think Chicago would be a much cleaner place.
That's an interesting conversation I would be happy to have with you, and I suspect that you would find a far less objection from me than you might think at first, despite me being Canadian. Personally, I think if we just had an annual running of the mooses through Chicago, I think that would just calm everything down. Because I don't know if you know anything about.
I'd vote for that.
I don't know if you know anything about angry mooses, but you do not mess with angry mooses.
But I mean, like, me personally, like, if I'm walking along like a dirt road or whatever, late and you're like I'm out there by myself, and all of a sudden, like a scene from the Clockwork Orange appears, and like young hooligans start surrounding me. If I can call out a she-bear to like go ham on them, like I'm down with that. Like I'll do it, like.
But this was the same God that when he was in the form of his own son said if somebody wallops you on one cheek, turn the cheek.
Yeah, and I think the case of Elijah, maybe it sounds weird, is God had plans with Elijah. Like Elijah was going somewhere, he needed to make sure he got there. Like maybe that sounds weird, but
so you know what? I think that backs up my statement, because I think all of a sudden God got angry and he said, "You know what? I don't have time for this," and he just.
I'm not even sure if that's a case of God getting angry, because like if I'm not mistaken,
well, you got to be pretty angry to send two she-bears down to reach the street gang.
Didn't Elijah, wasn't he the one who called it or something like that? Like I don't recall.
He may have called it, but he didn't pull the bears out of his keister. I mean, God sent them. And I mean, this is the Middle East. Bears aren't everywhere in the Middle East. It's a little bit hot down there. It's like the bears weren't leaning against the wall smoking a cigarette and going, "Hey, Elijah needs us some help." Presumably God would simply have gone boink, and the bears would have been there, like they beamed in or something. So my point is that it was God that sent the bears. Elijah didn't pull the bears out of his pocket.
Yeah. Well, first off, I'd make the point that like if you wanted to press this point, I think you would have much better examples in the bear scenario. You could use any of the many battles that God commanded in the Old Testament. He said, go here and fight them. The purpose of Jesus' statement about turning the other cheek wasn't. I don't think that was a pacifist dream scripture to never engage in combat. Like I don't. In the Old Testament, we have cases of God's like, I want you to go here and do this, and they went there and they did that. Like God wanted that to occur. And then in the New Testament, Jesus is teaching about in our everyday like scenario, like if someone does wrong to you, like okay, like that's turn the other cheek, like love them. I don't think those two things contradict themselves. Like, I don't think in one sense we're getting I don't know what the opposite of pacifism is. Like, I don't think we're getting an aggressive bastard in the Old Testament.
Bellicose. The word you're looking for is bellicose.
Bellicose. I don't think we're getting that in the Old Testament, and then pacifist Jesus in the New Testament. Like, I don't think it's that conflicting.
Well, I mean, from what I read in the New Testament, and I've read the New Testament, as much as I read the Old Testament, but it seemed that Jesus was what they used to call Julius Caesar. He was every woman's man and every man's woman. I mean, it seemed to be he was almost he had a different response for everything and everybody. And so, so when he saw the money changers at the temple, he went orangutan.
Yeah.
But he said, "Suffer the little children to come unto me." And I mean, he sort of said, pay your taxes. Slaves, obey your masters, which is another one that drives me crazy. Hey, Seamus, have we pushed you off to one side? Are you disgusted with us? Seamus, you still there, buddy?
No, I'm listening.
Okay, because I don't want you to think this was just a two-man show here.
Yeah. If at any point, Seamus, you think I'm doing a less than spectacular job, by any means, hop in. I
Because
welcome your input.
this is the worst tag team wrestling match in the world. I mean, you haven't tagged in hardly ever, and I'm sitting here wrapped around the turnbuckle. Deirdre's sitting there counting the number of times my head's being bounced off the turn. I know she is. She's like,
I
"What?"
actually asked one of my atheist friends to come help you out, so it'd be even. I guess I held that for you.
Thank you, Deirdre. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Are you not entertained? Like that?
Are you not entertained?
Oh God. I mean,
and you gotta remember to have a good spit after you say that. That's what I liked about that scene. Was that he throws the swords down and he just has a good old hork, and I'm just like, yeah, that's how you know. That's how you know the Roman general doesn't like you no more. He has a good spit.
I think you're talking about having a different response in the case of the money in the temple. He sees what he sees to be just this extreme wrong and blasphemy of God, of people essentially making a buck off the religious sacrifices and stuff, and he has a righteous anger. Yeah, I can't talk. He goes orangutan.
The first word you used was angor, and I said, yeah. That's good anger. That's angor. That's anger from the Masters of the Universe world. It's like Angor. What's your name? I am Angor.
That's like a metal band, like a death metal band. We are Angor or something like that.
Swedish death metal. Swedish death metal Angor. But
I think he has this righteous anger, but I don't think even good men get angry, right? Like
it's true, and I think that's the only place that I can remember in the New Testament where Jesus ever lost his temper.
Yeah, and I think one of the reasons for that is Jesus in the New Testament. He was continually referred to as blameless. Like people would try to bring accusations against him, and they couldn't. And if he was consistently getting angry, they'd be like, "Listen, guys, this Jesus fella, he's a little bit off his rocker. Like the other day, I bumped into him and he punched me in the nuts. Like I'm not sure about the whole. Like if he was constantly getting pissed all the time,
can you imagine? So have you internalized my philosophy of turning the other cheek? Yes, I have, Lord. Like now. That's great. That's great, Jesus. Thanks a lot. Tooth.
But I mean, like you consistently see Jesus when presented with these, like, I guess, goading from the religious leaders, like they're trying to catch him in something,
And
they're
he's
like
slippery. And he's
yeah, he's very clever. He's like, he knows like what they're doing. He's like, I'm not gonna answer this way, and he'll make a statement and he'll go off, and I think it's because he knows that he's the fulfillment of the law and he has to be perfect. But in the same sense, he is still loving. He still does say things like, let the children come to me and things like that.
Well, one of the prime examples of the fact that he hands different advice out to different people is when he's preventing the adulteress from being stoned, right?
Yeah.
The first thing he says is, "Let he without sin cast the first rock," and then. But as soon as the crowd clears out, he turns around and looks at the lady and says to her, "Go forth and sin no more."
Yeah.
Which, I mean, if you take a step back and you look at that, you're like, that's sort of the English language doesn't have a proper word for it. The closest is to sort of speaking against both sides of the interest, but that's not the right way to say it, and I don't think the English language has a right way to say it. But he's got something that, then again, slaves obey your masters. I'm like, oh, really? Like, God could tell people not to kill each other, but they couldn't tell people not to make slaves?
But Jesus didn't come to make a political statement. That wasn't his goal. And I also want to make the point, like the differences between the actions in the Old Testament and the New Testament. First off, I'd point out, like, as far as attitudes go, in both of them, in both the New Testament and the Old Testament, we see a God who is in I guess you could say not in some instances, but he has a side which he's very loving, he is very kind, he's very gracious, but he is also can be very angry and will condemn the sinners. Like in the Old Testament, God many times, as you talked about, smited sinners and condemned them. And in the New Testament, Jesus he took the Crusader kit just to town on the Pharisees, and in both ways we see that like the same type of attitudes in God, and whether or not on the severity, Jesus didn't come to slay everybody. Like that wasn't his goal.
No, he didn't, and I get that part. I do. It's two very different narratives, but the other thing too is that when you're looking at it from the point of view of Jesus is God, then again, my original narrative of the Bible speaks to us of a God who has grown and matured over the timeline of the Bible seems to hold together, because I don't think if Jesus had appeared around Exodus, I think Jesus would have stood and watched the Jews wandering through the desert for 40 years and going, "It's good enough for you. That'll teach you, won't it? Huh? Huh? Worship the golden calf some more, you dorks." Or I might have that.
But I would say Jesus was there, and he did allow that to happen. Like I think you're missing the. And in Christendom, the relationship between the Old Testament and the New Testament is I almost don't want to say nuanced, but it's very intricate, and that
I believe nuanced is the correct word for it.
Maybe it is.
And I understand where you're coming from. I understand that the Christian relationship with the New Testament is not it's not categorical, but the thing that gets me is that no, I lost it. Keep talking.
It's okay, because I would say that in typical Christian view, the Old Testament is in a sense pre-gaming for the New Testament, right? Like God is setting up these prophecies, he's setting up like these laws to be fulfilled, and then Jesus just showed up and he's like, all right, everybody's got a copy of the rule book, right? Okay, game time, and then he fulfills.
But the thing that gets me though is that Jesus spent so much time telling the Jews not to look so tightly at the playbook. I mean, an awful lot of the stuff that he said was like, calm your nerves, guys. Don't be legalistic about it. Like it seemed to me that he spent a lot of time battling against the legalism of Orthodox Judaism.
Oh yeah, he did. He was very much against a legalistic view, but at the same time, I lost it. Continue. I'm not even kidding. I completely lost it. Just midway through my sentence.
He was against the what is it, like rabbinical law, which is like the traditional Jewish law, which was like stuff that was added in later. It wasn't from God. It was from rabbinical.
But wasn't that the jots and tittles that he was talking about? I have not come to change one jot and tittle. Don't leave me hanging here, man. You know what I'm talking about when I'm saying jots and tittles.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Until everything is accomplished. So it depends how you take that verse.
Okay. All right.
So a lot of people did.
You theists have had 2,000 years, 2,500 years or so to figure out how to answer my questions. So I'm glad that you learned all that stuff, and I'm feeling all worked over here. It's no, I don't know. I mean, it's not necessarily that I don't believe God exists. It's just I'm trying to figure out where his head's at. And I know Calvinist. I would love to say that to a Calvinist and watch their head just go poop.
Oh yeah.
Because the Calvinist would be like, it's not up to. One of the things that drives me crazy is when they cite, does the potter not have the right to do what he wishes with the clay? And my response is, by the eternal will of damnation, we are not pots. God didn't make pots. He made creatures that were in his own image. So telling us that he can do whatever the heck he wants with us and then comparing us to clay pots, oh, that makes me want to reach for a big sword.
I am as adamantly against Calvinism as I am presuppositionalism, if not more, which is hard to be possible.
The clay pot story is kind of this idea that God is going to form you, and like if you were thinking of yourself as a clay and the potter's kind of mushing on you and working you, potters used to build up the pot once, so they'd like be on their wheel or whatever, and they'd build it up, and then they'd crush it down and build it up again. And that's kind of a symbol of the hard times and strife we go in our life. We're like brought up and we're pushed down again. You know, life.
That's a point of view I've never heard brought to that particular verse, and I'm glad that you did.
Because generally, if maybe I'm mistaken, that's a good interpretation. That's generally my view, is that when it's talking, it is not the part right over the clear or whatever. In that sentence, he's talking about like he can make you go through whatever you want. Like you're not you can complain about like, oh, I'm in this really hard time in life, or like whatever. Like the potter, he can put you under whatever circumstances you want. And I would think that any circumstances he puts me under is for the purpose of furthering me and building me up. I don't.
Well, okay, except that particular verse it comes about after God has spent I don't know how long beating the living crap out of poor Job, and Job's only sin was that he got caught on the wrong side of a bet between God and Satan. And when Job says to God, hello, what did I do? Like, what's going on? Why did you take my family away? Why have you given me scabies and sores? And why do people chase me around and call me names and stuff? And his response is, where were you when I made the universe? Like, what a dick move.
Yeah, but no, the what is you at the end of the this you have this long book of everyone saying, I find the book of Job very interesting. You have a lot of his friends who forget God, some of them give him horrific advice and all of this, and Job goes through this like horrible existential dilemma, but he
blame him?
Yeah, I don't blame him, but the thing is that Job comes to the conclusion that I'll worship you even though you slay me, and the devil said, the only reason he loves you is because you're so nice to him, and I think by putting Job through that, that strengthened Job's faith. I sincerely believe, because first off, after that, Job was even more well off than he was before. It says that his riches multiplied and all that. And I also think that his faith and his relationship with God was much stronger than it was before.
Well, for one thing, it depends on how you quantify riches, because he never got his children back.
Yeah,
he got other children, but he never got his children back. So really, two sets of innocent people suffered so that God could make a bet with the devil. And does that not sound a mite queer to you? Because it sounds a mite queer to me. And by queer, I mean the old sense of the word.
I'm not troubled by that. I mean, maybe this sounds like a cop out, but God can do whatever he wants with these people. If God wants to, yes, he can.
We're human beings. He made us to have feelings. He made us to think and to reason and to feel. He made us real in his image. He made us to love him, and then he does things to us that make us not want to love him, and then he wonders why we don't love him. Hello.
Well, first off, I would say even though God created us and He gave these emotions and things like that, that doesn't somehow imply that He's somehow morally not justified with any action He chooses with us or something like that. Like that doesn't negate that He's still God. He can still do what He wants. But in the sense that He creates us to love us, and He does things that makes us not love us. In this scenario, it wasn't God who did it. He simply allowed the devil to trouble Job. And as I said before, essentially what you're raising.
Yeah, but before he made that bet with Job, if Satan had tried to trouble Job before he'd made the bet with Job, God would presumably have stepped in.
I would think so, yes.
That's why. Despite the fact that you and I don't have children, if you ever have children, you're going to discover that an awful lot of people are going to take issue with you if your attitude is, I made you damn kids, I can do what I want with you. I mean, my dad used to talk like that, although it was more along the lines of, I brought you into this world, I can take you out of this world, I have no problem whatsoever with murdering you and your brother and starting over again.
About that, yeah.
But you're going to discover that it doesn't, if you can make children, you and your wife, or whatever, get a package of little seahorses or whatever, but you can make children that doesn't give you an absolute right to do with them what you want.
But I think the difference is that while the relationship between me and my child and the relationship between God and us, while it has similarities, why there is this almost parent and child like similarity in ideas, it is not strictly analogous. It is not strictly the same.
Ironically, your God gives us the barest ability to comprehend the differences between that dynamic. In other words, most humans, if you can explain something to them, you might not automatically get them to accept it, but you'll go a long way towards ameliorating their rejection of it. But so many times when people call out to God and say, please, just tell me, because that's all Job wanted. Job just wanted to know why. God could have said to Job, listen, this is going to suck, and there's nothing you can do about it because I'm God and you're not. But I got $20 on you with Satan over here.
But I think that would defeat the purpose because then
it would destroy the free will. He would have knowledge. So.
Oh, the Bible is full of places where where man knows God's intent and does whatever the Samuel wants anyway.
It's not an issue of a free will or anything like that. Is the purpose of it was Satan was saying that if you took everything away from Job, like that's the only reason he loves you. Like the only reason is because
Are you saying that in order for the wager to be properly fulfilled, Job had to be ignorant of the circumstances?
He had to do it on his free will, free volition. He couldn't have done it just because God told him.
But it's okay. Let me.
Whether or not it's a necessary condition, I think I don't think it's the same if God was to tell Job that. Part of the trial was Job not knowing.
You guys got me good, but let me grant you that, okay? God could have come down somewhere in the middle. He could have said something. He could have said something to Job not to make him feel like he was damned.
Yeah, but that would have increased Job's faith. Like God says, "Oh, I'm going to make you suffer." You know what I mean? And tells him ahead of time, and then says, "Oh, I'm suffering because I'm doing it for God." You know what I mean? It's
Seamus,
at that point, it's no longer a test of his faith, I feel.
Well, Seamus,
right.
fellas, let me even grant that. God could at the very least have said nothing.
Okay.
But God didn't say nothing. God stepped in and he got mean.
That was if in the end, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, that's because Job had. I think Job. I have difficulty blaming Job for saying, God, what are you doing to me? I got sores. Look at me.
Yeah, I don't think Job.
That's there deliberately. I mean, like Job represents everybody that's gone through trauma and called out for God. Like Job is representative of everybody that's dealt with depression or everybody that's dealt with some horrible thing like rape or anything that's awful, loss of children.
Yeah, no, I totally, and that's a good point, Deirdre. But when you've called out to God, has He answered you and said, "Just who in the hell do you think you are, lady"?
Oh yeah, he does get the smackdown. I like to call it the grandpa smackdown. Listen, Sonny.
Listen.
Where were you when I made the heavens?
Were you here when I made everything?
Yeah, and he does get a kind of a grandpa smackdown. I would almost suggest, and I don't want to sound heretical, but I'm going to almost suggest the answer to that almost, the yin and yang to that is Jesus, who takes human form and human suffering and, goes through a human, actual suffering.
Well, sure, Deirdre, and from a theological standpoint, that's a holistic that makes the Bible look very holistic in its totality, but that didn't do much good for Job.
I want to point out that you're presenting this idea of Job, he's going through these troubles, and he's like, "Oh, Heavenly Father, please help me, let me know." And then God steps in, and he's like, "Shut your mouth, boy." But that's not the case. I mean, the reason
Did Job not cry out to God?
He did cry out, but let me finish, because when God steps in the way that he does, Job was getting very antagonizing to God. The attitude and tone he was taking towards God was one that I think was very justified in God's response. I'm not gonna lie, it's been a long time since I've read Job, and I'm probably gonna go back.
God, I don't like it anymore. You suck, God.
Job was making all types of accusations against God. and all that. And I think the context, in the context of Job's actions up till that point, I do think God's response was justified and accurate. I don't think that Job was, just, oh, poor helpless Job was just crying out to God, and God just slapped him over the face and was like, shut up.
But he did. Look, he may have been antagonistic to God. Well, first thing, there's a brand new fellow who looks a bit like Lou Reed, who's just joined us, and rock and roll, buddy. Good to see you.
Take a walk on the wild side.
Wow, that's fantastic.
There you go. You got another atheist. Now you can tap in and out. Go.
I'm not going to be much help in this particular discussion.
And he's from the United Kingdom too. I'm from Her Majesty's Loyal Dominion.
Oh,
what
fantastic.
What they now call Canada.
I spent several years there in
Where
education.
did you live? Where did you live in Canada?
Toronto.
See, that's where everybody goes to. You ask anybody about Canada, and they either say Toronto, Montreal, or they say like the Great White North. And they say things. They say things like, "You come from Canada, right? Where the polar bears there?" And I'm like, "Yeah, totally. I had drinks with them not long ago. I sat around with the polar bears, and I had a beer, and they had a beer." And because that's what you do when people ask you these questions, right?
I was privileged enough to go on the Polar Bear Express, actually.
Oh yeah? So you got to see some polar bears? Did you say to yourself, if I never see another polar bear look me straight in the face and wonder if I'm good for eating again, I'll be good?
And I actually thought, how fucking dirty are they? I mean, they are filthy.
They do get a little, yeah. Well, it's too bad. Actually, you know what? If you shaved all the hair off a polar bear, which, first of all, you would do that if you had a death wish. That's the same thing with kicking over Harleys in front of a biker bar. You only do it when you really want to die. But if you just shave all the hair of a polar bear is black. Like, their skin is black.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I thought they were pink.
No, their skin is very dark. And,
they become black bears then, right?
Well, I've never been around to ask them, but I have a funny feeling that I wouldn't get the chance to ask them because they'd be like, "You shaved off my hair, so did you notice I'm 11 feet tall when I stand up? You didn't, eh? Is this your head? Would you like that back?" Yes. Like the thing about Canada is there's an awful lot of country up here that you really don't want to live in. Like if you were to build a cabin in the bush in like northern Quebec or like some of the the muskeg of Ontario, there'd be a knock on the door, and there'd be a moose standing there going like, "Dude, you don't want to live here. You really don't want to live here." And a bear would stick his head around the doorway and go, "Totally, totally. The black flies are the size of Volkswagens. You don't want to live here." Have you ever been bit by a black fly? A mosquito will stick his little proboscis inside. Like the mosquitoes are a cross between Junkers bombers and ballerinas, and they'll come like and they'll stick. A black fly's like getting mugged. He'll fly up on you. He'll punch you in the back of the head like a donkey, and then he'll take a chunk of skin out of you, and he'll fly away, going, "What do you think of that, bitches?" And deer flies are even worse because they tend to go after deer. And the average deer weighs anywhere from 100 to 300 pounds more than a human being does. So these guys, I mean, you can see deer flies because they're the size of Pomeranians and they fly through the air with cutlery. So you see a bunch of the there's a thing where like there's people who will go up into northern Ontario and do surveys, and one of the rules of thumb is that if you see a deer run past you and it's bleeding, get into the truck, shut the door, shut the windows, shut the air vents, and pray. This is where we all become theists, by the way.
There are no atheists in Canada.
Anyways, yeah, Simon, welcome, man, welcome. I'm getting the living crap kicked out of me because
I've been listening for a while. I didn't think so.
You don't think so? You don't?
James
Thank you,
and I have
Simon.
had dealings.
Me and Simon have had numerous dealings.
See,
I've just got to say straight away then that I can't really help in this situation because Jesus never existed. The Bible is a fictitious book.
And Simon shows up and throws a sucker punch.
Yeah, I've already commented in the past that I no longer deal with Simon. So if you guys wish to discuss something, I will humbly step
Get back
down.
to Job if you guys want. I don't want to derail it,
James,
man.
James,
You guys are having a nice chat. James, and I
Don't
don't
go.
want to
I'll
derail
stick
it.
around. I mean, I don't care. Like, if you guys do want to talk about something different, though, that's fine. I won't be offended. I'll just.
Don't go, James. No,
Okay,
come on, man.
I'll
We're having
stick
a
around.
hell of a
I'm
conversation.
here. All right, pure pressure. All right, I'm here.
Don't go, James.
Hey,
I've got
I feel
stock.
like I need to be opposite. Get out.
I've got stock.
Just kidding. I'm kidding.
You've beaten on me so often. I've got Stockholm syndrome now.
Oh, I don't feel like I've beaten on you. I feel like I've had a fun conversation.
You're like,
Yeah,
but James was nice when he hit me.
That's right. He only
I love James.
he only
Could have
hits
hit me harder.
He only hits me when I'm bad. It's
All right,
because
so why
I didn't make dinner right.
why was God such a bastard to Job?
We've talked about that.
He had a debt. He had a bet with Satan. Satan
They were
was
sitting around the horse tracks one day, and they're like, man, horses are so predictable. You know who isn't predictable? Job isn't predictable. Satan, I put 50 down on Job. What do you say? Job was like, Satan was like, hell yeah, let's do this. And then that's
and the Indian god Ganesha was a bookie going, I'm going to take numbers on both of them. You hand in your betting slips. I'm going to take Job for the trifecta. Take his wife, take his kids. He'll pitch and moan for days.
Oh, God. Oh gosh.
So James, we're all going to hell now. Whee!
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, I'm like, gosh. Oh god, that's
And
funny.
Deirdre will lean in periodically when we're roasting in hell, going, "You should have not talked like that. You really."
Oh god, I think God has.
There's a reason why I got quiet.
That's right.
No, I don't think that's what happened.
I think. Well, it does sort of come across as a bit of a wager, though. Like Satan says, the only reason that he loves you is that you've given of him abundance, and if you took stuff away from him, he would curse your name. That sounds like a bet to me.
That doesn't sound like a bet because there was no like what was writing on it? Like what was the wager? Like was it like 50 like canisters of like nectar and ambrosia or something like that?
But that's right. I give you 50 cans of the finest Ambrosian lager you ever seen in your life. No, but I think between because Satan Satan believed that he was every bit as smart and every bit as powerful and certainly better looking than God, and I think the wager was just street cred for Satan. Because God kept thrashing Satan over and over and over again, and Satan was kind of like the Gargamel of evil angels. He was just like, I get you next time,
Yeah.
So it was street cred. It was bragging rights, because Satan still believes in that kind of stuff, and God's like, brag all you want, but I own the universe. La 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 la. So.
Yeah, I mean, like there was certainly a disagreement whether or not it was considered a wager. I don't know, whatever. I mean, obviously there was God was like, okay, you think that's going to be the case? Go for it, buddy. See for yourself. Like, that was certainly the attitude I get from that.
I always had this idea, too. I mean, when I first read it, I thought it was a wager. And even as a child, I was like, this is kind of sick, And then as an adult, I think I saw, like, this children's show that I used to watch on Sunday mornings called Superbook. And this was on there. And Satan was, like, this, like, decrepit green guy. And he went up to heaven, and he's like, give me Job, So I have this image all the time in my head. Yeah, he looks like
that brings a whole new. So I got my eyes on this Job.
Yeah, like I always
and God's like,
really? In my head.
Really, you can't even go for like a girl? What is wrong with you?
But I think this is kind of weird too. And again, you're gonna feel like Job's the patsy here, but I think Satan needed a slapdown. I honestly think Satan thought he could hurt God through Job. I actually think part of this story has to do with him, but I don't know. That's my theory.
You know what? That's not a bad theory, though.
Yeah. And I said before that I think the trials that including Job, the trials that God puts us through are beneficial. I think that the trial that God put Job through was beneficial for all of mankind. I mean, constantly, when it comes to the issues of trials and things like that, preachers, go to the book of Job, and I think it's, if nothing else, I think there's numerous amounts of, possible reasons and, beneficial things that could come out of the scenario, whether it be Job's faith being stronger, or Satan getting a smackdown, or the angels having something to bet on, or whatever. Like, I don't know. There were numerous of that things.
No, the angels went to see the bookie and got their bid on. Yeah, his man.
Yeah.
No,
Sorry, fellas, all bets are off. Oh,
I think that kind of gives Satan a power which is godlike almost. It really.
Not gonna
If
buy
you're
it.
saying that, if you're saying that he
Don't bite,
if he
James. Don't
I've
bite
been
the
there.
chin.
I've been there. Don't buy it. Don't. You
Well,
guys
no,
want to
I'm
talk
saying
about
if
that?
you're
Go
saying
for it.
if you're saying that he can actually have a wager with God, then he can know that God exists and not worship him, right?
He does know that God exists. It actually says that in the Bible. It says even the
Yeah.
demons believe that there's a God. In
Yeah.
fact, I just read that whole chapter. It's in the James
So
chapter.
you believe you do well for the devil believes also, or something like that.
Yeah, they
See, I know
believe
just
that there's a
enough.
God, that they refuse to worship him.
I know
That's
just
the
enough
common
Bible to
rebuttal
be
against
dangerous.
some atheists that say that atheists are like, if I knew God existed, I would worship him. That's not true. That's not necessarily true. Satan knows God exists.
You're right about that, Seamus. I mean, I'm not necessarily sure there is no God, but what I'm definitely sure of is that I don't feel any sort of need to worship. So I think in that sense you're correct.
So I guess that'll lead me to ask a question, which is highly off topic, which is like you have reasons for doubting the authenticity of the Christian views or whatever. If somehow you came to the belief, if you came to believe like, okay, this is accurate, this is actually the case, the Christian's claims are true, would your response be like, okay, I guess I better fall in line, I guess I better become a Christian or whatever, or would you be like, well, that's unfortunate for me, this is true, but I'm gonna keep on
I
doing what
wouldn't
I'm doing.
mind
Like,
kind
what
of
is your reaction?
I wouldn't kind of mind rephrasing it to answer it in the affirmative, which is if that God revealed himself or herself or itself to me in a way that I could know that it was God, then I would believe in God.
But I mean,
now let's drag in another common atheist, Kennard, and that's Kennard. Kennard's the wrong word for it. Old chestnut. Yeah, let's use that. I believe that God is capable of telling a lie.
but I mean, regardless of all that, regardless of how you came to get to believe, regardless of not whether there was even a way possible
No.
that could convince you, like if somehow you came to the belief, like regardless of how you got the belief, like if you believed that Christianity was actually the case,
if I believed what I love in him and worship him,
would you become a Christian? Like
well, that's what Christians are. They love and worship God, amongst other things, right? Okay. I'm gonna answer that question more directly, but first I want to preface it by saying that when I was between the years of me being about 11 years old and about 13 years old, Christians would say that I wasn't, but I was a Baptist Christian.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason that I fell away from the faith was that I simply didn't believe. Now, I'm going to answer your question.
Okay.
And my answer is going to be wholly unsatisfying to you. I don't know.
I'm okay with that.
I really don't know. I have to be honest and say I don't know. I think God made us to be independent. And I think I scratch my head sometimes because so much of the things that God seems to prescribe against us doing are things He made us to do. But one really good rebuttal to that is actually Matt Slick sort of says, well, God gives some people the urge to murder each other, and should we give in to those urges? I got to tell you, I don't have an answer to that. I mean, well, apart from the obviously no, but I mean, the point of his question, I don't have an answer to that. But it's kind of like if God doesn't like homosexuals, why does He make so many of them? You know what I mean? Like if the whole notion of free will. I think free will is such a dodge sometimes that theists use. It's like, oh well, if God ever revealed Himself to you, you wouldn't have free will. God reveals Himself to people in the Old Testament all the time, and they go, you know what, God, shove it up your you know.
I don't think God revealing Himself would somehow be a violation of free will, and I think if people say that God revealing Himself somehow takes away free will, they're using free will in an idiosyncratic way. I think they're just vastly misusing the term.
What do you think? What do you think, Seamus? Seamus, what do you think?
Sorry, I didn't hear that last little bit. What do I think about what? I only heard bastardizing the use of free will, and yeah.
Okay. No, we were just, we were.
About if God revealed himself, then somehow we wouldn't have free will. And I don't think that that's an accurate claim. I don't even think that's coherent. That doesn't follow logically. I think that's overall a bad response.
I
Well, I
concur.
think reveal isn't strong enough word. I mean, you need to go stronger than that. Reveal in such a way.
Like, let's say God comes down. Like, I'm in my room right now. God comes in, and he's like, "Yo, I'm here.
But he has to look.
Me?"
He has to look like Morgan Freeman, though.
Yeah, he looks like Morgan Freeman.
Because
Sounds like him,
if he looked like George Burns, I'd just be like, well, dude, whatever. But if he looked like Morgan Freeman, he'd be like, now, Gus, what I want to tell you that I made the whole world. And I was like, dude, I'm on my knees, man. You know, it's just like
if that was the case, and I was like, oh, Gus God exists. That doesn't. I don't think that undermines freedom of will in any way.
If he proved, you know, if he revealed himself to me in such a way that I knew that it was God, I would really have a hard time turning my back on him. I really would.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
But I would definitely have some questions, and if he answered those questions with "I can do whatever the hell I want to you," to me, he would have less morality than my own father, because even when my father got mad, he said, "Yeah, I can bust you in half." But when Dad wasn't angry, he never took the attitude that we were his possessions. You know?
Yeah, I think that's not the vibe I get from God in the Bible.
Well, I don't know, man. I mean, like it's now maybe I've been listening to Calvin.
Was it Job?
Maybe I've been listening to Calvinists for too long, but everybody
don't listen to Calvinists.
Or G-Man, which is even worse, right? But I mean, yeah, you know. But every time I turn around, it's like, does the potter not have the right to do what he wants with the clay? And I'm like, we're not clay.
I mean, in one sense, I think that I don't think God just like. In a sense, God can do whatever he wants, but I don't think God needlessly lets us go through things for no reason. Like, whether it be, like, let's say I'm suffering through something in my life. Like, let's say, I don't know, like, I'm overwhelmingly depressed, or I'm like, I don't know, maybe I'm going through all the plagues, and I'm going through everything Job went through, and, like, everything. Like, maybe it's just super bad, and God's let me go through that. I think if that's the case, I don't think that my suffering is needless. Like, I think that
I don't know, man. Like, you'd be quite the wretch at that point.
At that point, it would be very hard, but
you'd be just like, wow, like James,
brave thing to say.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think in that scenario, I would still.
Oh, we lost Seamus. We lost Seamus. You're outnumbered, James.
I'm outnumbered. Yeah. No, I think he was tired. It's
no.
I got your back. It's cool. I'm not an apologist.
Deirdre has now. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I was pronouncing it the way that the character on Coronation Street. She's always like Deirdre.
Oh, okay, yeah. Some people.
Simon, do you watch Coronation Street, Simon?
I don't have a telly, but I know that is the pronunciation you're talking about.
Yeah, my mom and dad. My mom in the very late 70s went through a phase of like a Britannophile, where like anything that came over from Great Britain, she was just absolutely enamored of, which is interesting because she's American actually. But she put Coronation Street on, and I'm sorry, Simon, like I've never been more bored by a television program in my life. And I never before got the impression that all Brits did was sit around a pub and piss and moan in my life and watching,
You haven't watched much American television then.
Granted, the soap operas in American television, those people are just cray-cray, but I mean, and all of the soap operas in Canadian television involve living up north, which will make you see previous statements on the matter.
No, I saw a documentary about a Mountie that moved to Chicago.
Oh, that's not a documentary. That's Due South. That's Due South.
Oh wow.
That's my sense of humor. Sorry.
Deirdre, have you ever heard of Due South?
Yeah.
That was a fantastic show. I loved Benton Fraser. He was so not what a Mountie is. Like, he looked like a Mountie, and he had a husky, which you'd think, first of all, that husky was too well behaved. First of all, I owned a Siberian husky for a while. She was part timber wolf, and you couldn't get her to sit still for nothing. And Gabby, the dog talked all the time. And every time you turn around, she'd look at you, and like she expected you to know what she wanted. And when you didn't, she'd give you that, whoa, 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 whoa. Well, what the hell do you want? Whoa, 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 whoa. Well, I don't speak dog. And
You're making it sound like a documentary more and more. I gotta say.
It's a good show though. It is a good show, but that's not a Mountie. That's not a Mountie.
No,
Mounties,
I was being facetious.
Mounties these days. Do you live in the United States, Deirdre?
Yeah, I'm in the U.S.
Which part? Ballpark.
California.
Oh, California.
Yeah.
Fantastic. I'm in Ottawa, which is kind of like Washington, but with less of a bunch of monuments.
Yeah, I game with like a bunch of Canadians, so kind of know a little bit about them.
What do you play?
Well, my Canadian friends are all on WoW, so.
Oh, I see. Okay.
We've got they're starting to take over my guild, man. I don't know what to do.
Are they?
I'm just kidding. They're fine.
But they're nice. They bring cookies and stuff, right? They're always
man.
They're always giving stuff. What part of Great Britain do you live in, Simon?
London.
Nice. Very nice. That's fantastic.
I've been here a long time.
2 capital cities and a cultural capital. That's fantastic. What about you, James? Where are you at?
I'm in the before I answer that, I usually do a poll on where do I sound like I'm from.
That's a good.
England?
No.
Am I allowed to participate, James?
Huh?
Yeah.
Am I allowed to participate?
Yeah, you're allowed to participate, Simon.
Simon, tell him where he's from.
Dangerous thing to say, James.
Oh God, he's gonna beat me, Mom. Yeah. Where do I sound like I'm from? I asked this just because it'll be amusing.
Actually, can I put a guess in before Simon puts a guess in? Since Simon's guess is probably going to be more accurate than mine.
All right, go for it.
You actually sound like you came from somewhere in continental India, and that you're being educated somewhere in Great Britain.
Huh, that is oddly specific. I think that's the most oddly specific. That's probably the best one I've ever heard, Gus. You take the K. Alright, next.
I was going to say, is it from Newfoundland? Or Newfoundland?
He's not a Newfie! He's not a Newfie! I'm sorry, I shouldn't have been quite as vehement about that, but no. James does not have a Newfie accent. No.
Not a Newfie.
James, can you say the word wash for me?
Wash.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's not Rhode Island.
Oh yeah, that's right. Can't get there.
I was looking for that R, that random R that doesn't belong there.
Wash. The wash.
Wash.
He's got to do the wash.
See, I know like a couple people with a voice like yours, and one guy kind of has like just a speech impediment that makes him talk that way. I know, like that sounds really awful, but it almost makes him sound like a Bostonian a little bit. But then you don't have that loud Bostonian kind of thing.
So you believe in God, huh? Pissa.
Yeah, you don't have that loud thing going on.
That's funny. That's fantastic. I'm gonna start talking like that.
Lord Thunder and Jesus, he's not a Newfie boy. He's not a Newfie boy.
Oh gosh, everybody and their Newfie things. Like, what's wrong with Newfies? Leave them alone.
There's nothing wrong with Newfies. Hey, I'm Canadian. We love Newfies. We love Newfies. The Newfoundland Regiment would basically provided much of the troop contingent for the First World War. If it wasn't for the Newfies getting shot to pieces, the rest of the country would have to go and fight.
Wow, I did not know that.
I
did not know that.
900 members of the Newfoundland Regiment in the First World War walked into France and did not walk out alive. And that, mind you, technically that was back when Newfoundland was its own country compared to the rest of Canada. Canada was still considered a dominion, but Newfoundland was its own territory. It was still loyal to It was His Majesty back then. It's still loyal to His Majesty, but they weren't part of Canada then. Actually, it took until I think the late 1940s, early 1950s, under a premier named Joey Smallwood, who essentially tricked Newfoundland into joining Canada. And the Newfies woke up after a screech-in one day and went, Lord Tundra Jesus, is we part of Canada then? Oh, I think so. I'll throw my boats in the water anyway then. Lord Tundra and squid jigging, it makes no difference at how much I can bring in with me catch.
I did not know that, actually, about the First World War. That's amazing.
I bet you know all sorts of things about Great Britain that I absolutely do not know. So that makes us even without me even asking. Hi, Sam R.
Well, but
Hi, Sam
I've
R.
looked into the First World War a bit. So. But, yeah,
Oh yeah,
interesting.
you know a bit of the. Okay.
Oh,
did you
yeah.
ever see a Canadian movie called oh, fantastic! It was the name of the movie was the name of a battle of the First World War. It had Paul Gross, the same guy that you saw in Due South. That starred Paul Gross.
Oh, really?
Passchendaele. Passchendaele. Did you ever see a movie called Passchendaele?
I haven't seen the movie, no.
You should. It's a very good movie. It's a
Yeah,
very
I
good
did
movie.
the horse charge into machine guns, is it?
That might be called Warhorse.
Oh, no, I mean the actual battle of Passchendaele. I think there was a cavalry charge, the last cavalry charge.
If that did happen at Passchendaele, it wasn't portrayed in the movie.
Oh, is it? Okay.
But I would believe you.
I don't know. I'm not sure.
The way this hangout works is really weird because every now and then we get shown a picture of Nadia sleeping.
Yeah.
And now Nadia's sleeping, and every time we get shown that picture, I have this terrible fear that she's going to be looking at us with like her finger upraised, going, "You woke me up, you miserable sons of bitches." I was like, no, Nadia hates us all. But me talking and talking and talking, we never did get around to finding out where James came from.
I was waiting for that. Yeah, I was like, they've been talking a lot.
Drum roll, please.
I'd like a sensible guess.
Yeah, and that's another thing. I stopped Simon from guessing, so Simon, lay the guess out.
No, well, I'd like a sensible guess. Can you say a little bit more? Tell me a bit about yourself in some vague way. What sort of sports are you into?
I am very much into rock climbing. I do that a lot. That's pretty much my life. Into rock climbing. Obviously, I do a lot of philosophy. I play video games. I'm super introverted, antisocial, which you probably know because I'm on the internet talking to you. I feel like we're all in good company here.
That's cool. No, you did well.
I'm so antisocial. I can't shut up.
Okay, so I'm guessing Colorado or Washington, maybe Washington State.
Okay, so as everybody's bets are locked in.
Sure, go.
I am from Arkansas, born and raised.
What?
You know what?
Yes, I know. It is crazy. I have so many times been asked both in real life and on the internet. Like, I used to be a cashier at Home Depot, and so many times, like every single day, people be like, "Where are you from? Like, are you from here? Are you from there?" Like, I've heard so many different places. I talk different. Like, I don't know why. I don't know how I got it. No, nobody else in my family talks this way. Like, I don't know. I just talk
Like
different.
I said, I know two people with those kind of like almost like a hard W. It's like,
Yeah.
like
I mean,
or W's that don't belong. Like almost like you could say quad. It's almost like that.
like I've had it for a while. Like, I've had it in high school. I got teased about it a lot in high school. So I've had it since then. But yeah, like, I don't know. I always do the poll just because it's usually the same thing. It usually people say either Northern America. I mean, like, and by that sense, I mean like like Boston or Maine or something like that, or Britain or UK, something along that. Those are usually the answers. Every now and again, I'll get someone who says something like Scotland or Australia, and that's usually.
You've got the slightest. You've got this. Your voice. When you speak, you leave the slightest traces of a British accent, and one of the reasons that I speculated that you might have come from India is that there's also a lilt to your voice, and I don't know an awful lot. I don't know an awful lot of people down south who have a lilt to their voice. Like there are certain, like, the stereotypical Georgia peach, like the Kalea, that You know?
Yeah.
I definitely had a number of women come to my house for cotillion.
Well, I still don't know what you mean.
This terrible bluecoats came by during the war of northern aggression and took all of my Hossenpfeffer. But, Arkansas, dude, you know what? I wouldn't have guessed that. You could have made money off me tonight if I was.
I know, man. Like I always can. I get asked that so much. That's the thing.
We could go see Ganesha the bookie, and he'd be, oh man, you lost the spread on that one. That's just gone. you're just cooked, I tell you what.
That's great. I'd be collecting money from Satan and all the angels. None of them would have known. No, that's funny. But yeah, I always play the guessing game just because I get asked that
Satan
so
would
much.
be standing there. Satan would be standing there waving the very first dollar bill in front of your face, going double or nothing. He'd be just like, dude, I'm only half stupid. Give it up. Because when the devil says you want to bet double or nothing, you go, no, I'm going home to sit in front of my television where it's safe. And the devil would lean down and go, with what you eat, not a chance.
So James, why no Avatar?
I'm just really lazy.
I'm like, I need like a little person to talk to because it's bugging me. It's like a blue dot talking to me.
Actually, you know.
I don't know how to represent myself on the internet. Like I don't know what image to use to be me.
Well, instead of picking an image that represents yourself, why don't you just pick an image that you'd like people to look at?
No selfies.
Hi, Nadia.
I like my image to remain a mystery because
Nadia,
I like people to always wonder, like, is he a fat, like, bearded fellow? Is he a handsome, suave devil? I like to keep.
No, I'm a fat bearded fellow, and I'm a handsome, suave devil. So I'm many things to many people.
Okay. I'm bearded.
But I hide my beautiful face because I don't want the internet to go crazy about me.
Yeah, that's my reason too.
I don't want to be one of those overnight internet sensations and then have like the Huffington Post write articles about me.
I will say this: I'm redheaded, and I have a big red beard right now. Like, if you need a mental
You
image.
need to rock the redheadedness, man. Like,
I
awesome. Gingers are awesome.
I feel like I am rocking it sufficiently.
Yes, you're lucky. Christians no longer think that gingers are like children of the devil.
Yes, I was born in the appropriate time period. I am actually very, very thankful of that.
You should change your name to Soulless Ginger, and then be an apologist, and it'll just confuse everybody.
Nice. Definitely. You'll have
like a solid idea.
You'll have Matt Slick tell you that you're not rational.
Right?
Yeah.
Because you haven't lived until you've had Matt Slick question your intellectual capacities.
That is true.
I can't wait. I want to go on the Bible thumping wingnut just to have Matt Slick tell me I'm stupid. I'm going to put that. I'll put that in my scrapbook. I'll totally collect that. Today Matt Slick told me I was dumb as a sack of hammers. And then, but before he did that, he'll say, "I'm not trying to insult you, but." He'll say, "I'm not trying to make you mad enough to beat my head in with a claw hammer, but you realize that you're not quite smart, you're not quite smarter than that strange stuff on the corner of people's mouths when they wake up in the morning." Thanks, Reverend Slick. Thank you so much.
I don't really listen to Matt Slick much. I don't know, like, is he usually that insulting? Like, I don't know. I don't give much credence to him. I don't give him much thought. I kind of lump in there with.
Recently, I discovered that he's widely believed to have a mild case of Asperger's syndrome, which
I'm sick of this like Asperger's syndrome as a diagnosis for just being a douche.
Holy crap! Who's that?
That's Sam. He has spoken.
Can't you just be a douchebag? Like I'm in science, so like I understand there are a lot of like people who just have no social skills.
That would be me. I'm one of those people. I'm an asshole, and I do not have Asperger's.
Dude, I don't know, man. You're pretty. You're pretty cool.
Someone with Asperger's, and they're not a jerk.
I agree with James.
Literally have different cognitive abilities. They're just different, but they're not necessarily a jerk.
Yeah, I know people. That's exactly what I'm saying. I know.
Why does Darth Vader and Boba Fett look like the Blues Brothers?
I thought that
Why
too.
do they always look like the Blues Brothers?
There's Darth Vader looking at Boba Fett going, "We got a quarter tank of neutronium fuel, 4 proton torpedoes, and a dead astromech droid, and we're on a mission for Palpatine."
Did you notice that Darth has his hand down his pants? Did you notice that?
He does. He's grabbing his lightsaber there.
Yes.
He's adjusted his technique. Oh, and after a brief nap, we are now joined by the Grand Queen of the Ball. Hello there, beautiful.
Hi there.
Did you have a good sleep? I was so scared that we were like disturbing your sleep. I was so scared. And we were like, any minute now she's just going to get up and she's going to fling her laptop out the window in a fit of pique because we're just keeping her awake. And every now and then the hangout insisted for no discernible reason in shifting the camera view to look at you while you were sleeping. It's like we were holding some sort of death watch or something.
That's probably just noise for occasionally dropping out from their noise record cancellation.
Anyway, Sam, what were you saying about Slick just being a dork?
Yeah, can't you just be a douchebag? Like, why does he have to have Asperger's? Like,
He doesn't have to, but if he does, I think that needs to be taken into account. Not much, because he certainly is highly functioning.
But yeah, Asperger's, and maybe I'm just completely ignorant here. It's not like a predisposition to be like a douche or anything like that. Like I have friends who have it, and they're like some of the nicest people I know. It's just a lack of certain like social awareness, but that shouldn't account for like if he's calling people dumb as like
Yeah.
a
Like I said,
sack
I
of
play
rocks or
WoW,
whatever.
and my number one officer has Asperger's, and you'd think that would be a problem, but actually, he's our raid leader, and like he sees everything going on at once at all times. There is nothing that doesn't pass this guy's eyes. Like he sees it all. I'm like, sweet. I'll be the social end, and you can be the whip. Whoosh.
Yeah.
Nice. Do you play Horde or Alliance, Deirdre?
Oh, don't you know Alliance is for children and those that like them?
Okay.
I like
I'm just
children.
kidding. I'm just kidding.
I believe
I'm a
I've
Horde-y.
been
I'm a Horde player all the
given
way.
an answer. Actually, you know what? I haven't played a lot of World of Warcraft because I can't stand grinding. But which is interesting because later I started playing the Old Republic. So duh. But one of the character classes that made me laugh my brains out was the Shaman. Now, for those of you guys that don't know much about World of Warcraft, the Shaman is a fellow who has these little statues.
Stop right there, just so you know. Guess what I mean? Elemental shaman. Anyway, continue.
Okay. Well, he's got these I call them fetiches. Okay. He's got these little statues that he walks up and he puts down in front of creatures or enemies. And that they project salient abilities that are usually buffs. Sometimes they're debuffs, which is either they help you or they hinder the enemy. And some of them will actually attack the enemy at certain levels. Like I think there's one or two that you can research and put together that will put out a DPS or a point damage. And I'm thinking to myself, imagine you're the creature, right? You're the four-headed Rashmuga in the bush sitting there eating leaves, minding your own business, and all of a sudden this little fellow comes wandering out of the trees, and you're looking at him, and maybe you're with a buddy, right? So you're looking at him, he's like, Joe, what's that? I don't know, that's like an orc or something, isn't it? Well, what's he doing? He's putting a little dolly down. What is that? He's putting down a little dolly. And I wonder, and then the thing fires lightning at him. Ah, Jesus, that's not good. That's bad, Dolly. I just laugh. I'm easily amused when I'm alone. I'm sorry. Anyway, what were we talking about before I hijacked it with stupidities?
Yeah, I was going to say I was starting to forget who I was before the beginning of that story.
Somebody tell Gus to shut up before Sam loses he mind. Yeah, no, you're right. I mean, if it doesn't necessarily follow that Slick automatically has Asperger's, but I think if he does, I think it needs to be taken into account.
I'm skeptical of that being his real name because Slick just kind of sounds like it's a name you give to yourself, like
Stage name.
Yeah, I'm not slick because I'm so
honest.
smooth, like.
Yeah, but why would he become a preacher though with a name like that? Like, could you imagine? It's like my name is Matt Slick and I believe in Jesus, and so
because your name is
and for
Dick
$9.95,
Schlongerton.
so can you?
Just because your name is Dick Schlongerton doesn't mean you need to be in porn.
No.
I don't know, man. If that's your name, that could be a
But tell me, if I walked up to you and said, "Hi, I'm Dick Hard Slab," you wouldn't wonder for 2 seconds whether or not I was packing an 18-wheeler in my trousers. You know what I mean? It's like
I'd wonder why you're saying trousers and not trousers, firstly, but
that's a good point. That's definitely a good point. But after you wondered at my strange syntaxial lilt, you would definitely wonder if I did have an oil tanker down my pants.
No, I generally don't wonder about male penis size.
No, Sam, come on, Sam.
Honestly, all this talk now,
if I walked up to you and said that my name was something that suggested I was endowed like a male rhinoceros, you wouldn't be curious for a picosecond whether or not I actually was?
I would be
probably not. But
okay, well, you know what, Sam, you're a more focused mind than mine. I will grant you that.
I grant your point, Gus. I would.
You'd be taking wagers, huh? Like the story of Job, but over that. Yeah, I gotcha.
That's right. I'll bet you Job is hung like a mule. Oh, I'll take that action. Ganesha's like, you strange Middle Eastern people will bet on anything. I swear to God. Bring the tickets to me.
You realize that not every Indian person talks like Apu from The Simpsons.
I like to believe they do.
I absolutely do realize that, and if anybody is offended by that, please allow me to hasten to offer an apology and never to sound like that again. That's kind of how I thought Ganesha would talk. But you're right, I'm being culturally insensitive. I accept your rebuke in the spirit in which it was offered.
I'm also just being a dick, but you know.
Well, you got Darth Vader with his hands down the front of his pants, so you're capable of anything. That's just.
And
hey,
don't
man,
think
wild
you
card.
And don't think you haven't thought about what size their dicks are.
I wonder, sometimes.
Those
I
jeans
wonder.
are awfully tight. I'm just saying.
I think that's why Anakin went crazy, right? I mean, he just had a really small penis, and it got to him.
Anakin?
Yeah.
No, Anakin went crazy because his girlfriend, who was like 10 years older than him, George Lucas, needs to go to a therapist 10 years older than him.
There's nothing wrong with that. I'm not mad at it.
I feel like there's a little bit of color on Boba Fett there in a place where there shouldn't be color. Anyway, continue.
I have no clue. This was just.
Is that code for Boba Fett is like racially mixed?
No, that's not what I said at all. Oh my gosh, never mind. Not saying that word ever again.
Spread it around. If I'm not gonna be the only one to go down in flames as two ticks to the left of a racist. Not me alone.
You'll all be a part of my evil.
Should have been somebody's soundbite somewhere played like over and over again.
No, what gets said in the Hangout stays in the Hangout, unless you're G-Man, in which case you put it up on YouTube and claim that the other person must take every single one of their videos down forever. I listen to a lot of really crazy people, and I love watching them. Like, I love watching G-Man and JD Kane go at it hammer and tongs. And it's terrible because it doesn't enrich the discourse between atheist and theist one little bit, but it's fantastic. I love watching it.
Okay, so Cliff Notes version, who are these people? Are they actual academics, or are they just two people on the internet?
Nadia,
This is the internet. Why would you assume that they're academics?
Because
I mean, like, if you're watching videos,
wait, Sam, there are some people I can point you to who regularly go on Hangouts that have some strong academic credentials. People like a guy who calls himself Ozymandias. Dr. John Shook, I think is John. I think it's John Shook. He goes on. There's a place called The Place with Dr. He's a wonderful Southern gentleman with just a gentle demeanor. What the heck, Jones, Dr. Jones. And he runs a hangout periodically with some. So they're out there. It's just mixed in amongst them. There's these wang doodles, and they're like somebody pulls the pin and they go off like a grenade, and it's glorious mess everywhere. That And what really makes me smile is when on those rare occasions when a calm, reasonable, even-tempered, even-minded person like Christopher Mowdy or Ozymandias will end up on a hangout with G-Man. and it's like somebody dropped 2 live chainsaws into a bag of sheep and shook.
Well, Simon has read, or at least has attempted to read, part of my master's thesis. So,
What was your master's thesis on, Sam?
Simon, would you care?
Simon, you must now defend Sam's master's thesis. Enjoy.
Yeah, no, I did read it just a couple of days ago, and I still haven't been able to understand it.
That's fantastic.
It's
That's how
good.
you
It's
know it's
about
brilliant.
how do we label and characterize the protein products of genes on a
Wow,
high throughput level in the cell.
that's fantastic. And what are the practical applications of your studies, Sam?
Be able to understand what's going on in the cell so that if you have AIDS, I can cure you or let you
good.
die, whichever one tickles my fancy at that moment.
Sounds good to me, Sam. Have some fun. What was that, Deirdre?
I said, please don't let me die.
I don't want to die. Could I not die, please, of a terrible death?
I believe in Sam. I believe.
Oh, no. We're going to make James mad.
Huh?
Nothing.
I zoned out, I'm not gonna lie.
Because you deny God existence all this time. Sam walks in and you're like, I believe in you, Sam. What the heck, Simon?
That's right. Sam
Well, right now
converting.
I'm executing a bunch of code that's doing cancer research right now, so that's what I'm multitasking with.
So by executing, you mean you're putting into place and not marching behind the chemical shed and putting 2 in the back of its head.
Well, I guess by execute I mean I'm just running commands, but sure, that other one too.
Not bad for a bag of chemicals.
Yeah, you know.
Oh God, Simon, you know how many times I've listened to theists say, well, if you're just chemicals, how can you And I'm like, saying that human beings are just chemicals is like saying the pyramids are nothing but a stack of rocks with a dead guy underneath. Like, is there no provision in philosophy for the notion that something can be greater than the sum of its parts?
Yeah, that's what Aristotle talked about, but again, this is the internet where people who have literally no education proclaim themselves to be philosophically literate.
I would point out that there's a lot of
I have no education, and I readily portray myself as philosophically illiterate. And James needed no proof of that claim, as he happily took me apart.
But you're such a delightful person.
I was. I better be, because I bled all over the floor.
But I'll point out that there's a significant amount of academic philosophers, areas of such as philosophy of mind, who would argue against humans being, I guess, the sum of the parts in a material sense, who would present issue with that.
I don't even think it's a plurality. I'm pretty sure majority of philosophers of mind, according to the last polls that I've seen, are physicalists. They just believe that all that is the physical world.
Oh, a lot of them are, yeah. A lot of them are, but there are some very influential philosophers of mind who would argue against that type of idea, or at least their prominent views about that idea.
Argue against the idea that the human mind could be something
most
greater
of those would be theologians, though.
No, there are some atheists.
There are
Is there?
some.
I'd
there
love a
are
link to that.
people who represent there are people who say all kinds of outrageous things who do have degrees and do have qualifications. It doesnuld make them not outrageous things.
But that's not what I'm talking about.
I'll say
there are some very significant, leading philosophers of mind who would raise issues that I would raise in a physicalist degree.
Only in a philosophical sense, though.
Okay.
I mean, only in terms of
philosophers,
using the philosophical words in their definitions rather than being restricted to existence and induction. They do it strictly on deductive reasoning. They don't do it on any inductive reasoning from reality, do they?
What do you guys think
deductive
of,
is stronger, so.
What do you guys think of Alex Botton's postulation of the primacy of existence?
I don't know what that is.
Okay. I had hoped that someone had heard of it, because I'll be damned if I can explain it.
What's it about? What's the general concept?
Alex Botton uses the primacy of existence to counter the problem of infinite regress and the problems of epistemology that regularly get shoved up the nose of atheists by precepts.
I don't know. Like, that's not really my area.
No, I know, and as an anti-preceptor, for whom you will always have a special place in my heart, I don't expect you to be versant with that argument. What do you think, Nadia?
Okay, cool.
What is that again?
I thought, I was wondering if you'd ever heard of the argument of the primacy of existence as put forward by Alex Botten.
Alex Botten? You mean Ayn Rand?
I'm sorry, what?
Is that like Ayn Rand objective stuff?
No, I don't think so.
That'd be very interesting if Alex Botten was like Ayn Rand. I'd like to see that, actually.
I really don't think we need any more Randian people on the internet.
Oh, come on! Don't you appreciate the Ayn Randian philosophy of I've got mine, so fuck you?
I took a hiatus from fucktards for a couple weeks, and it served my mental health very well.
Oh, Sam, you're showing yourself to be a beautiful dreamer, because nobody can ever truly escape fucktards. Hi, Befuddled.
Yeah, if I remember right, Jeff Keller is objectivist type, and there's a whole existence exists, and so on.
Like, I fundamentally don't understand why anybody can read Atlas Shrugged and not come away with a profound sense of horror. I
never read it because.
What's that? Who said what?
You need to meet Jeff. He's got a big poster right behind him. He's an atheist, and he's got that big, huge poster right behind him. You'll have to talk to him sometime.
I have read part of one of Ayn Rand's novels, and she is such a dreadful writer that if I'm gonna, I don't like reading fiction to begin with. And
oh well, if you really believe that whipping yourself with a scourge isn't self-torture enough, you can watch the movies for Atlas Shrugged. And I sat through one because I literally just wanted some noise in the background while I was doing some arts and crafts, and I really would have had a better time if I'd inserted a drill into my nose. I
would rather masturbate with sandpaper than watch an Ayn Rand movie.
I respect that comment. I totally respect it.
I'm gonna give it a go just to make sure.
What, masturbating with sandpaper? You're a stronger man than I, Simon. The scientific method, man. Observe and record, so that Ken Ham can't look at you when you claim absolutely that masturbating with sandpaper is bad and say, "How do you know? Are you there?"
You there? Dedication.
God, we've got a book.
Dedicated
That's what he's
atheist.
gonna say. We have a book.
What did you guys think of the debate between Ken Ham and Bill Nye?
They both did pretty poorly.
Yeah, Bill Nye was, yeah.
Like,
I thought he did really well, actually.
I thought he did well.
I really enjoyed what he was saying, and that bit at the end where they were saying about what would it take to change your worldview or something. I just thought that exposed the whole debate.
Oh yeah, Ken Ham
sentences.
Ken Ham's whole debate, like his whole outlook, really took it in the teeth when he answered that question. It's like, what could change your mind? Nothing. Okay, well, go and sit down then.
I mean, Bill Nye did a good job for someone who isn't a biologist or a scientist, so I was happy with the performance.
Isn't Bill Nye a scientist?
Engineer.
Engineers are like scientists. They're just more...
No, they're not. They're like Oompa Loompas, as Sheldon could really
They're
say.
like Oompa Loompas.
That's why there's this running joke that engineers tend to be Christian. There's like a running joke in the podcast I listen to, and they're like, "Yep, wait, I'm a scientist," and they're like, "What kind of scientist?" "Oh, an engineer."
There are engineers that do science, but that's not what Bill Nye did. I mean, he's very scientifically literate. He's a good science communicator, but he's not a scientist.
One of the.
I'm not hating. I'm just calling it what it is.
I really liked the way he didn't raise his voice or lose it at all.
I would have walked across the space between the two dioceses, and I would have punched Ken Ham right between the. I would have just been like, you know why I'm right? Because I just broke your nose.
It's sad that we even have to consider creationism as being remotely viable because it's the dumbest. It's just so irrelevant to anything that research biologists discuss.
I mean, I can talk to James. James is a theist. I'm not. James and I can talk to each other. We can respect each other. I can think that James is deluded. He can think I'm deluded. But we can both have a chocolate sundae together and enjoy creation / what happened here by not creation. Okay, but I could never talk to Ken Ham because he's such an arrogant thing. You know, you'd find your hands making claw-like gestures halfway through a discussion with him, and he'd turn and look at you, and you'd have to hide your hands really quick, and then he'd turn away again, and your hands would creep back towards his throat, and then this would go on forever, and then finally, there's a German word, I don't know exactly what it is, but it translates roughly into English as the face that requires a fist.
Yeah, there's a phrase in Italian that is the same thing.
Do you know what it is?
Faccia de schiaffi means literally a face of slappage.
Awesome.
What was that? What was that?
Gus, I would share a chocolate sundae with you any day.
I totally appreciate that, but Nadia's trying to tell me a word here, and I've blown it twice now.
Faust Brauchengesicht.
That sounds, you know what? That sounds just German enough to be right.
Not very specific.
Well, German's a Lego language, right? So if you want a really complicated word, you just make a whole bunch of little words. Is that James who must depart, or is that?
That is. I have German class in the morning that I must attend to. Ironically.
It was a pleasure and an honor, sir.
It was very much a pleasure. I hope to see you around here again.
Well, that's assuming that Nadia doesn't go. Cannot stand that guy.
It could be. But then again, she's done that to me before. I've been banned.
Has she?
From that before. Yeah.
Oh, no, James.
Yeah. It's okay.
Jesus said, "Beeth not thee a dick."
Don't worry.
Yeah. Anyways, I have to go. Everybody have a good night. I had a fun time.
Good night, James. Take care, man. What are you drinking, Nadia? What is that?
It's a mixture of some kind of V8 actual fruit juice mix instead of tomato juice, and Diet Mountain Dew.
Oh yeah? What's that? That's like rocket fuel? There must be like plenty of sugar for the ounce of that. Well, the fruit sugars from the V8 fruit juice plus the Mountain Dew. Kaboom!
Well, the Mountain Dew is diet, so.
Oh, okay.
And shockingly, fruit juices have rather low calorie count relative to.
Sucrose is usually digested quicker in fruit juice because it's not impeded sterically by the fiber.
This is where I shut up and listen to the scientist.
Sorry, I'm just being.
No, hey, listen. No, listen, dude. Like, as far as I'm concerned, anytime you bring factual facts, I like to know factual facts.
I don't know. I'm not a nutritionist by any means. So I'm not the person to ask. I know a marginally large amount about human genetics, specifically right now cancer genetics. But other than that, no, not really.
So Nadia, I always had this impression that you lived in New York City. I don't know why. What's that?
My initials. I did live in New York.
All right.
I flew out to Oakland for a series of 3 interviews back in September of 2013. And, well, I don't seem to have gotten any of those jobs, so I will try to work my way back there eventually.
Right on. Well, there we go. One right guess.
My next, I guess, launching pad I'll try to use is Ann Arbor, Michigan.
Wi-
May
Is
have
is
Go ahead.
is what your next launching pad you're going to try to use is what?
Ann Arbor, Michigan. So
Ann Arbor, Michigan. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
should be relatively close to Windsor and such. So
Yeah, you can come up to Canada. We'll treat you right. She shrugs her shoulders. Have you ever been to Canada before?
yeah, I've been to Ottawa on a number of occasions for the Ottawa Linux Symposium.
Oh yeah. We have a
And
Linux symposium up here.
used to be.
I don't I know just enough about computers to get into trouble, and to me Linux is Linux is something I don't understand, and I know people that use Linux, and I have no idea why, and so I sort of look over, and the penguin looks over at me, and the penguin says something, and I say something back to the penguin, and we kind of go our separate ways. But I'm told that Linux, every single year somebody tells me that Linux is one day going to take over as the prime language of people talking to computers, and I keep waiting because they keep telling me that platforms like Ubuntu and stuff like that are much, much better than Windows. And I believe them, but I'm just waiting for the takeover. I saw somebody who was running Linux, and I looked at their computer, and I didn't understand anything. That's a pretty common theme with me, Nadia. Actually, that's a pretty common theme. But I've learned to compensate by asking a lot of really dumb questions and getting people to feel sorry for me.
If it makes you feel any better, I do not feel sorry for you at all. But that's because I'm a
Is that you being a dick again, Sam?
Yeah, no, it's me being. I have a very dry sense of humor. So
for a dick, I'm feeling a bit of affection for you, actually.
What are you doing, touching my dicks?
Wow.
So I think we found. So I think I found something interesting about cancer genomes.
Oh yeah.
What about him, doctor?
We cannot say anything about it.
It's top secret, doctor.
When you can say something about it, you'll let us know, yeah?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's hard because I don't want to doctor out myself, especially because I had a Christian who was sort of stalking me last year, and called my master's program.
Well, there's just no need for that. Like, seriously,
Yeah,
that's another thing.
Like medical school. Yeah, we got one of your students being a dick on the internet. Could you make him stop doing that shit?
Hey, I am in bioengineering grad school technically.
That's another thing I never understood is why Christians seem to feel the need to defend God. Like you always hear them saying, "I'm not going to let you put God on trial." God's a big boy; he can take care of himself. If he created the universe, why does he need you to defend his shit? Like, back up off me, Christian, silly man.
Because the people who defend Christianity on the internet are some combination of dishonest, undereducated, and insecure about their beliefs, and that's why they feel the need to preach some.
Ronald McDonald.
Yeah, it's some This is now granted. I'm not trying to generalize. This is based upon my experience.
Wolf, did you say Ronald McDonald?
Yes.
No, you mispronounced.
Sam knows what I'm talking about. Mr. Specified Sequential Information.
Yeah, he's not too bright. I'm not gonna. I'd love to get into a molecular biology discussion with him because I could just laugh.
Why do I get the funny feeling that it would be an awful lot like putting a drunk in a sack and whacking it repeatedly with a stick?
It would be a lot like that. I mean, he just doesn't know what he's talking about. I mean, look, if you look at to get to where I'm at right now, which is, for my area, a very top university, top program.
And standing in an elevator beside Boba Fett, yeah.
Yeah, and standing in an elevator beside Boba Fett.
Who's doing up his fly, apparently.
Yeah. And I had to, do 4 years of undergrad and get a pretty good GPA, and then I had to do a year of grad school and get it cranked out crank out a publication and a master's thesis, and then just some magic on the interview, and I got in. But I also had to get scores that, because I'm a white male, and I'm not complaining about this, but because I'm a white male, I had to get scores that were above the average for like MIT and Harvard acceptances for my area.
Yeah, but what the hell do you know, you filthy atheist?
But so there's no I understand if you just go.
I read this Bronze Age instruction book, and I know more than you do.
Are you not a Jew?
What?
I was raised in a Jewish family, and I identify ethnically as a Jew.
That's kind of interesting. The Jewish religion has that distinction that I don't think any other religion in the world has a distinction where you can have people who belong to the religion, but the name of the religion can also be an ethnicity.
Well, I mean, it's seen as a culture, but the religious aspect is only with regard to that particular aspect of like said culture. But the rest just can't be fucked with.
All right, what's going on? So, is somebody breaking your door down, Wolf?
Maybe. Yeah, they're breaking it down because they want to have sex with me. I'm all like, I'm too busy. I'm talking on the phone. So.
Thank God your webcam's off. That's all I got to say about that, because I don't need to see that at 2 o'clock in the morning. I'm telling you. Not that I'm not doubting your prowess or anything, but a certain distance should be maintained in a nice chat room.
I am doubting your prowess. No, I'm kidding.
my prowess is not in question. It is unquestionable.
Nadia, are you having trouble keeping your cigar lit?
I am smoking cigarette butts.
Oh, I see. Because I see you keep working, and it looks, to my camera, it looks like a cigar, and I keep seeing you trying to light it over and over again. I felt so bad for you because I'm like, the poor woman can't keep her cigar lit. What is going on with that?
They're clove cigarettes.
Fair enough.
Cigarillos or cigars or something, but they're really just cigarettes with flavored cereal in them.
I used to have a psychologist in my school back when it was okay for teachers to smoke, and he smoked the biggest, fattest cigars known to humankind. Like he was smoking like little submarines made out of tobacco sticking out of his mouth. And those things stank. Oh, I can't even begin to describe how bad they smell. Anyways, I've derailed a theistic conversation. I'm sorry. Let's go back to talking about what's wrong with God. Or something. I feel like a conversation hog. Sorry.
Yeah, and if I can maybe answer that a little bit, there's a bit of an overly permissive epistemology. It's part of how, well, I believe that's inherently false kind of. So, whether that actually makes a difference in why we bother. Well, at least why I bother. The educators said some of them can fly off the handle. Like, Gordon Klingschmidt, Brian Fisher, Donnie Perkins, Linda Harvey, Phyllis Schlafly, Alan Schmier, Scott Lively, and so on. Right? Who are considered women for America, Eagle Forum, Michigan America, Focus on the Family Research Council, the American Family Association. Their voter guides out to 50 million plus Christians through church-associated people, and also take Republican congressmen out to Israel 168 times, as well as other junkets.
Yeah.
So that kind of issue is a big deal, especially when they're saying that trans people are gays and gays are Nazi pedophiles who are driven by the unvarnished energy of Satan.
Up here in Canada, we're having an awful lot of trouble with people who want to keep transsexuals out of quote-unquote the wrong bathroom. And it's like these people do not have sense, that they don't have the sense that was given to a lemon. They really don't. It's like, okay, let's say, for instance, okay, let's say, just supposing, an individual who at first presents the exterior morphology of a female, but has a penis, goes to a washroom that's nominally designated as a place for people who don't have penises. Who gives a fuck? Who cares? Like, as long as Buddy with the schlong does his business, he drops his kids off at the pool, zips up, washes his hands after, and then goes, who cares? And people are like, well, if we let trans people into the bathrooms, there'll be this terrible rash of what? Of what? What can there be a terrible rash of? And if there is a terrible rash of whatever there's a terrible rash of, we have laws. We have sexual interference laws. We have sexual assault laws. We have sexual impropriety laws. We have sexual picnic laws. Who cares? Why do we need extra special laws to make sure that people with penises go to the bathroom over here and people with vaginas go to the bathroom over there? What does it matter? Go to the bathroom, perform your ablutions, and then get the hell out.
I point out that most trans women, I think around 80%, actually either have gotten rid of or are trying to get rid of their, I guess, anatomy they were improperly born with, and get it, well, proper anatomy reconstructed.
Yeah, maybe, but I can't be fucked with. I mean, in other news, Madison City is the first city in secular America where it is illegal to discriminate against non-believers.
Where is Madison City, Wolf?
In Wisconsin.
Wisconsin. Good stuff.
Yeah.
Right. So one of the religious freedom bills, or?
It wasn't stated as a religious freedom bill. It's unfortunately there are a number. You see, down there in the States, you guys have your Republicans who are conservative, most of them, except for the rhinos, right? The Republicans in name only, and then you have your Democrats who are liberal, generally speaking, by and large. Up here we have three basic parties. We have the conservatives who are conservative. Yes. Well, actually, I don't know if our federal conservative party is the progressive conservative party, because there was a huge fragmentation back at the turn of the century. But that's a whole history. We have our liberals, who are liberal, and then we have our new Democratic Party, who are basically socialists. Now, remember something. Up in Canada, when we say socialist, we don't mean communist. We mean socialist. But actually what we mean is closer to social democratic. Although there are some crackpots up here in Canada that don't know the difference between a communist, a socialist, and a social democrat. We call those people stupid. We give them extra biscuits and we move on. So.
Oh yeah. Because most Americans don't know the difference between socialists and communists.
Your liberals are not the American nation of liberal. They're closer to, I think, the European nation.
Yes, that's true. Our liberals are not Democrats, and your Democrats are not liberals, although they are more liberal than your Republicans. At least they are now. But much like in our country, where in the past different parties have shifted back and forth, I think it's also true that your Democrats and your Republicans have shifted back and forth through the history of your country. But
since the Civil Rights Act and such, the Republicans adopted a Southern strategy. Have for me, ever since. So.
Yeah, that makes sense. But to go back and clarify your question after building this entire thing for you, our conservatives, many of whom come from, if you look at our country, okay, you've got British Columbia on the far left-hand side of the map. that's called Lotus Land because every New Age, everything is there. Like it's very liberal-minded, very broad-minded, very cosmopolitan. And then there are 3 provinces, Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba. Manitoba, which smells like dog poop at high noon in the summertime, and has the coldest street corner in the world, Portage in Maine, minus 65 degrees Celsius. I don't know what that is for them as of you that does Fahrenheit.
You mean the non-communists in the room?
I didn't say that. I totally didn't say that.
I know you gotta. I do that a lot. Where what I'll do is like, if someone will go, "Do you want a beer?" I was like, "Do I look like a communist?" And it makes no sense, but people enjoy it.
Well, as long as they enjoy it. Nadia, what were you saying?
I am a communist.
Are you a communist?
Yes.
That is fascinating. What is your ultimate? How would you have solved what ultimately went wrong with the Soviet Union? I've never met a capital C communist before, and I've been dying to ask one of them that question.
Well, first off, I would have gone about repeating policies of Stalin and such. I guess someone like Gorbachev did quite a bit earlier.
Yeah, I think we could have done without Stalin. Yeah, you're right. Hi, Palm Jam.
Stalin was strong arm. I guess survival affair when it's during wartime. Trouble is, of course.
Yeah. That's true. He did hold Russia together during the Great Patriotic War, and I hear he played a mean game of Scrabble too.
Yeah, getting the rollback of sort of wartime quote-unquote security measures is a big deal. Getting the
well, the better question is how do you get people to actually behave in the communist ideal? Because it seems like people have some natural impulse in human nature towards individuality.
I know that new guy. I know him. He's a theist. He's a King Kong theist. I've seen him in other hangouts. That's fantastic. I'm glad he's here.
Individuality is contrary to communism.
Yes, but almost every human seems to exhibit an innate need to express their own individuality at some point. Doesn't communism run headlong into a number of maintained psychological and sociological requirements of the human mind? Isn't that really why it failed? Because you can't treat people the same, and they don't like that.
It's not why it failed, and not really that pertinent to communism.
Okay.
Well, the problem with the communism.
Thank you for that answer.
The problem with the communism of like the governments that have, I mean, it basically tended to put more power to the state rather than the emphasis on the people, and more or less violate human rights and stuff like that. That's why it failed, and why it continues to fail now.
That goes to the old question of how truly communist was the Soviet Union.
Well, it's just like there's no such thing as a truly capitalist state. I don't think there's such a thing as a truly communist state.
I think that's a good point. Sure as hell the Chinese aren't communists.
There's very little relationship of the moral character of a governmental system to its success or otherwise.
Okay.
Horrific regimes have, well, been unfortunately very successful, endured for.
Of course, then that depends on how you define success, right? I mean.
Well, the duration of their survival. That's a reasonable measure.
Oh well, the Roman Empire was probably one of the single most brutal political entities on Earth, and they lasted for what, 500-600 years. So yeah,
that's peanuts compared to the Mongol Empire.
The fall of Western
lasted longer and was bigger.
Bigger, longer, and uncut.
Well, the fall of Western.
Hey, I see what you did there.
Western Roman Empire was a mere territorial loss. The
What was that? What was that?
fall of the Eastern Roman Empire merely represented a large territorial loss. The Eastern Roman Empire endured for another millennium.
That's a good point. That's a
Yeah,
very good point.
went on, and given that
But
Rome
was
itself
was the
was
Eastern? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
Rome itself, precursor to the empire, had continuity with it, and started up a bit longer. That's closer to 2,000 years.
But
And Egypt,
we know the Western Roman Empire was unflinchingly brutal. Do we know the same of the Eastern Roman Empire?
yes, and it was too.
Okay. Good.
Of course, like fashion, more like 3,000 years. Chinese, another 2,100 or so. Right? Those regimes are horrific, and they endured for millennia.
Didn't the people that we're calling the Chinese, though, wasn't their territory throughout a good chunk of their history, wasn't it set up in a number of large but autonomous provinces such that you couldn't truly speak about quote-unquote China as a whole until the Qin showed up and united everybody?
Well, the 2,100 year count is from that formation of the Qin dynasty and so on.
Excellent. I like talking to you. You know things.
Yeah. Qin dynasty was actually lots way worse than many of those who followed.
Hmm. Well, I guess you'd have to have a measure of ruthlessness and brutality to unite a whole bunch of autonomous provinces that didn't want to unite.
Well, there's a bit more to it than that.
What's that? More to it than that, you say? Okay.
Maybe. It wasn't just their autonomy and desire for independence. They had actual strong leadership. Well, Qin was really stronger.
Where did the theist with the hat go? Oh, I was ready to talk to him.
He has a tendency to need to be the center of attention.
Oh, I wouldn't have had a problem with that.
Yeah, but I think he was sensing that he wasn't at the time being, and that made him
Well,
very
he's
sad.
come back. He's come back. He's here now.
Oh, must have just been an internet error.
I can see his face in his little hat.
Well, raises a question though, right? Yeah, how do you persuade them, and what are you trying to persuade them of?
How do I persuade who precisely?
Theists like Tommy Holland.
You don't. I mean, that's the thing, is that at a certain point, people have taken stances for...
Yeah, you don't. You troll, basically. I mean, he's an admitted troll. I mean, he doesn't care about this information.
But why would you ever?
Who's an admitted troll? Who are we talking about? Oh, he's wearing a pirate
the entity with the hat.
Oh, he's wearing a pirate hat now.
I wouldn't say that. People have good antagonistic and
he's wearing an eye patch and he's wearing a pirate hat now.
Yeah, but he admitted himself that he trolls. He said that in the comment.
I mean, that doesn't surprise me at all. I mean, that's just sort of the way that the internet functions.
Isn't there a bit of Socratic method rolled up into the notion of trolling? I mean, doesn't a decent troll sort of walk into a place and start shit by asking pointed questions?
Depends on the troll.
Okay.
In my opinion, I mean, I'm not a fucking expert by any means.
Oh, you're a fucking expert on something.
Well, yeah. Well, not on trolling.
There are, of course, the derailment trolls who start with pointed questions, but...
That guy's little picture is getting more and more ornate by the second. Is somebody drawing stuff on his picture?
Those derailment trolls' pointed questions have nothing to do with what you were talking about, which is the problem.
Oh, okay.
Even so, the thing to persuade them of isn't necessarily of atheism, but rather atheists have quite a bit better moral character. Thus, I guess most of the Christians in the U.S. commonly presume, such as the surveys where atheists are deemed to be less moral than rapists, would suggest. Right? Now, there are, of course, other issues to address too, like there are beliefs about the moral character of LGBT persons.
Okay.
Yeah,
I don't think that the morality of an LGBT person. Well, let me back up. I don't think being LGBT makes you X or Y homogeneously moral or immoral. It's kind of like saying all people who are left-handed are X. I mean, you just can't do that. But it's one thing I've learned about humanity is that we're absolute until we're not, until we are, until we're not, until we are, until we're not.
But their belief on that subject makes them difficult to coexist with. Right?
Fair enough.
So, then,
I mean, it's like I said. I don't mind that theists believe in fairy tales. I believe in a few fairy tales myself. I love to tell my nieces and nephews all sorts of fairy tales. But I just don't like it when they want to govern. When they look into a book that literally says everything, they pick the parts of the book that say everything out that they happen to like, and now suddenly they get to crawl inside a woman's vagina and control what goes on in there. That's the part that gets me.
And then you have, yes, two things, which is, why do I think that's the right way to go? And how do you convince them otherwise?
I don't know that you can. I think the only thing that you can do is make sure that they are always opposed in government, so that we can hear their opinions, but they don't get to practice their strangeness on people. That's what I think. I mean, otherwise we don't have a democracy. I mean, if we bar people from the halls of government simply because they have strange notions, then, William Lyon Mackenzie King would never have become Prime Minister of Canada. And that guy used to have seances and talk to his dead grandmother. And that's the Prime Minister we got saddled with for the Second World War. Nazis are parking U-boats outside of Halifax Harbor, and our Prime Minister is having seances. Oh boy, oh boy.
Yeah. Well, Frank Cavani is a good example there. That person that you knew and friends with and so on for 20 plus years comes out and whatnot. Well, starts changing a few minds. And, well, maybe you aren't going to have people you grew up with and that too. Feel convinced and all that, but you can meet people, you can demonstrate your character, and you can, well, develop something fresh. And that's the way it's people. That is a bit of what Maria Konnikova was describing in the article. I keep harping on.
It was a good article. I read it. It was a good article. It was very insightful. I found it very useful.
So
I don't know. I know it's hard to argue with me because I agree with just about everything you say.
I'm not sure. I do steer it a little bit though.
What's that?
I do steer you a little bit though.
Okay. That's fair. That's a fair statement. And I'm not a communist. I'm a socialist, though. I am a socialist, but I'm not a communist.
Well,
but I see it on a sliding scale, so I don't see them as two different trees. I see socialism and communism on a sliding scale. See, I believe that every socialist is a little bit of a capitalist, whereas I don't believe that every communist is a little bit of a capitalist. Or if he is, I don't think he admits it to the rest of the Politburo.
Probably. So there's a question of what the means of production are and how you approach them, right?
The means of
production.
Oh, the means of production. Yes. Yes. Can I tell you a Stalin joke? Can I tell you a nasty Stalin joke? Would that be offensive to you if I did that?
Probably not, but it probably won't be relevant either.
Well, if there's absolutely no chance whatsoever of you laughing at the joke, I should probably save it. And I should probably stick to matters relevant. You're absolutely right in that rebuke.
Yeah, I think a distinction with the means of production is you're thinking of them as natural resource things that would be nationalized in that way, right?
I think for a properly healthy economy, the nationalization needs to be kept to a minimum. I think there are some things that you cannot just allow. You can't just leave to the whim of the market. My father always used to tell me that there were some things that you should never allow to be speculated on in the open market, and that those things constituted the basic necessities of life: food, fuel, housing, shelter. Food, fuel, housing, and there was another one: food, fuel, housing.
Oh, national treasures.
Well,
wealth and whatnot. Those things you wouldn't nationalize.
I don't know if you can buy stock in Yellowstone National Park, though. Can you?
How about the Alberta tar sands?
Well, now that depends on who you ask. Now, the people who are working in the oil patch, they prefer that it be called the oil sands. Yeah, I know, and that's like talking about clean coal. Actually, the drop in gas prices have kicked the living shit out of Alberta's economy. Our nation has published its first deficit budget for a number of years. We've really been relying on Western oil. Really been relying on Western oil to maintain certain things. But I mean, we're not going to have as bad a credit crunch up here, and we avoided the housing market. We avoided the big housing crisis up here because our finance minister wouldn't allow the big banks to do silly things. So the finance minister had what we gamers like to call a dumb Chucky rule. You come to them and say, "Hey, Mr. Finance Minister, can you let our bank be an investment bank and a play bank?" And the finance minister would look at them and say, "That's dumb, Chucky."
But for the hell, the big banks weren't doing that silly things. I mean, if you understand they're, sure, maybe the capital weren't actually Gaussian, but still, right? That kind of risk assessment and so on is reasonably justified. The trouble is actually what led to the mass insolvency of the debtors, right?
Well, yeah, but I mean, you had companies like Wachovia that were writing mortgages with their eyes closed. I mean, taking a little bit of risk is one thing, but I mean, these guys were just, I studied the 2008 crash a lot, and Wolf King's back. Hey, Wolf King. I studied the 2008 crash a lot, and it was just, it was greed from one end to the other. It was probably the single most unimpressive aspect of capitalism ever, was just the pure greed of it.
Claims not that the practices of those lenders were moral, but rather that those practices were not in and of themselves destabilizing.
You don't think so?
Well, of course not.
Okay.
They had reasonable expectations of getting paid back. What made those expectations of getting paid back not be realized? What made the debtors insolvent?
You mean what made the people who originally took the papers for the mortgages in the first place, the people who own the houses, what made them insolvent?
Right.
Shitty economy.
Well,
They got sold a house they couldn't pay for. Interest rates went up, and they got royally rogered. They got done to in the style of the British Navy, sodomy in the lash. It was terrible.
that's a bit tricky though, because right, what does the economy mean? And a house they couldn't pay for. Well, why couldn't they pay for it? It's why were the debtors insolvent? Why couldn't they pay for it?
I don't necessarily think it was. I don't necessarily. Sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
Well, there's what does the economy being shitty mean, and why did that happen?
Well, I mean, in North America, essentially they've very slowly been putting the middle class to death. The middle class used to have its foundations built in organized labor, which you communists understand very, very well, even more than us socialists.
Exactly.
So the corporations sent labor overseas, thereby essentially. What's that?
Yes.
They sent
arbitrage. Classical economists go on.
Right.
Overseas affairs. Yeah.
They sent the decent wages overseas. During Ronald Reagan's time, the average manufacturing worker, many of whom worked for the auto plants in the United States, was making about $35 an hour and was covered by the union.
Now you have the basic thrust of it, and there's quite a bit more detail. And I guess it takes a bit of reckoning of these issues to develop. But
well, Nadia, I mean, anytime that you have pertinent facts that you think I should be made aware of, I'm totally about listening.
Well,
I don't say that to be shitty. Like, I say that to actually say, like, if there's something that if you see a piece of Lego that you can stick to another piece of Lego on my brain, you go ahead and do that. I'm all over that.
Elizabeth Warren has a hour-long lecture, I think, on the coming collapse of middle class. So,
Elizabeth who?
Warren.
Oh, I love Elizabeth Warren. God, I wish I could clone her and introduce her into Canadian politics.
She doesn't really get the housing crisis per se, but the mechanisms she outlines are very much the exact things that work.
I gotta tell you, there are a few things that tickle my fancy more than watching her speed bag people in Senate hearings. Oh, I love watching her kick the crap out of people in Senate hearings.
Well,
she says the right wingers running.
Well, she's quite informative when she speaks to the unopposed lecture as well. So.
I've read a number of her lectures, and she talks about how what ended up happening to the middle class was that mom went out to work, which meant that while there were two incomes in the family, there was less elasticity, and also what ended up happening was that since real wages shrank, a lot of families made up the difference with credit. And so they ended up taking on more debt, so that even though you had two people out of the home working, if one of them took sick, now they were, as the British would say, proper fucked. And I sort of went through that, and I saw a couple of her lectures because she tended to give the same lecture, and I watched a bunch of them on YouTube. And and it was almost as fascinating as watching Theda Skocpol and talking about some of her studies of the Tea Party. But I understand that's not relevant to the central issue. But I'm mentioning that as an aside.
Put two and two together, that renders debtors and so on.
Right. So you're postulating, and with good reason, that what ended up happening was that first we cut the legs out of the middle class. Then when the middle class couldn't make their payments on their mortgages, the whole bunch of mortgages defaulted. But that's not the only thing that happened, though. A whole bunch of people were given mortgages they had no business getting, because there was a push on to make sure that everybody who wanted a house could get one, even though they couldn't necessarily afford one. And the banks stepped in and started drafting predatory mortgages right left and center.
Why do they have no business getting them?
I'm sorry. What is the back half of that question?
Why did they have no business getting them?
Because they didn't have the income. They couldn't pay for them. There was no, like, these people were called, they were called ninja mortgages. No inset, no income, no job, no asset.
Right. So then, why didn't they have that income?
Because we'd outsourced all of our decent labor to China.
Right. You keep going back a little bit. You keep bumping up the same place.
You're absolutely right. It's all the fault of the damn Chinese. I'm just kidding. I'm totally kidding. No, I know. Like, it's people wanting to make more money than any human being could ever spend in a minute. Like, it's crazy. Like, how many boats do you need?
Well, it's capitalism, or right?
But capitalism no more has to be about excess than communism has to be about Stalin. Communism didn't need Stalin. Capitalism doesn't need excess. Is there no middle of the road for either of these situations?
Well, that's how capitalism. There might be some kind of moderate social democracy, not capitalism.
Well, but can any governmental system be applied purely to a nation and truly have it prosper? Don't all government systems at some point have to have a little water in their wine?
Well, communism doesn't really have a system to articulate it, so to speak. Hey, what does Marx advocate in the manifesto?
What's that?
What does Marx advocate in the Communist Manifesto?
Well, he advocates a lot of things, which is short form for it's been years since I've read the damn book. It's been a long time. It's been a long time since I've read Das Kapital or the Communist Manifesto.
The manifesto is reasonably short. Right? This is a list of reforms.
Right.
Payment system. Add on few reforms. All right. There isn't a ground up architect from scratch system to be proposed. Just few reforms.
That's fair.
The Das Kapital, right? That's not about communism. It's capital, about capitalism. Doesn't go on describing the plan for a grand system. It's describing there now what's wrong with it.
Well, that should tell you then how long ago I read the book.
Oh, you don't need. You actually don't even.
What's that?
You don't even need to read the book to tell you that much. The title tells you. Is Capital with a K instead of a C? So hard to decipher.
Are you making fun of me? Yeah. No, you make a good point. I should be able to infer at least some of the content from the title, but I've often trained myself not to try to infer. Although, some of these scientific reports that come out in book size, it's not hard to infer the contents from the title. But I guess my general point was that I had read Karl Marx so long ago that I'd forgotten much of the thrust of what he had said.
Yeah, those kinds of it's not really truly inference because it's not a valid inference. An intuition you get from the title, something you confirm. The confirmation's out there. You can actually read reviews and whatnot. what it's describing.
That's fair.
Right? With the organic composition of capital, right? What does that translate to in modern classical parlance? Well, that's something called technological unemployment.
This is amazing. Your computer always manages to go klung klung right when you're making a really good point.
Yeah, and I cut out. Said organic composition of capital translates to technological unemployment. Capitalism, in the antique sense of the word.
Did you say technological unemployment?
Yes.
Okay. So you're saying that machines are putting people out of work?
Yes. And capitalism is actually an archaic kind of word. It's not used in the sense it originally was. The sense it's used now was promoted, I think, in the 50s as part of an anti-communist sort of publicity or propaganda campaign.
Yes, because in the 50s when they said capitalism, what they really meant was democracy.
No.
Yeah, it was. I mean, they were using it as a synonymous word for democracy. Those those dirty commies are not only anti-capitalist, but that means they're anti-freedom too.
What does an economic system have to do with political?
I don't know, but then again, I don't know how an entire nation could have lost its mind in the 1950s and started accusing every mother's brother of being a red, whatever that meant.
Yeah, what they called it before, private enterprise.
Yeah.
Right.
They sure
for
did.
instance, Marxists and such were sternly condemned by various speakers and such, or those who promulgated propaganda in the Third Reich. But when they came to refer to what they had as an alternative, the system of private enterprise, basically. So, what the modern term for a capitalist is now is a rentier.
Did you say a racketeer?
A rentier.
Oh, okay.
Someone who collects economic rent. Right, those essentially earnings off investments.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah.
We'll call them the dividend drawing class.
Gotcha.
Own stocks and get paid dividends, or something similar, where just owning something passively generates an income. That wasn't it. And we translate the language to more modern forms. A lot of what he's talking about is not only just innocuous. It's actually, well, flat out the basis of all these modern ideas, right? And Marx's description of capitalism is essentially what the free marketeers or system of private enterprise advocates and so on took as an understanding, but then turned around its evaluation of moral character of it, right?
Right.
They borrow from Marx's theory of how it works. All the competition and such, straight out of Marx. Right.
Okay.
All the sort of like implicit drive toward, well, whatever sort of advancements. That's Marx too. He doesn't, say it was all bad in all ways and at all times. It does tend to produce these competition, representative advancements here and there. Well, not just here and there. Actually, you said it was some kind of treadmill. It's almost continuous, right? So,
right.
Laying out all these things step by step, going over history, all that. That's the content of communism. Right? There's projections. Granted, the projections are agreed with, but the things proposed are, various reforms. Some of them are radical, right? Trying to abolish traditional land ownership. That's pretty radical.
That's true.
But it's also incremental. I mean, it doesn't overturn the entire system. You still have your money. You're still buying and selling and trading and whatnot. So that wage labor. Yeah. How many hours in a work week? Well, that's vastly more modest. And the hours have actually been cut to lower than what Marx was asking.
Hmm.
So that idea that you should maybe mix the systems and all that, that's kind of already there in communism. So I think it's pretty reasonable in that respect.
Fair enough. Well, I got nothing against communists. I just tend to slide, me personally, I just tend to slide my own slider bar a little closer to socialism.
Sure. I think there are these revolutionary, insurrectionary types who are grossly misguided. If anything, they educate themselves. Step one is Orwell's "You and the Atomic Bomb" methods they propose a few times.
Step one involves which now?
Orwell's "You and the Atomic Bomb."
Oh. Yeah. Oh. Chaos.
Democratic and oligarchic weapons. Right there, they're futile. Their proposed course of action is futile. Number two, of course, is, well, all that insurrectionary violence, whatever. It's pretty much unethical, and why no one really goes along with it. Anyone who has enough concern for ethics to be on the left and be sane, well, pretty much figure out that's not going to be something ethical to do. So.
Well, I don't know. I think eventually what happens is that if people don't have the basics, regardless of their ideology or morality, they will set fire to everything. And I think the French Revolution was a really good example of that. Because those people had no hope for the future and they had not a damn thing to eat. And so you put those two things together, and that's it. Good night. You had fishwives storming the Bastille. Now, the word fishwife doesn't really cover what those women actually were. They were like extremely tough women who made their living cutting up fish. But, I mean, those women were built like professional wrestlers. And they just ran through the Bastille and they tore apart anybody that was in there. So muskets or no muskets, they took care of business.
Difference nowadays is, though, got a lot more than muskets.
You're right. That's true. That's
drones
true.
Dropping cluster bombs on homeless encampments and food riots.
That's true. It can be done. It can be done, but not forever. Not forever. Oh, nice of you to join. Oh, hello. Hello? Everybody went away. Simon, are you there? All by myself. Nobody here but us chickens.
Oh, I'm here.
Yay!
Oh, didn't mean to filibuster everyone off the map. There's a changeover about to happen. These things only run, or sorry, will only record for 8 hours, so keep
Okay.
them 24/7. I have to start up a fresh one every 8 hours.
Okay.
The link to the new Hangout, I'll paste in the sidebar text chat shortly. Once I get
Cool.
it. Yeah. The
Oh, there we go.
what's that again?
It's just that up until now I hadn't seen all the comments, and then I hit the little button that said "Here be the comments," and then so I got to see all the comments.
What comments again on this video?
Yeah, on the Hangout.
Okay. Yeah.
Look at all this stuff I missed.
Okay. In the sidebar text chat, the link to the new Hangout is right here.
There we go. When do you want me to switch over?
Might as well be now. There's maybe 60 to 90 seconds left.
Okay. So, what do I do? Do I just what? Click on the link and away I go, or?
Click on that link and away you go. It'll ask you if you want to end the call, the other call that you're in. Say yes. It'll take you into the new one and take you out of the old one. Oh, and here you are. So it's all working.
I should shut my camera off since it only displays my last invoice. There we go.
Almost no one shows up on camera, but I make a point of it. Because
well,
I
am terribly hideous. I am terribly hideous to look upon, and therefore I do not subject my others to my face, lest they turn to stone and fall over.
Man, though I may not be.
I know that dude. I know that dude who's like dressed up like Thor with the hammer. I've seen him in Hangouts too. This is great. You've got like an all-star cast.
Don't
Yeah.
I saw him take on Nephilim Free too, and he just pummeled him.
As much as
it's not that hard, but well, thank you anyway.
Where are you from, Art?
I'm from Czech Republic, but I'm Russian myself.
Ah, Russian. Good stuff. That's fantastic.
As much as it may pain me to have the face and voice and everything else of a man, I am not one.